Chapter 558. The Buddhist lore had refined the Naraka Tao so that after death, the souls would have a home to return to, so that they could be reincarnated and grow endlessly. However, the Naraka Tao was just a finished product. Even calling it a finished product was a bit of a stretch. As a result, not only could the various undead creatures that entered the Naraka Tao not reincarnate, but they also did not have any restrictions. This had led to the current extremely chaotic situation. Moreover, there seemed to be all kinds of unknown secrets in the Naraka Tao. The appearance of the true Devil's Bone and the so-called Devil's Sealing Land could only be described with one word, and that was chaotic. The super creatures that stood at the peak of the Naraka Tao knew that this world of death was just a cage. There was no so-called reincarnation in this world. Heaven and earth were used as a cage to trap countless undead creatures in this world of death. Perhaps even the ancient Buddhist lord had not thought that the Naraka Tao that he had refined would be like this. Countless years had passed. There was once a Supreme Almighty who had been reborn from flesh and blood. He had led countless undead creatures to attack the source of this world. As a result, that Supreme Almighty had fallen. He had not found a way to break this cage of heaven and earth, so he could not lead the undead creatures of this world to kill their way out of this world. Although the divine race regarded themselves as the controller and manager of this death reign and walked in the death reign with a supreme attitude. In fact, the divine race was the same as countless undead creatures. They were all trapped in this side of the world. During the conversation with the white skeleton, Gu Fei learned a lot. The death reign was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The powerful creatures that stood at the peak of this world were not as ignorant as the ordinary undead creatures. They were not willing to be trapped in this death reign. Old Black, I didn't expect you to succeed. Congratulations. Suddenly, the white skeleton said to He Tian, who had been left to the side. Gu Fei looked at He Tian suspiciously, and then said to the white skeleton, "Do you know each other?" "Not only do we know each other, we used to be the black and white double evils of the undead clan, but it seems that this name is no longer suitable." The white skeleton sized up He Tian from head to toe as the soul fire in its eye sockets throbbed. Right now, half of He Tian's bone was as black as a black divine jade, sparkling and translucent, while the other half was as white as a sheep-fat white jade, shrouded in a faint multicolored light. Yin and Yang Qi were circulating around the entire bone, instead of the death Qi. "Humph! I thought you didn't recognize me?" Old Tortoise was very unhappy. "Hee. Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize you." The white skeleton said, "How have you been lately?" "That sounds pretty good." The experts of the undead clan pursued to purify their souls and wash away the endless aura of death on their bones. The next step was the legendary rebirth of flesh and blood. The undead creature that succeeded in the rebirth of flesh and blood and metamorphosed to the most powerful state was from the undead clan. "You're doing pretty well yourself. The aura of death in your soul and bones has almost been refined by you. You're not far from completely purifying your soul and bones." He Tian nodded. He could already tell that the white skeleton was also on the path of perfect transformation. Just as He Tian and the white skeleton were conversing, a figure suddenly rushed out of the palace in the giant city. In an instant, the figure came to Gu Fei's side. "Let's go." The person glanced at the white skeleton and said to Gu Fei and He Tian. He was the old tortoise who had entered Xianxia city. "What happened? Where are we going?" Gu Fei asked. He was very curious about who the old tortoise had met in the city, and why he was in such a hurry to leave. "Let's talk on the way," the old tortoise said and immediately flew into the sky. "We'll meet again someday." Gu Fei cupped his hands at the white skeleton and used the 8 desolation steps to chase after the old tortoise. "Oh, bye, I'm leaving too." He Tian stepped forward and patted the white skeleton's shoulder. He then turned around and chased after Gu Fei. The white skeleton did not stop He Tian from leaving. Instead, it transmitted its voice to He Tian and said, "You and I have just met. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "That kid is my boss. I have to go." He Tian's transmission came from afar and was caught by the white skeleton. At that moment, He Tian's figure had already disappeared under the dusky sky. "What?" After receiving He Tian's transmission, the white skeleton was taken aback. The soul fire in its skull jumped violently. "That young man has subdued He Tian? How is that possible? That guy is a devil incarnate." Far away from Xianxia city, the old tortoise landed on a mountain peak. Gu Fei and He Tian also landed on the mountain peak. What happened? After catching up, Gu Fei immediately asked. There's a powerful old man in the city. The old tortoise did not intend to hide it. He directly told them what happened after entering the city. It turned out that there was a terrifying expert from the undead clan in Xianxia city. According to the old tortoise, the expert from the undead clan was probably more powerful than him. The old tortoise and the expert from the undead clan reached some kind of agreement and handed over something that the old tortoise desperately needed. After speaking, the old tortoise took out the item. It was a jade slip that was more than 10 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide. The old tortoise handed the jade slip to Gu Fei. After receiving the jade slip, Gu Fei actually sensed the fluctuation of Tao law. In the world of death, only the people from the divine clan could cultivate the immortal Tao divine technique. Gu Fei did not say much. The flame brand between his eyebrows immediately appeared. A mighty divine sense spread out and probed the jade slip in his hand. After the divine sense entered the jade slip, Gu Fei's expression changed quickly. His face gradually revealed an expression of disbelief. However, the old tortoise stood calmly beside Gu Fei. After a full hour, the mountain peak was very quiet. No one spoke. He Tian stood obediently behind Gu Fei. He did not use his soul power to peek at the jade slip in Gu Fei's hand. The mountain wind whistled and the dark clouds surged. After a long time, Gu Fei closed his eyes and the flame-shaped soul brand between his eyebrows gradually disappeared under his skin. Then, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold lightning like divine light shot out from his eyes and swept across the old tortoise beside him. This is outrageous. Did you already know that this Naraka realm can only be entered but not exited? There is no other way out except to refine this world. Gu Fei tried hard to control his anger and said to the old tortoise in a deep voice. The information in the jade slip was too shocking. It was definitely the biggest secret in the Naraka realm. If it was leaked, the entire Naraka realm would be in complete chaos. I didn't think that refining this world of death would be so difficult. After coming in, I realized that the Naraka realm is thousands of times more complicated than I thought, the old tortoise said helplessly. He never thought that there would be a celestial race in the Naraka realm. There would be terrifying creatures of death that were as powerful as almighties. The situation in the Naraka realm was too complicated. After listening to the old tortoise's words, Gu Fei was speechless for a long time. He had a feeling that he had been schemed against. This feeling made him very unhappy and uncomfortable. However, the old tortoise did not want things to develop to this point. Everything that happened in the Naraka realm was no longer under the old tortoise's control. He Tian stood behind Gu Fei. The soul fire in his skull was constantly beating, but there were no soul fluctuations. He obviously did not want the old tortoise and Gu Fei to know what he was thinking. What should we do now? Gu Fei said angrily to the old tortoise. This old tortoise was too unkind. Gu Fei was really doomed this time. If he knew that one could only enter the Naraka realm but not leave, Gu Fei would never have entered this world of death. From the jade slip, Gu Fei learned that there was only one way to get out of this world. That was to enter the source of this world, refine this world of death, completely control this world of death, and become the master of this world. Countless years had passed, but the celestial race could not do it. Even the almighty of the undead race who was reborn and transformed into the strongest realm could not do it. At this time, Gu Fei felt a little hopeless. So many experts stronger than them could not do it. Could they do it? Gu Fei had no confidence. The old tortoise took the jade slip that Gu Fei handed over and said slowly, "Only by using this method can we truly open the seal and approach the source of heaven and earth. We should go to the sacred place of the celestial race first." That's the only way. Gu Fei nodded. After that, the old tortoise led Gu Fei and He Tian to identify the direction and went to the sacred place of the celestial race. The information in the jade slip was very rich, so the old tortoise did not have to worry about getting lost. The sacred place of the celestial race was outside the source of the world of death. According to the description in the jade slip, the source of the source was not big, only a few miles in radius. However, the periphery of the source was very vast. The sacred place of the celestial race was the periphery of the source of the source. The sacred place surrounded the source of this world, and the source of this world was in the central area of the sacred place of the celestial race. The old tortoise, Gu Fei, and He Tian flew toward the depths of the world of death. When they flew over a huge ruin, The old tortoise suddenly sensed something and stopped in the air. Then, the old tortoise directly rushed down to the ruins below. When Gu Fei saw this, although he was a little surprised, he immediately landed from the sky with He Tian. At this time, the old tortoise had already flown out of the ruins with a skull in his hand. This is. After seeing the skull in the old tortoise's hand, Gu Fei was very surprised. This was a skull that was almost half broken. There was a big hole in the top of the skull, and the bones were full of cracks. In the skull, there was a weak soul fire that was only the size of half a finger. It flickered like a ghost fire as if it could be extinguished at any time. It's the Bone Emperor. The soul fire in He Tian's skull suddenly jumped violently, emitting waves of strong soul fluctuations. Chapter 559. Bone Emperor? Gu Fei was taken aback. No wonder he sensed a familiar soul fluctuation from this broken skull. It turned out that this skull belonged to the Bone Emperor. This large stretch of ruins seemed to be a city that had just been destroyed. Beneath the broken walls, eerie white bones could be seen everywhere. Under careful observation, Gu Fei could still sense an evil, terrifying, and gloomy aura lingering above the ruins with his keen sense of touch. Devil aura, Gu Fei murmured. Was this city destroyed by demonic creatures? The Bone Emperor is finished. His soul fire is about to be extinguished. An emperor of a generation has actually ended up like this. He Tian couldn't help but sigh. Let me see what exactly happened. The old turtle's expression was extremely solemn. After all, the Bone Emperor was the first slave he took in after escaping from the virtual sky world. Now that his soul was about to be extinguished, the old turtle couldn't help but feel a little angry. The old turtle activated his demonic power. His hands that were holding the skull emitted bursts of divine splendor that enveloped the skull. A powerful wave of demonic power surged out of the old turtle's body. Wisps of demonic power penetrated into the Bone Emperor's broken skull like silk. Then, the soul fire in the skull that was about to be extinguished suddenly lit up. The soul fire that was almost extinguished seemed to have regained its vitality and emitted waves of soul fluctuations. However, both Gu Fei and He Tian knew that the Bone Emperor was really finished. This was just the final radiance of the setting sun before his soul was completely extinguished. As long as the old turtle withdrew his demonic power, the Bone Emperor's soul fire would be extinguished like a lamp that had run out of oil. Then, the old turtle cast some kind of divine ability, and a ball of misty brilliance began to spread from the Bone Emperor's skull. In the haze, a blurry image seemed to be flashing in the ball of brilliance. As the brilliance on the skull grew brighter, the image in the brilliance became clearer and clearer. Finally, like a lantern, it lingered around the Bone Emperor's skull and kept disappearing. This. Gu Fei was very astonished. Old Turtle was actually using an unfathomable divine ability to reproduce the scene the Bone the Arch had seen. Old Turtle was reading the Bone Thearch's memories. Among the countless images that lingered around the skull, Gu Fei saw a humanoid monster suddenly appear in a city and start a massacre. This monster was terrifying to the extreme. Its entire body was shrouded in pitch-black devil chi. With just a few attacks, it destroyed 1/3 of the city. The devil chi filled the air, turning the entire city into a slaughterhouse. The undead creatures in the city were either demonized or killed. In the intermittent scenes around the skull, there seemed to be a few powerful undead creatures attacking the monster. However, they were all killed by the monster in an instant. The Bone the Arch wanted to escape, but he was targeted by the demonic creature. The demonic creature shot out a beam of demonic light that penetrated the Bone Thearch's skull, almost causing the Bone Thearch's soul to dissipate on the spot. The intermittent scene that appeared around the skull ended here. It's the work of those demon bastards again. Old Turtle scolded. He withdrew the demonic power that shrouded the skull, and the small ball of soul fire in the Bone Thearch's skull immediately dimmed. Then, it silently extinguished in the skull. The Bone the Arch was dead, and his soul fire was completely extinguished. To an undead creature, it could be said that his soul had dissipated and completely disappeared from this world. The city that was destroyed by the demonic creature should be the ruins below. Although this city was not comparable to the giant city controlled by the divine race, it was not small. The ruins had a radius of 7 or 8 miles. In the world of death, this city could be considered a medium-sized city. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the hands of that terrifying demonic creature. Those demonic creatures seemed to be moving around everywhere, destroying everything. The undead creatures were either demonized or killed. There were only two outcomes. Since ancient times, the demonic city has been the archenemy of all living creatures. Old Turtle scanned the surroundings. There was not a trace of soul aura in the vast land. The undead creatures that could be seen everywhere in the world of death seemed to have disappeared. Let's go! Old Turtle casually threw away the broken skull in his hand, and was about to continue flying into the depths of the world of death. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the horizon. A violent and tragic aura immediately came from afar, and the dark clouds floating in the sky showed signs of dispersing. In an instant, Gu Fei felt that a terrible momentum had enveloped him. It was as if he was being stared at by a terrifying demon. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he could not help but shiver. It's the guy who destroyed this city and killed the Bone the Arch. Hei Tian exclaimed. Soul fluctuations of horror and panic were emitted from the skull. Hei Tian was only a quasi-emperor. Even an emperor like the Bone the Arch was instantly killed by that demonic creature. How could he remain calm in the face of such a terrifying guy? Gu Fei was also shocked. He sensed great danger from that demonic figure in the distance. Kill, pure killing intent, a vicious killing intent. That terrifying monster seemed to have only one goal, and that was to tear apart and exterminate all living things it saw. This pure killing intent made one's heart palpitate. Humph! Just in time. Old Turtle said coldly. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and the appearance of this demonic creature was too timely. This allowed him to vent his anger. Swoosh! Old Turtle disappeared into the void. Almost at the same time, the demonic creature on the horizon also disappeared. Time seemed to stop in an instant. Gu Fei felt a sense of suffocation, as if a mountain was pressing on his chest. There was an indescribable sense of oppression. Hei Tian did not feel good either. His soul fire dimmed under the invisible pressure, and he retreated into the distance. Boom! A loud noise suddenly rang out without any warning. The entire space in front of them immediately shook violently like water ripples. Then, the space collapsed, and endless demonic light and demonic aura rushed out from the shattered space. Old Turtle and that terrifying demonic creature were like peerless demons. They directly broke through the void and attacked. The terrifying power spread out and shook heaven and earth. The residual power that leaked out formed a terrifying energy wave that swept out in all directions. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. It was unstoppable and terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei turned pale with fright. He quickly used the 8 desolate steps and retreated as if he had teleported. A battle of this level was incomparably terrifying. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations radiating from the two experts caused even the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the remnant power that erupted was enough to threaten Gu Fei, forcing him to retreat. Old Turtle continuously bombarded the demonic creature with rays of divine light. However, the demonic creature directly waved its arms, crushing the terrifying divine light that was like a heavenly sword and attacking Old Turtle. This was a demonic creature with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. Its true appearance could not be seen, and its entire body was surging with a terrifying demonic aura. Behind the disheveled hair on its face, a blood-red ferocious glint constantly flashed. Old Turtle continued to clash head-on with the demonic creature, but he secretly released the mystic tortoise shell and smashed it hard on the demonic creature's head, smashing it down from the sky. Then, Old Turtle opened up his inner world. The corpse general doppelganger rushed out with a black rod and smashed it directly at the demonic creature that had just climbed up from the ground. That demonic creature did not seem to know fear at all. It did not even dodge. It directly waved its hands to block the black rod. Monstrous demonic aura soared into the sky, and a pair of demonic claws emitted a deep demonic light. The void was torn apart. Boom! With a bang, the black rod smashed down like a primordial divine mountain, directly smashing the demonic creature into the ground. The area around it collapsed and dust rose high into the sky. The earth shook and the ground undulated violently like waves. A large pit with a diameter of 300 to 400 meters appeared on the ground. The power of the rod was like a divine mountain pressing down. The demonic creature could not resist at all. Rumble! The earth trembled and cracked. Endless demonic aura rushed out from the large pit that was smashed by the corpse general doppelganger. The surging demonic aura quickly shrouded the sky and earth, as if a peerless demon was about to rush out from the ground. Roar! An angry roar sounded from the ground. The dull roar echoed between heaven and earth. Then, boom! With a bang, the ground suddenly collapsed. A demonic figure shot up into the sky, exuding boundless ferocious might. It rushed towards the corpse general doppelganger that was standing in the void. The demonic creature directly struck out with its claws. The surging demonic aura immediately rushed forward. The extremely powerful demonic power rushed towards the corpse general doppelganger, causing the entire void to violently tremble. The corpse general doppelganger's body emitted a domineering and terrifying aura. It was like a supreme warrior had descended. Facing such a powerful attack, its battle intent was like a rainbow, and its black hair danced wildly. Roar! The corpse general doppelganger roared and swung the black rod in its hand. It directly swept towards the charging demonic creature. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook under the corpse general doppelganger's rod. It was not a divine ability, nor was it a Tao technique. It directly shook the heaven and earth with strength. This was the terror of a warrior. As long as one's strength was great enough, 1,000 divine abilities, 10,000 spells, would be broken with a single punch. There was no destructive light, only monstrous power. Under the black rod, the void shattered, the earth trembled, and everything turned into nothingness. Bang! The black stick fiercely collided with the demonic claw. The demonic claw was shattered, and the black stick was like a hot knife through butter. It directly smashed the demonic claw's arm, and fiercely swept the demonic claw's chest, causing it to cave in. The strength of this rod was extremely strong. The demonic creature was sent flying for more than 10 miles. It smashed into a small hill and was buried under the rubble. Friends who want to communicate with Liang San can add readers 11269273 and 763768881. Chapter 560. Boom! The invincible corpse general was like a god of war descending upon the world. The terrifying power from its indestructible body directly shook the entire world, causing the earth below to tremble. Its domineering momentum was frightening. The corpse general's avatar was incomparably powerful. Although it was only an avatar, it seemed to be even more tyrannical than the old tortoise. Above the indestructible martial body, the martial artist's yuan qi surged violently, and there seemed to be lightning flashing outside its body. Roar! An angry roar came from the rubble below. Then, with a boom, countless stones suddenly flew up and smashed towards the corpse general that was descending from the sky. A black shadow, hiding among the countless stones, silently pounced towards the corpse general. Humph! The old tortoise in the distance sneered when he saw this scene. He then waved his hand, and an object flew out from his hand, also silently smashing towards the black shadow hiding among the rubble. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black shadow was instantly hit by the object thrown by the old tortoise. The black shadow let out a roar, as if it had been hit by a huge mountain, and was instantly sent flying. The corpse general and the old tortoise's minds were connected, as if they were one. Naturally, the corpse general knew everything that had happened. The corpse general was already ready. Almost at the moment when the black shadow hiding among the countless flying stones was smashed out by the old tortoise, the corpse general moved. The invincible corpse general held the black rod in its hand, and its long hair fluttered in the wind. With just one step, it instantly crossed the void and directly arrived in front of the black shadow. Its domineering momentum was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Hoo! The corpse general directly smashed the black shadow's head with its rod. The ferocious demon was smashed by the old tortoise, and it could not distinguish between directions. It could not avoid the corpse general's rod at all. Bang! The corpse general immediately smashed the ferocious demon's head like a watermelon, and it turned into a dark mist of blood. Pang! The corpse general's staff smashed onto the headless body of the ferocious devil, shattering it into pieces. Boundless devil chi erupted from the shattered body, sweeping through the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire world. At that moment, an item flew back into old tortoise's hand. It was a stone tortoise shell the size of a fist. Brat, it's your turn now. Old tortoise shouted at Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar. At this time, the corpse general avatar had already rushed out of the billowing demonic aura. Holding a black stick, it stood beside the old tortoise like a divine general. Gu Fei and He Tian flew over from afar. Gu Fei asked old tortoise in confusion, "You've already killed that ferocious demon. Why do I need to do it? An attack of this level won't be able to kill this ferocious demon," the old tortoise said indifferently as he looked at the surging demonic clouds in the sky. What? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He clearly saw old tortoise's corpse general avatar smash the demon's body into pieces. How could it not die after that? See for yourself, old tortoise said solemnly. Gu Fei hurriedly looked at the surging demonic clouds in front of him. Sure enough, he found that the demonic clouds in front of him, which shrouded the world and emitted a heart-palpitating demonic aura, showed no signs of dissipating. A terrifying demonic aura was rapidly condensing. The ferocious demon that had been smashed to pieces really did not seem to have been killed. Roar! Suddenly, a low, beast-like roar rang out from the demonic clouds. Then, the endless demonic aura began to recede like a tide. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that this level of ferocious demon was immortal? This was too unbelievable. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and knowledge, it was still difficult for him to see how terrifying existences like Old Tortoise and the ferocious demon were. It was difficult to kill them with simple attacks. Only special means could be used to kill such existences. Soon, the monstrous demonic aura all receded and merged into a terrifying demonic shadow. Its hair was disheveled, its arms were hanging down, and its body was covered in ragged black clothes. Under its hair, a blood-red ferocious light was constantly flashing, sweeping towards Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others. The terrifying ferocious demon that had been smashed to pieces by the corpse general avatar quickly reassembled its body, as if it had not been injured at all. What kind of monster is this? Gu Fei was dumbfounded and muttered to himself. Could this ferocious demon have also cultivated an immortal body? I'll smash this demon into pieces again. Get ready to take out the mountain and river cauldron and put the body of this demon into it. Then, use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to refine it. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded subconsciously. This demon could be said to have an immortal body. It indeed needed a treasure like the mountain and river cauldron to completely refine and destroy it. Kill! Old Tortoise let out a low roar. His body erupted with a towering demonic aura, and he rushed towards the ferocious demon. At the same time, the ferocious demon also released a monstrous demonic aura to meet Old Tortoise. Boom! The two super experts collided with each other in an instant. The terrifying power directly shattered the void, and Old Tortoise and the ferocious demon flew back at the same time. As the Old Tortoise flew backward, a bright moon-like brilliance emerged from his hand. A vast amount of demonic power instantly surged into the ball of brilliance. Then, the ball of brilliance flew out from the Old Tortoise's hand like a meteor, instantly piercing through the void and catching up with the ferocious demon who was flying backward. Roar! The ferocious nature of the ferocious demon was completely aroused. It roared wildly and stretched out its claws to grab the bright ball of light that was emitting endless waves of demonic power. Poof! At the moment when the ferocious demon's claws grabbed the ball of light, there was only a soft sound. Then, the ball of light spread out from the claws of the ferocious demon like water ripples. In the next moment, the ferocious demon was trapped in the ball of light. Although the ferocious demon was powerful, it seemed to only know how to kill. It did not have much wisdom and seemed to only know how to destroy. Explode! Old Tortoise stopped retreating in the void, and then he let out a low roar. The ball of light that was like a big bubble wrapped around the ferocious demon immediately emitted a strong light. With a loud bang, the whole world was illuminated by the strong light. The ball of light that was wrapped around the ferocious demon exploded. The terrifying destructive energy destroyed everything, including the ferocious demon that was wrapped in the ball of light. Endless divine light even pierced through the void, causing countless spatial holes to appear in the void. This time, the body of the ferocious demon was completely torn to pieces by the destructive power of the explosion and turned into a mass of dark residue. However, the residue, which was almost impossible to see the bones and flesh, did not scatter in all directions. Instead, it was suspended in the void, as if there was an unfathomable force that gathered the flesh and blood residue together. The mass of flesh and blood residue still exuded the terrifying demonic nature that belonged to the ferocious demon. What are you waiting for? Old Tortoise shouted at Gu Fei. Although the body of the ferocious demon was broken up, its demonic soul was not destroyed and could still reassemble its body. After hearing Old Tortoise's shout, Gu Fei quickly activated the mountain and river cauldron in his dantian. A divine light immediately rushed out from Gu Fei's abdomen. Buzz! An ancient cauldron appeared in the void and gently vibrated. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive world immediately spread between heaven and earth. The ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist. The body of the cauldron was covered with a layer of misty, inconspicuous brilliance. As soon as the ancient cauldron appeared, the void that was still shaking immediately calmed down. Gu Fei flew forward and held the ancient cauldron in his hand. Then, he sent a powerful wave of pneuma into the ancient cauldron. Under the infusion of Gu Fei's pneuma, the mountain and river cauldron immediately emitted an extremely powerful force that froze the world. Withdraw! As Gu Fei shouted, the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron immediately produced a heaven-devouring force. It continuously absorbed the endless demonic aura around it and the mass of flesh and blood residue into the mountain and river cauldron. The mass of flesh and blood residue emitted endless demonic energy, trying to resist the suction produced by the mountain and river cauldron. However, the suction produced by the mountain and river cauldron was too strong. It was so strong that it seemed to be able to swallow the world. After the flesh and blood residue of the ferocious demon was swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron began to shake violently. The ferocious demon violently crashed into the mountain and river cauldron, trying to rush out. The mountain and river cauldron continuously absorbed Gu Fei's pneuma. The entire mountain and river cauldron began to expand, and strands of primordial chaos chi lingered around the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. Under the suppression of the primordial chaos chi, the ferocious demon that was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron could not break out of the primordial chaos chi for a while. Bang! Clang! Boom! The mountain and river cauldron repeatedly shook, emitting muffled sounds of impact. Very quickly, the mountain and river cauldron had become as large as a small mountain. It was extremely strenuous for Gu Fei to carry the mountain and river cauldron. A layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. "Stinky brat! Get out of the way. I'll refine this ferocious demon," shouted the old turtle as it flew over from the distance. It then directly descended onto the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei hastily withdrew his right hand from the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron and rushed out. Bang! The moment Gu Fei rushed out from under the cauldron of mountain and river, the old tortoise stepped on the mouth of the cauldron of mountain and river. The entire cauldron of mountain and river trembled and sank hundreds of meters, as if a giant mountain was pressing on the cauldron of mountain and river. The old turtle didn't hesitate and directly used its supreme demonic energy to refine the ferocious demon within the cauldron. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the ferocious demon shook the heavens. The mountain and river cauldron, which could suppress mountains and rivers, was violently shaking. The countless images of ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come to life. Endless soul energy surged into the cauldron, participating in the refinement of the ferocious demon. Roars of despair and miserable shrieks rang out from within the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare approach the mountain and river cauldron. They retreated to a distance and watched. At this time, the old turtle's body emitted a brilliant divine light. It was like a purple divine flame, dyeing half the sky purple. Chapter 561. With the old tortoise refining the fiendish demon, even if the demon was more powerful, it could not escape. The entire mountain and river cauldron was enveloped by the old tortoise's demonic power. The fiendish demon in the cauldron roared and attacked the cauldron with all its might, wanting to break the seal and rush out of the cauldron. However, no matter how much the fiendish demon struggled, it could not escape. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and so did the entire world. The primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron, and there seemed to be demonic light flashing inside the cauldron, attacking the primordial chaos chi that sealed the mouth of the cauldron. All the fiendish demon's actions were futile and had no effect. The mountain and river cauldron was rammed by the fiendish demon, and divine splendor flowed on the body of the cauldron. At this moment, the corpse general avatar of the old tortoise also rushed over and shot rays of divine light at the mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise and the corpse general avatar worked together, wanting to refine and kill the fiendish demon in a short time. With the corpse general's help, the fiendish demon's screams in the cauldron immediately weakened. Divine splendor flowed on the mountain and river cauldron, and an ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive world spread between heaven and earth. The primordial chaos chi was activated, and like the divine fire of chaos, it enveloped the mountain and river cauldron. A great power surged out from the mountain and river cauldron, shaking the space around it, causing transparent ripples to appear around the ancient cauldron like water. After about 6 hours, no more sounds came from the mountain and river cauldron. The fiendish demon seemed to have been completely refined into ashes. It should be known that Gu Fei had used this ancient cauldron to refine the Shura sovereign, the emperor of the blood fiend Azura clan. Although the fiendish demon was much stronger than the Shura sovereign, it could not escape the fate of being destroyed by the old tortoise. In the end, the old tortoise stopped, and the energy fluctuations on the mountain and river cauldron gradually calmed down. The corpse general avatar also retreated. There was no more sound from the mountain and river cauldron. The fiendish demon seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the mountain and river cauldron and was completely refined. The old turtle jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron hovering in the air flew back. The mountain and river cauldron, which was the size of a small mountain, shrank rapidly. When it landed in Gu Fei's hand, it had already become the size of a fist. Gu Fei released his divine sense to communicate with the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. From there, he learned what had happened. The fiendish devil was dead. It had been refined to death. Gu Fei turned the mountain and river cauldron upside down. Nothing fell out from the mountain and river cauldron, not even a speck of dust. That ferocious devil had actually been refined so thoroughly that not even a speck of bone ash was left behind. Mountain River Cauldron. He Tian stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand as his eyes lit up. One could see that he was extremely jealous. However, that ancient cauldron was not something that he could covet. Let's continue our journey. After killing the fiendish demon, the old turtle urged Gu Fei and He Tian to continue their journey. Encountering this fiendish demon was just a small interlude. Gu Fei put the mountain and river cauldron into his dantian. Day and night, he used his own essence to refine this ancient cauldron. He hoped that one day, it would truly be able to unleash the power of a supreme treasure. The three of them continued their journey. Their destination, the divine race's holy land. Not long after, Gu Fei and the others saw a light coming from far in the sky. The sudden appearance of a light in this dusky world made Gu Fei and the others very excited. They sped up and flew in the direction of the light. 3 rays of light were like divine rainbows that streaked across the pitch-black world without any concealment. It looked very close from a distance, but it took Gu Fei and the others a lot of time to reach the place where the light was coming from. When they got closer, Gu Fei and the others found that the place where the light was coming from was actually a green world full of vitality. There were green trees, spiritual birds singing on the branches, and flowers were blooming like brocade. Bees were flying around the flowers. A fresh breath full of vitality hit them in the face, making them feel refreshed. The world full of vitality could be said to be completely different from the world of death outside. The green world suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and the others. There seemed to be some great power that separated the area full of vitality in front of them from the area full of the aura of death. The boundary between life and death was completely different. It was definitely 2 opposite extremes. At the boundary between the area full of the aura of death and the area full of the aura of life stood a dark stone pillar. The stone pillar was square in shape and towered into the sky. When Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of the stone pillar, they immediately caught a breath of infinitely ancient aura. The stone pillar seemed to have stood there for countless years. The stone pillar was not very big, but it was very tall. Looking up, even with the eyesight of Gu Fei and the others, they seemed to be unable to see the end. On the surface of the stone pillar, Gu Fei and the others found countless mysterious runes. They seemed to be divine marks of the immortal path, but they seemed to be even more ancient than the divine marks of the immortal path displayed by Saint Li and the others. I feel the breath of Tao on it. This pillar is not simple. The old tortoise stared at the black stone pillar. Divine light flickered in his eyes, seemingly very surprised. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was even more shocked than the old tortoise. This was because the mark of the great path that was branded in his heart was trembling. The dharma of an extreme grade warrior was actually showing signs of appearing. The mark of the great path of martial arts that had reached the extreme was actually condensing and manifesting on his body. What's going on? Gu Fei found that the mark of the great path in his heart seemed to be resonating with something. Could it be the black stone pillar in front of him? As if to confirm Gu Fei's guess, the black stone pillar in front of him actually trembled slightly. The mysterious runes on the black stone pillar seemed to have come to life, emitting a misty divine light. Every rune had Tao rhymes circulating, and the breath of the great path surged from the stone pillar. Without a sound, the dharma of the extreme grade warrior of the past appeared in front of Gu Fei. The old tortoise was dizzy. How could this be? The old tortoise's eyes bulged out, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The mark of the Great Path, the mark of the Great Path. Could it be that the black stone pillar also contained the mark of the Great Path? Thinking of this, the old tortoise was ecstatic. He looked at the black stone pillar with blazing eyes, as if he wanted to swallow the black stone pillar in one bite. The mark of the Great Path, to a certain extent, was the inheritance of a supreme extreme path powerhouse. Obtaining the mark of the Great Path was like obtaining the mantle of an extreme path powerhouse, and it was very likely that another extreme path powerhouse would be created. The phantom in front of Gu Fei emitted the Great Path divine charm to the extreme. An extreme grade warrior seemed to have been reborn, and the Great Path was hidden within it, everlasting and indestructible. There was clearly no fluctuation of power, nor the existence of a drop of divine sense, but this invisible Great Path could not be stopped. It appeared in front of Gu Fei, facing the black stone pillar in front of him that also emitted a mysterious Great Path divine charm. This book, even if it was just one of your comments, it would become the author's motivation to create. Please work hard to cheer the author on. Chapter 562. No one had expected to see a towering black stone pillar at the border between the sacred land and the death zone before they even entered the sacred land of the gods. This was not an ordinary black stone pillar, but a divine item that contained a Tao brand. The ancient Tao patterns on the pillar completely emitted a dazzling divine light. The entire black stone pillar seemed to have been deified, illuminating the entire world. The endless deathly aura and fog of the underworld were dispelled. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling down faint starlight. The mark of the Great Path in Gu Fei's heart completely materialized in front of him. An illusory figure stood between the heavens and the earth, as if it had merged with the heavens and the earth. There was an endless flow of the Great Path circulating above the illusory figure, exuding a profound aura of the Great Path. Although the pillar in front of him also exuded the aura of the Tao, it did not display a complete Tao brand. Gu Fei discovered that there seemed to be a very weak Tao brand left on the pillar. Moreover, this Tao brand was incomplete. Brat, you already have the inheritance of the martial ancestor. That brand belongs to me now. The old tortoise was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He stared at the pillar with sparkling eyes. As he spoke, he had already rushed forward and reached out to press on the pillar. However, just as the old tortoise's palm touched the pillar, he heard the old tortoise cry out in surprise. His entire body was sent flying. Bam! With a thud, he smashed into the ground several hundred meters away. His head was on the ground, and his feet were on the ground. He fell into a very inelegant position. Roar! What's going on? The old tortoise crawled up from the ground and ran back while cursing. Divine items belong to the fated. I can only say that you're not fated with the divine item. Upon seeing this, He Tian said seriously and walked forward. Humph! Black brat, are your bones itching? Do you want me to help you loosen them? The old tortoise glared at He Tian and said fiercely. The old tortoise was depressed. Just now, when his palm touched the black stone pillar that was emitting a devastating divine light, he was sent flying by a great force. Even someone as thick-skinned as the old tortoise was a bit ashamed. He was an unrivaled expert comparable to a supreme existence, yet he was blasted away by a stone pillar. It was truly a bit embarrassing. This divine object seems to be fated with me. Alas! I'll reluctantly accept this divine item. Mahakala strode forward with large strides, as if he was a highly virtuous monk who was meeting the Lord Buddha. Fated with you, my ass. Keep pretending. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Old Tortoise said disdainfully. He Tian slowly stretched out a skeletal hand. Yin and Yang Qi circulated in his hand. His entire skeletal hand was crystal clear like a divine jade. The soul fire in his skull was violently beating. He looked extremely calm, but in fact, he was extremely nervous. This was a chance to come into contact with the Grand Tao, an opportunity to come into direct contact with the Grand Tao. If he was able to successfully communicate with that trace of incomplete Tao brand on the divine pillar, then he would obtain enormous benefits. Erebus didn't want to miss this opportunity. Bang! With a muffled sound, He Tian suddenly flew up without warning. Just as his skeletal hand touched the divine pillar, he was instantly blasted away by the power that erupted from the divine pillar. Boom! The ground trembled. He Tian was even worse off than the old tortoise. He was directly blasted several miles away and smashed hard on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. When the dust settled, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Haha! I'm dying of laughter. How could such a divine object be fated with a guy who is neither yin nor yang? Old Tortoise laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Hei Tian crawled out of the human-shaped pit in an extremely embarrassing manner. He then shook his skeletal body, causing a cloud of dust to immediately explode from his skeletal body. This is too strange, Hei Tian said. He walked back from afar with his face covered in dust. The skeletal hand that touched the divine pillar had cracks on it, which shocked Hei Tian to the extreme. It should be known that Hei Tian's cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm. He was only one step away from becoming an emperor. His skeletal body was tempered day and night by the power of yin and yang. In terms of hardness, it was definitely comparable to divine iron. However, just by touching the black stone pillar that was shrouded in divine light and constantly emitting ancient Tao patterns, the bones in his hand had been shaken to the point of cracking. Hei Tian could not help but feel a chill and horror in his heart. Only the old tortoise, who was comparable to a mighty figure, did not suffer any damage other than being blasted away after touching the divine pillar. This thing is fated with me. At this moment, Gu Fei, who had been staring at the divine pillar in a daze, suddenly said such words. Then, the phantom in front of him with endless Tao rhymes silently rushed into his body. Gu Fei came back to his senses and strode forward. Then, like the old tortoise and Hei Tian, he reached out his right hand and touched the divine pillar that was shrouded in divine light and ancient Tao patterns. The old tortoise and Hei Tian looked at Gu Fei nervously. They saw that Gu Fei's outstretched right hand was shrouded in a hazy brilliance and there seemed to be Tao rhymes flowing in his hand. Under the shocked gazes of the old tortoise and Hei Tian, Gu Fei's right hand successfully pressed on the divine pillar. Gu Fei was not blasted away. Hei Tian was very puzzled. Why was it that he could not touch the divine pillar and was blasted away the moment he touched it, but Gu Fei was unharmed? He could not figure it out. This divine item is really fated with him. The old tortoise sighed. Only he could vaguely guess why Gu Fei was not blasted away by the divine pillar. This was definitely related to the seal of the great path in his body. Just as Gu Fei's right hand pressed on the divine pillar, all the ancient Tao patterns on the divine pillar seemed to come to life. They rushed out from the divine pillar and continuously entered Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei closed his eyes and used his heart to comprehend the countless ancient Tao patterns that contained the seal of the great path. Although it was a broken and incomplete seal of the great path, it was still extremely precious and its value was definitely not below that of a supreme treasure. This brat's luck is too good. He is simply a freak who is blessed by the heavens. Although the old tortoise was extremely envious and jealous, he could only stare helplessly. Divine items belong to those who were fated. This sentence was simply a famous saying. Boss, his luck is really good, Hei Tian murmured. Gu Fei's cultivation was not high, at least not in Hei Tian's opinion. However, he had treasures that were enough to make people go crazy. Now that he had obtained a trace of the seal of the great path, all of this could only be analyzed by luck. Countless ancient Tao patterns continued to enter Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's mind gradually immersed in a mysterious realm. It was as if the celestial voice of the great path was ringing in his heart. It was as if a supreme almighty was discussing the Tao. The heavenly voice was directly imprinted in Gu Fei's heart, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. Gu Fei knew that this was the supreme almighty who left a trace of the seal of the great path on the divine pillar, passing on the Tao to him. Countless ancient Tao patterns intertwined with each other and all rushed into Gu Fei's body. The divine light that bloomed on the divine pillar gradually dimmed. The trace of the great path aura on the divine pillar disappeared. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian were surprised to find that the countless ancient Tao patterns on the divine pillar had disappeared. Did they really rush into Gu Fei's body? At this moment, countless Tao patterns swirled and danced in Gu Fei's sea of consciousness, combining into countless runes. Those were the divine characters of ancient times. Gu Fei did not understand these divine characters. However, although he did not know what they meant, he was very magically and naturally understood the meaning that they wanted to express. This trace of the seal of the great path was actually a kind of secret technique. This secret technique was called Ascension. The Ascension secret technique was very magical and mysterious. Cultivators who mastered this secret technique could instantly increase the strength of the cultivator when they were fighting with others. The reason why this secret technique was so magical was that the extent to which the cultivator who mastered the secret technique could increase the strength of the cultivator seemed to be unlimited. 3 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. As long as the cultivator's body could withstand the huge power brought about by the secret technique, the cultivator could increase his strength infinitely. Given the strength of Gu Fei's body, he could increase his strength by at least 5 times after using the Ascension secret technique. What did that mean? If Gu Fei used the Ascension secret technique to increase his strength by 5 times, he might even be able to fight against immortals. There was an insurmountable gap between immortals and mortals. However, the Ascension secret technique could also allow mortals to possess the terrifying strength to kill immortals. Gu Fei was very shocked. After mastering the secret technique, coupled with the mountain and river cauldron, he could easily deal with opponents in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, the Ascension secret technique had a time limit. The cultivator who used the Ascension secret technique could only maintain it for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if the cultivator did not stop using the Ascension secret technique, he would have to burn his life force to continue using the Ascension secret technique. Once his life force was exhausted, the person would truly ascend to heaven. Although 3 minutes was a short time, it was enough for experts. If they could instantly increase their strength by 5 times or 10 times, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to kill opponents of the same level? After mastering the Ascension secret technique, they would truly be invincible among those of the same level. Time passed by, and Gu Fei maintained the same posture for 3 days. He did not move at all. He used his heart to comprehend the trace of the Great Path seal and the Ascension secret technique. Boom! Suddenly, Gu Fei's body trembled. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, and countless ancient divine runes appeared on his body. Then, they flew up and imprinted themselves on the divine pillar. The dim divine pillar once again emitted a dazzling divine light. The aura of the Great Path reappeared on the divine pillar, and the entire divine pillar became extraordinary once again. Rhymes of the Great Path circulated on its surface. When the divine patterns that rushed out from Gu Fei's body were all imprinted on the divine pillar, the divine light on the divine pillar began to fade away. There was silence between heaven and earth, and it was filled with a peaceful aura. Gu Fei, who had one hand on the divine pillar, opened his eyes and withdrew his right hand. Chapter 563. Congratulations, you little brat. The old tortoise came forward and said to Gu Fei with envy and jealousy. The old tortoise could not help but feel jealous. Gu Fei was too lucky. The brand of the Grand Tao and the extreme divine weapon were precious treasures that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Any one of these treasures was sufficient to make all cultivators go mad, and it was even to the extent of causing a great battle and storm. Yet they'd been obtained by him alone, so how could the eyes of others not go red with envy? However, although the old tortoise was an old ruffian who would not die for 10,000 years, he would not have any ideas about Gu Fei. After all, their friendship was not ordinary. The old tortoise felt that Gu Fei would be a variable. The world would probably change because of him. Damn! Could this little brat be a hidden pawn of those old farts? As old tortoise looked at Gu Fei, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind that even shocked him. The divine item is indeed fated with boss. Congratulations! Hei Tian also came over at this time and congratulated Gu Fei. Although he did not know what benefits Gu Fei had obtained, Gu Fei's temperament seemed to have changed a little. There seemed to be Tao rhymes circulating in his body, revealing the aura of the Great Path. Both the old tortoise and Hei Tian had noticed that something seemed to have changed in Gu Fei's body, but they did not know what the change was. Little brat, what inheritance did you obtain? The old tortoise was very curious. Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise and said indifferently, "The trace of the mark of the Tao is still there. You can reach out and press on the stone pillar to feel it. Won't you know? You're deliberately making me angry, aren't you? You know that I'm not fated with the divine pillar. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself again?" The old tortoise was very unhappy. If he could touch the divine pillar, would he still watch Gu Fei comprehend the mark of the Great Path on the divine pillar? Gu Fei did not obtain the trace of Tao brand on the divine pillar, but he obtained the inheritance contained within it. The Heaven Ascension secret technique was definitely a heaven-defying divine technique. Within 3 minutes, it could instantly increase a cultivator's strength by 3 to 5 times, or even 10 to 100 times. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more potential they would be able to stimulate when they used the Heaven Ascension mystic technique, and the higher their strength would be. "Boss, I also want to know what kind of inheritance it is, said He Tian. He was also very interested in the inheritance contained in the trace of Dao brand on the divine pillar. Those who were able to leave their Dao seals were all extreme Dao experts, on par with the ancient Buddhist lord, the invincible martial progenitor, and the martial progenitor. The inheritance of such a person was no small matter. What was left behind must be a supreme cultivation method or divine art that was enough to make everyone in the cultivation world go crazy. It was even possible to create another extreme grade expert. It's just a divine art, Gu Fei said indifferently. He did not mention the Heaven Ascension secret technique because he wanted to use it as a trump card. He did not want anyone to know that he had this trump card, as it might be able to save his life when necessary. What divine art? The old tortoise asked excitedly with his eyes glowing. He seemed to be even more nervous than Gu Fei, as if he was the one who obtained the divine art. An immortal divine art. I've already obtained a martial art inheritance. This kind of divine art is useless to me, said Gu Fei. It was not that he did not trust the old tortoise, but the fewer people who knew about the Heaven Ascension secret technique, the better it would be for him. Immortal divine art? Could it be the legendary inheritance of the Dao ancestor? The old tortoise exclaimed. It seemed that only the Dao ancestor, could leave an immortal divine art inheritance in the form of a Dao brand. How would I know? Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise and said, let's think of a way to enter the sacred land of the god race first. Gu Fei did not want to say more. In fact, although the Heaven Ascension secret technique was mysterious and unpredictable, its essence was actually a divine art that could instantly stimulate a cultivator's potential. Although Gu Fei cultivated a martial art inheritance, he could also practice such a technique. There were many techniques that could instantly enhance one's strength in the cultivation world. The famous sky demon disintegration of the demon path was the demon path. However, these techniques had a fatal weakness, which was that they would overdraft the cultivator's vitality and life force after being used. The sky demon disintegration was a desperate technique that would perish together with the opponent. The reason why the Heaven Ascension secret technique was so heaven-defying was that it had a 3-minute safety period. As long as one stopped using the Heaven Ascension secret technique within these 3 minutes, the cultivator who used the technique would not be harmed. Yes. Our top priority now is to enter the sacred land of the god race, He Tian said. This guy was very cunning. He could tell that Gu Fei did not want to talk too much about the inheritance from the god's pillar. The old tortoise wanted to ask more questions, but when he looked at Gu Fei and saw that Gu Fei was a little impatient, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Behind the god's pillar was a world full of vitality. It seemed that as long as one walked past the god's pillar, they would be able to enter the bright world. However, Gu Fei and the others did not think that it would be so easy for them to enter the paradise-like world in front of them. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and then pointed a finger. Swoosh! A bright divine light immediately shot out from his finger. Bang! The divine light was blocked. Without any warning, it exploded in the void. The void trembled. There was originally nothing in the void. Then, complicated patterns appeared out of nowhere. There really is a restriction. Although the old tortoise and He Tian had already expected that it would not be so smooth, they were also a little surprised. The restriction in the void in front of them seemed to be extremely powerful, comparable to the restriction that the Buddha Lord had set outside the earth path. The mysterious runes that appeared in the void immediately disappeared again, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Gu Fei could already see that the runes that emerged from the impact of his finger seemed to be related to the towering god's pillar. He could sense the connection between the two. A restriction that was set up with the imprint of the Great Path. It was really... Just thinking about it made Gu Fei tremble from the bottom of his heart. We're in big trouble. The old tortoise's expression did not look good either. The person who had imprinted the Great Path on the god's pillar and set up such a powerful restriction was really generous. This restriction could almost be said to be unbreakable. As long as the Great Path was not destroyed, it would be difficult to break this restriction unless a ruthless person of the same level wiped out the imprint of the Great Path on the god's pillar. What should we do? Gu Fei asked the old tortoise. The old tortoise was a powerful figure of the demon clan in ancient times. If he could not do anything, then they could only retreat or look for the people of the god clan. There is definitely more than one such god's pillar. It seems that someone has used a supreme divine technique to protect the god clan's sacred land. Unless someone like the Buddha Lord comes in person, otherwise. The old tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. What secrets were hidden in the God clan's sacred land? Someone had used such a heaven-defying divine technique to completely isolate the God clan's sacred land from the outside world. Could it be for the origin of the Earth Path? It was possible. The God clan's sacred land was right in front of them. It seemed that they could enter the world in front of them with just one step. However, Gu Fei and the others found that the world was actually very far away from them. A seemingly insurmountable chasm lay in front of them. Just when Gu Fei and the others were at their wits' end, there was suddenly a rumbling sound that sounded like 10,000 horses galloping outside the continent of death. A black line appeared on the distant horizon. That's... Gu Fei and the others were taken aback. With their eyesight, they could clearly see what that black line was. It was Devil Qi, endless Devil Qi. The terrifying Devil Qi formed a black wave of Devil Qi that emitted endless evil and terrifying aura. It surged from afar, causing the earth to shake. The super-huge wave, formed by the Devil Qi, had no end in sight. As it swept across the Death Continent, the few towering mountains on the ground immediately collapsed and turned into a monstrous amount of dust. Then, they were swallowed by the surging Devil Qi. This, Gu Fei the old tortoise, and He Tian were all moved. Endless Devil Qi swept from afar, causing the world to shake. Even the god's pillar began to emit rays of divine light and mysterious Taoist rhymes. In the void, countless runes were faintly discernible. It's over, it's over. He Tian paced around anxiously. The soul flame in his skull flickered fiercely, emitting a panic-stricken soul fluctuation. Are those demonic creatures going to attack the holy land of the God clan? Gu Fei said in surprise. He was not that anxious or flustered. They still had a way out. At the very least, they could hide in the inner world to temporarily avoid the limelight. Rumble. The earth trembled. Soon, the monstrous Devil Qi formed a huge wave of energy that quickly surged close. Indistinctly, one could see countless demonic shadows looming in the Devil Qi. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded from within the demonic Qi, causing the entire ground to tremble. It was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and earth, causing Gu Fei's body to sway and his vision to blur. The terrifying demonic voice shook his soul, causing Gu Fei's face to instantly turn pale. An extremely powerful demonic energy burst out from the demonic cloud, spreading across the sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. He Tian also seemed to be affected. The soul fire in his skull dimmed a little. The old tortoise could not help but be moved when he heard the roar. Needless to say, a ferocious demon with such power was definitely the terrifying demonic stone dragon that had fused with the dragon's soul essence. Could it be that the demonic stone dragon had successfully transformed its body into stone and reborn its flesh and blood? There was no way forward. Behind them, the demonic stone dragon was surging with endless Devil Qi and charging at them with countless demonic creatures. Gu Fei and the others were immediately caught in a dangerous situation. If the demonic stone dragon had successfully reborn its flesh and blood, they would not be able to escape even if they hid in their inner world. Ben Iso. Chapter 564. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the demonic aura formed a monstrous wave that swept across the sky. The dark clouds and fog in the sky were dispersed, and a starry sky was miraculously revealed. Think of something quickly. Otherwise, we'll hide in the inner world. The terrifying demonic aura enveloped the surroundings and sealed the heavens and earth. Gu Fei felt that it was difficult to escape. The old tortoise stared at the demonic aura that was sweeping towards them with an extremely ugly expression. Run! Run! He Tian's skull emitted a horrified soul fluctuation. In the face of this demonic power, he felt as weak as an ant, and He Tian felt the threat of death. It was difficult to resist, impossible to resist. Moreover, there was an abnormally formidable seal obstructing their path ahead. At this moment, they could be said to have no way out, and they had nowhere to run to, nor were they able to escape. It's useless. It's useless even if we hide in the inner world. An existence of this level can also tear the void and enter the inner world, the old tortoise said helplessly. He knew very well that at the realm of the demonic stone dragon, if the Lord Buddha had not established the law of heaven and earth in the hell path, the demonic stone dragon would have shattered the void a long time ago and led countless demonic creatures out of the hell path. It was not a lie to say that one could enter the hell path but not leave. When the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord refined the hell path, it was to prevent the creatures of death that entered the hell path from escaping. Thus, He used a great divine ability to establish the laws of heaven and earth that one could enter but not leave. It was not difficult for an existence like the Buddhist Lord to split the heavens and earth and establish the law of heaven and earth. If they were in the outside world, the demonic dragon would definitely be able to dominate the three realms with its terrifying strength. Even in the legendary heavenly realm, not many people could be its opponent. The old tortoise suddenly had an idea and hurriedly said, "Quick, activate the great Tao brand in your body and see if you can break the seal and enter the sacred land of the Shen clan." What? Gu Fei was perplexed upon hearing those words. With the power of the great Tao brand, we might be able to break the seal. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Old Tortoise said anxiously. At this time, the monstrous devil Qi was less than 500 miles away from them. It covered the sky and covered the earth, and the whole world was quickly engulfed by the devil Qi. The extremely powerful demonic energy that was seeping out from the demonic energy had already made Gu Fei and He Tian feel uncomfortable. Gu Fei felt extremely irritated. He had the urge to kill someone to go berserk. Demonification. This kind of demonic energy could demonify all living creatures, turning them into ferocious and terrifying monsters that only knew how to kill. Gu Fei was so anxious that he was drenched in sweat. He wanted to activate the brand of the great Tao that had been branded into his heart, but he noticed that under the influence of the vast demonic energy, it was actually difficult for him to calm down and enter that mysterious state of mind. No. Arg, damn it. Gu Fei tried a few times, but it was simply impossible to activate the brand of the great Tao in his heart. In the end, he could not help but roar in irritation, and his face became extremely ferocious. Seeing that there was no other way, Old Tortoise could not just sit and wait for death. He was about to open his inner world when a few extremely powerful auras suddenly came from the depths of the Shen clan's sacred land. Then, a few white figures quickly approached Gu Fei and the others. On the other side of the seal formed by the endless divine inscriptions, several Shen clan experts appeared. Gu Fei and the others were immediately overjoyed. Among the three, Old Tortoise had the highest cultivation. Through the interwoven divine inscriptions, he saw an acquaintance. It's him. Old Tortoise was surprised and delighted. Soon those figures came close. The person in the lead directly made a series of mysterious hand seals, and the unpredictable power of the great Tao flowed between his hands. Rumble. The entire seal formed by the interwoven divine inscriptions immediately shook. A few strong lights flashed, and a door immediately appeared on the light screen in front of them. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian were immediately overjoyed. They hurriedly flew up and rushed through the door. They passed through the light screen formed by the endless divine inscriptions and entered the Shen clan's sacred land. The moment they entered the world full of life behind the light screen, Gu Fei only felt a breath of life hit him in the face, and his entire body was refreshed. This was a region completely different from the world of death. It was a world full of light and vitality. There was no breath of death here, and there were no dead creatures. In an instant, Gu Fei felt as if he had returned to the Tanglong continent. Brotherly, thank you for saving us. Haha. Gu Fei bowed to a white-robed youth who led the way and opened the seal. The person who let Gu Fei and the others into the Shen clan's sacred land was the Shen clan expert, Saint Li. We'll talk later, Saint Li said, but his hands did not stop. He repeatedly made mysterious hand seals and shot out streams of divine power. The door on the light screen in front of them began to gradually disappear, and the passage that connected to the outside world was about to be closed by Saint Li. Behind Saint Li stood an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and a youth who looked somewhat similar to Saint Li. Gu Fei recognized both of them. When Saint Li invited the Shen clan experts to attack the Black Dragon Mountain, these two were among the Shen clan experts that Saint Li had invited. Only the middle-aged Taoist was missing. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the youth who looked somewhat similar to Saint Li looked at Saint Li nervously. They actually had the urge to attack. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the rolling demonic aura. The terrifying roar shook the entire world. At that moment, the terrifying existence in the demonic aura had already discovered Saint Li and the others. Rumble! The void was shattering, and a pitch-black dragon claw covered in black scales stretched out from the shattered void, grabbing at the gate on the light screen that was about to disappear. An endless amount of devil Qi surged out from the dragon claw, and traces of devil Qi actually seeped into the light screen from the top of the gate. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked, especially Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. They were shocked to discover that the demonic dragon claw that broke the void and reached out from the void was no longer made of stone, but real scales and flesh. That demonic stone dragon has really regenerated its flesh and blood? Gu Fei and Old Tortoise looked at each other and hurriedly retreated. He Tian, on the other hand, was the fastest to escape. The moment the demonic claw reached out from the void, he had already fled with a whoosh. Boom! There was a loud noise as the demonic claw that was as huge as a mountain ruthlessly slammed into the light screen that was formed by countless interweaving divine inscriptions. The entire light screen flickered and shook violently from the impact. Behind the light screen, Saint Li, who was closing the door on the light screen, felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He was sent flying by the terrifying power that surged out from the door that was not completely closed yet. A powerful demonic aura emanated from the door, and a great amount of demonic aura surged out from the demonic claw in an attempt to forcefully open the almost closed door on the light screen. The demonic aura that had seeped in from the door converged and surged, and the shadow of a demonic dragon emerged from the demonic aura. The old man and the young man immediately turned pale with fright. The young man immediately took out the blazing divine cauldron and urged the monstrous divine flames to burn the demonic aura of the dragon. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man with a youthful complexion flew forward and immediately conjured a Taoist seal, shooting rays of divine light at the door on the light screen. Finally, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the door. Rumble! The moment the old man's blood sprayed onto the light screen, the towering divine pillar that towered between heaven and earth began to vibrate. The old turtle divine inscription on the divine pillar emitted a dazzling divine light, just like how Gu Fei had comprehended the great path imprint on the divine pillar. All the divine inscriptions rushed out from the divine pillar and then merged into the light screen. The supreme immortal way's Taoist rhyme was vast and mighty. The light screen that was formed by the interweaving divine inscriptions was reinforced by the Taoist rhyme and immediately emitted a brilliant divine light. The endless demonic aura that surged over dissipated under the illumination of the divine light. Roar! An angry roar came from within the demonic aura. The demonic dragon's claw that had pressed against the light screen quickly retracted. The mountain-like claw of the dragon was burning with divine flames. The door on the divine light screen disappeared, and the old man's mouthful of blood also completely merged into the light screen, activating the great power of the restriction. At that moment, the young man with the divine cauldron was engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic dragon shadow. The terrifying divine flames that could incinerate everything were actually unable to melt the dragon shadow. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Everyone could already tell that the demonic dragon shadow was only a trace of the demonic dragon's will that had seeped in. This trace of will was actually able to fight against a celestial powerhouse. It was truly shocking and unbelievable. Humph! Saint Li rushed back and sneered as he attacked. Palm of mountains and rivers. He growled and pressed his right hand down on the demonic dragon in the sea of flames below. Boom! The entire world shook violently. Then, a huge golden palm descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying might that could shake the heavens and earth. It blocked out the sky and grabbed at the dragon's shadow. This huge golden hand seemed to be able to grab the mountains and rivers in its hand as it enveloped the entire world. Without any suspense, the dragon's silhouette shrouded in demonic aura let out an unwilling roar as it was blasted into the boundless sea of flames. Rumble! The monstrous divine flames rolled back and absorbed all the demonic aura that had exploded into the divine cauldron in the young man's hand. The divine flames in the divine cauldron completely refined it. Under the combined efforts of the two celestial powerhouses, this trace of the demonic dragon's will was finally obliterated. At that moment, the monstrous demonic aura had already surged nearby. However, it was blocked by the vast divine light coming from the light tomb, unable to approach the divine light seal. Terrifying demonic howls came from within the demonic aura. Terrifying demonic creatures shrouded in the demonic aura began to walk out. And Chapter 565. All the restrictions protecting the god race's holy land were activated. A light screen made of endless divine patterns appeared in the void. It towered into the boundless sky and completely separated the god race's holy land from the death domain. The monstrous devil aura that surged from the death domain was blocked by the light screen that appeared in the void. It was difficult to get close. Terrifying devil howls came from the surging devil aura. It was as if thousands of demons and ghosts were howling. It made people's scalps go numb. The god race experts who successfully closed the door on the light screen were still in shock. They saw demonic creatures with strong devil aura walking out of the devil aura. Shrouded by the devil Qi, one could see that some of these monsters had demonic bones without flesh and skin. Above their pitch-black bones, there was an evil black devil light flowing. Some of them had been demonized. Their skin and flesh were stuck to their bones, as if they were dried corpses covered with a layer of human skin. However, among the increasing number of demonic creatures, there weren't many humanoid demonic creatures. Most of the demonic creatures were different kinds of demonic creatures that had never been seen before in the death domain. These demonic creatures were incomparably ferocious, but they all had one thing in common. They seemed to have no intelligence. They were just a group of controlled puppets. Their movements were stiff as they walked out of the devil aura step by step. Although the death domain was a place where Een aura and death aura gathered, it wasn't the world of demonic creatures. Needless to say, these countless demonic creatures were definitely undead creatures that had been demonized by the terrifying devil dragon's devil power. The devil power was vast and mighty. This devil power seemed to be controlling these demonic creatures without intelligence to attack the seal of the god race's holy land. Roar! The demonic corpse that was walking at the front suddenly let out a roar. Then, it suddenly flew towards the light screen made of endless divine patterns. Bang! The demonic corpse slammed into the light screen. Then it was sent flying by the power of the light screen. It fell into the group of demonic creatures behind it and smashed over a dozen of them. Roar! 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 Gradually, more and more shrill roars were heard. Countless demonic creatures rushed out of the dark devil aura and attacked the light screen. The sound of collisions was endless. The divine patterns on the light screen floated and emitted waves of divine power. All the demonic creatures that collided with it were sent flying away. The seal of the god race's holy land was strengthened by a ruthless person who didn't hesitate to brand an immortal Tao mark under the divine pillar. Even an extreme expert of the same level might not be able to break it in a short time. The tide of monsters continued to rush forward. Not long later, the light screen was densely packed with countless ferocious monsters. It was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly, and their roars were earth-shattering. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. The devil dragon that had successfully reborn seemed to really want to attack the god race. If so many demonic creatures rushed into this area full of vitality, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was enough to destroy this paradise countless of time. At this time, Hei Tian, who had fled faster than anyone else, came back from a distance. Humph! How can these demonic creatures break in? The young man who looked similar to Saint Li said disdainfully. He was very confident in the protection of the god race's holy land seal. Only the strongest experts of the god race could open the seal with a secret method and enter the god race's holy land and the death zone outside freely. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the surging devil aura outside. Then, a dragon head the size of a mountain poked out from the devil aura. The dragon's head was extremely ferocious. The two blood-red dragon horns were like corals. They were strangely red, and there seemed to be a blood-red demonic light circulating on them. The dragon's eyes were like bottomless black holes. Black demonic mist seeped out from them. There were no pupils in the eye sockets. They were just pitch black. Black light flickered on the black scales, and the huge dragon body emitted an incomparably powerful demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Rebirth of flesh and blood. It's really unimaginable. I'm afraid we have to awaken our sleeping ancestor. The prophecy seems to be coming true. When Saint Li and the others saw this scene, their expressions became incomparably solemn. They muttered to themselves. There seemed to be many secrets hidden in their words. Ancestor. Prophecy? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard what Saint Li and the others said. Just what secrets did the god race have? Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. This world of death was really too complicated. Boom! At this time, the devil dragon fiercely spewed out a burst of heaven-burning demon fire towards the light screen. Once the heaven-burning demon fire appeared, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. This kind of demonic fire was filled with a demonic nature and was extremely cold. Any cultivator that was touched by this demonic fire would be instantly burned to ashes by the demonic fire. Even their souls wouldn't be able to escape. Their souls would scatter and scatter. The light screen that was blocking the countless demonic creatures was burned by the demon fire. Divine light flickered, and transparent ripples appeared on the light screen. Countless divine runes appeared faintly, and the heavenly pillars trembled. Tao rhymes circulated on the light screen, blocking the heaven-burning demon fire. Even though the devil flames could burn space to pieces and burn everything that was tangible and intangible, it was still unable to break through the light barrier and restrictions. The devil dragon spewed out the heaven-burning demon fire again and again. The demonic fire soared to the sky and burned the void. The void was collapsing, cracking, and being annihilated. Such a terrifying demon fire could only burn the light screen until it flickered. Bang! A pitch-black dragon claw emitted endless demonic chi. It reached out from the demonic clouds and bombarded the light screen. That terrifying claw could tear the void and shatter the heaven and earth, but it still couldn't shake the seal. The demon dragon was frantically attacking the seal, but no matter how much the terrifying demon dragon burned with demon fire, bombarded with dragon claws, and even used all kinds of terrifying divine abilities, it was unable to shake the seal in the slightest. This seal! Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Even the reborn devil dragon couldn't break the seal. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this formation that protected the god race's sacred land was. The god race was really generous. They had actually set up a huge sealing formation that could cover the entire god race's holy land. Seeing that the devil dragon couldn't break the seal, Saint Li and the other god race experts heaved a sigh of relief. Then Saint Li said to Gu Fei and the others, "Please follow me." As he spoke, Saint Li, the white-haired old man, and the youth led the way. They brought Gu Fei and the others into the depths of the sacred land. Chapter 566. The Holy Land of the Divine Race could definitely be called a land of immortals. The sealing formation gathered all the spiritual chi in the Holy Land and trapped it within a radius of 10,000 miles. Not only was the breath of life in the Holy Land exuberant, the concentration of spiritual chi was definitely not inferior to those caves in the soaring dragon continent. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian followed behind Saint Li and flew into the depths of the Holy Land of the Divine Race. Along the way, they saw lush greenery and no signs of life. Gu Fei noticed that the deeper they went into the Holy Land of the Divine Race, the denser the spiritual chi became. Moreover, the scenery below became more and more beautiful. He noticed that on the ground below, there was a spirit spring every 10 miles and a lake every 50 miles. Other than trees, there was only water. Gu Fei even saw a huge river flowing through the endless mountain ridges like a white chain winding through the mountains. In the Holy Land of the Divine Race, there were boundless forests and steep mountains. From time to time, waterfalls and spiritual lakes could be seen dotted among them. This was simply a paradise. After entering the Holy Land of the Divine Race, Gu Fei felt as if he had left the world of death. The roar of the demonic dragon behind him gradually faded away. Along the way, Gu Fei sensed at least 4 or 5 places where spiritual chi gathered. That was the breath of the heavenly spring of life. It was really hard to imagine that there was such a scene in the depths of the continent of death. Gu Fei found that there was a sun, emitting brilliant sunlight in the sky. How did they do it? Gu Fei was very surprised. He knew that it was not a real sun, but it seemed to be a real solar star. Gu Fei felt the heat of the sunlight. After flying for nearly 1,000 miles, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. They did not stop but flew directly towards the black dot. After a while, they came closer. Not only Gu Fei, but even the Old Tortoise and He Tian were shocked. How was this a black dot? It was actually a mountain that was floating high in the sky. The mountain was thousands of feet high and had a radius of 100 miles. It blocked the sunlight in the sky and cast a huge shadow. Below the mountain was a lake. A huge lake. Could it be that this mountain was actually moved from the ground to the sky by someone? Gu Fei discovered that the lake below the mountain seemed to be about the same size as the mountain. It was as if a mountain had risen from the ground to form a lake. Good move. The Old Tortoise was moved. On top of the mountain, there was a huge palace. Around the palace were pavilions, halls, and pavilions. Saint Li and the others stopped. Saint Li said to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, "This is the sacred mountain of our god race. The huge palace at the peak of the mountain is called the Purple Immortal Palace. That is my clan's forbidden ground. You'd best not trespass," warned the white-haired elder gravely. Gu Fei nodded, but Old Tortoise was staring at the palace at the top of the mountain. His eyes were shining, but his face was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Afterwards, Saint Li and the others brought Gu Fei and the others to the floating mountain in front of them. They landed halfway up the mountain. Here, there were ancient vines, old trees, strange flowers, and strange grasses everywhere. The elder and the youth bid farewell and left. Saint Li brought Gu Fei and the others to one of his palaces. "Young master, you've returned." A youth came out of the palace to greet them. Who else could it be but Saint Li's lackey? Saint Li nodded. Just as he was about to enter the palace, he suddenly stopped and said to the little attendant, "Who's inside? Didn't I say that when I'm not here, no one is allowed to enter?" Saint Li's lackey was called Li Ran, and he was Saint Li's only disciple. Li Ran's origins were a bit mysterious, and he was different from the ordinary god race. But at this time, Li Ran showed a panicked expression. "Senior Li, why are you making things difficult for my little martial nephew?" "I was the one who forced my way in." A cold voice suddenly came from the palace. "Li Zun, it's you?" When Saint Li heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. A trace of disdain and helplessness flashed across his face. Saint Li already knew who the person inside was and hurriedly walked into the palace. The youth, Li Ran, hurriedly followed behind Saint Li. He didn't even look at Gu Fei and the old tortoise. The old tortoise and Gu Fei looked at each other and then followed. He Tian could only follow behind Gu Fei and the old tortoise into the palace. The magnificent palace was decorated with carved beams and painted pillars. The ground seemed to be surging with mist, as if they had entered a heavenly palace. A young man in a purple robe sat inside. Behind him stood two beautiful women in white, like fairies descending from the heavens. The young man's eyes were incomparably sharp. His face was pale, but he had a head of white hair. His smile was as dazzling as the sun. He was very handsome. "Li Zun, what are you doing here? We don't welcome you here," Saint Li said in a low voice as he swept his gaze over the young man. When Gu Fei came in, he saw that Saint Li's fists were clenched tightly, as if he was suppressing his anger. Even so, Gu Fei could still feel a trace of cold murderous intent from Saint Li. He actually wants to kill the white-haired youth? Is there a grudge between them? Gu Fei thought to himself. It seemed that the Shen clan was not that united. The white-haired youth stood up and glanced at Saint Li, who was glaring at him. Then his gaze fell on Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian. I heard that the person in the prophecy has appeared, so I came to take a look. It seems that this trip was not in vain. The white-haired youth Li Zun said with a smile, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "I've made a fool of myself," Saint Li said to Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He Tian was directly ignored. "Please excuse us for a moment. Li Ran, take the guest to the guest room to rest." The youth Li Ran immediately walked over and said, "Please." He then led the way in front. That's right. It's better for outsiders to know as little about the internal affairs of our Shen clan as possible." Saint Li sneered. His gaze constantly swept over Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's hearts trembled. This Li Zun was very powerful, and he seemed to have bad intentions towards them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not help but be wary of Li Zun. "Li Zun, what exactly do you want?" Saint Li's angry voice came from the hall. "I don't want anything." Li Zun's voice suddenly disappeared. It seemed that someone had cut off the connection between the hall and the outside world. His voice and aura could not be heard. Gu Fei and the old tortoise did not want to know what grudges there were between Saint Li and Li Zun. What they wanted to know the most was why the Shen clan wanted to cooperate with them. "Old tortoise, do you know the prophecy that Li Zun spoke of? What is it?" Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. He did not want Li Ran to hear his conversation with the old tortoise. As Gu Fei transmitted his voice, he paid close attention to the reaction of Li Ran, who was leading the way. When he saw that Li Ran did not have any unusual reaction, he knew that Li Ran should not have noticed his transmission. Although Li Ran was Saint Li's disciple and follower, and looked young, his cultivation and strength were extremely profound and powerful. He was definitely a young emperor. However, it was difficult to determine the strength of an existence like the Shen clan from their appearance. It should be known that the Emperor realm experts of the Death World were existences like immortals in the Tanglong continent. An expert that surpassed the Emperor realm was equivalent to an existence that surpassed the Immortals realm. Gu Fei was only a demigod. If he did not have an extreme Dao treasure, even if he was a cultivator, it would be difficult for him to kill an Emperor realm expert. The old tortoise shook his head at Gu Fei. He did not immediately transmit his voice to Gu Fei. Instead, he silently followed behind Li Ran, walking forward as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Gu Fei did not transmit his voice to the old tortoise. At the same time, his heart trembled. Could it be that a peerless expert was secretly spying on them? Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous. But on the surface, he did not show it. Gu Fei and the others followed behind Li Ran. They passed through several corridors and arrived at a courtyard. After Li Ran brought them here, he hurriedly left. The courtyard was very large. There were pavilions, terraces, and other buildings. Gu Fei and the others walked into a pavilion next to a pond and sat down. This is also my first time entering the death world. How would I know about any prophecies? Said the old tortoise. Li Ran had already left, but he was still worried and continued to transmit his voice to Gu Fei. Hey Tian, what prophecies are circulating in this death world? Gu Fei turned to ask He Tian. Ever since he had entered the divine race's holy land, he seemed to have become much quieter. Hey brat, tell me what you know. The old tortoise also transmitted his voice to He Tian. He also wanted to know what kind of prophecy it was. Even an idiot would know that Li Zun's prophecy was definitely related to them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise wanted to know what kind of prophecy it was. He Tian was silent. The spiritual fire in his skull was violently throbbing, but it didn't emit any spiritual fluctuations. He seemed to be struggling. After a while, He Tian said, "This isn't a prophecy from the death world, but an internal prophecy of the divine race. It's a secret of the divine race. It won't do you any good if you know. Let's not talk about benefits first. I want to know the contents of the prophecy," said Gu Fei solemnly to He Tian. "Since it's a prophecy that circulated within the divine race and a secret of the divine race, how do you know about it?" The old tortoise looked deeply at He Tian. A prophecy that only the divine race knew about. Could it be a prophecy left behind by their ancestors? That seemed very likely. How did He Tian know about it? Could there be some secret between him and the divine race? Among the divine techniques of the immortal path, there was a divine technique called the amethyst dipper divination. When cultivated to a high level, it seemed to be able to peek into the past and future. It was incomparably marvelous and could be called a heaven-defying divine technique. The divine race had obviously obtained the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. Could it be that among the ancestors of the divine race, there was someone who cultivated this heaven-defying divine technique? The more the old tortoise thought about it, the more uneasy he became. If there really was someone who could predict what would happen today countless years ago, then it was really too terrifying. AI. He Tian let out a long sigh. He seemed to recall some past events. He slowly said, "I wasn't born an undead creature. I seem to be from the divine race. After I fell, my soul didn't extinguish and became an undead creature." He Tian's words shocked both Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Chapter 567. Although Gu Fei and old tortoise had already guessed that this He Tian definitely had a great background, no one thought that this ruffian skeleton was once a figure of the god race. Gods could also fall. However, what shocked Gu Fei and old tortoise was not the fall of a god, but that they had guessed the purpose of He Tian's current appearance. The god race fell, and then cultivated into an undead creature, entered the undead race, and then wanted to regrow flesh and bones, and be reborn against heaven's will. What this He Tian had done could be said to be unprecedented. In the history of the continent of death, only the undead creatures born on the continent of death had successfully reborn their flesh and blood. Both Gu Fei and old tortoise believed that this legend should be true. However, the undead creatures that were reborn their flesh and blood were only the manifestation of the transformation of the undead creatures to the supreme realm. Just like the terrible demonic dragon that led countless demonic creatures to attack the holy land of the god race, even if it succeeded in reborn its flesh and blood, it still could not be regarded as a true life form of flesh and blood in the true sense. Even if the terrible demonic dragon had succeeded in reborn its flesh and blood, it still had a monstrous demonic aura and boundless death aura. It had not truly reversed life and death, nor had it truly broken the rules of life and death. Both Gu Fei and old tortoise had already thought that the path taken by this He Tian was probably the same as that of the supreme expert who came out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Washing away the endless death aura, truly reversing life and death, and regrowing flesh and bones, this was a heaven-defying act that broke the rules of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to becoming an enemy of heaven and earth. He Tian had successfully washed away the death aura on his soul and bones. The next step of transformation was probably the true rebirth of flesh and blood, reversing life and death. Since you were once a god, then what is the prophecy that Li Zun mentioned? After knowing the origin of He Tian, Gu Fei couldn't wait to ask He Tian. I've only awakened a part of my memories from before I was alive. It's not so clear. He Tian thought for a while and said such words. No. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He had thought that this fellow knew the secrets of the divine race, but it seemed his knowledge was limited. Old Tortoise, do you have a way to make him remember everything that happened in the past? Gu Fei turned to Old Tortoise and asked. Perhaps only an antique like Old Tortoise could make He Tian remember everything. Old Tortoise did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while before saying, it's not difficult to completely awaken his soul, but... Old Tortoise looked troubled. But what? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. He didn't want to be led by the nose. He wanted to know about the divine race's prophecy. Only then would he be able to react accordingly. He didn't want to be bought by someone and still be counting money for them. Old Tortoise helplessly transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Have you forgotten where you are? As long as we make the slightest movement here, they will immediately sense it. If we want to completely awaken Little Black Soul memory, we will have to use a secret technique. What should we do? Asked Gu Fei. Once they used a secret technique, they would definitely not be able to escape the divine race experts on the sacred mountain. When we entered this sacred mountain, I sensed at least 4 or 5 incomparably powerful auras. The divine race is not simple. They have an astounding foundation. It's impossible for us to contend against them. Old Tortoise's expression was a bit ugly. He never thought that there would be the divine race in the Hell Realm. Such a powerful race existed. If he knew about the existence of the divine race, he probably wouldn't have entered the Hell Realm. We're already under their surveillance? Gu Fei was shocked. When he entered the sacred mountain, he didn't sense any powerful auras at all. This made his heart palpitate. The other party's cultivation and strength were too much higher than his own. Only someone at the level of Old Tortoise could sense their existence. That prophecy is actually not only related to you, but also to the devil. I vaguely remember that the prophecy seems to say that humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and devils will appear in the world of death at the same time. Heaven and earth will be reopened. He Tian's words once again caused Old Tortoise and Gu Fei's thoughts to come to a halt. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were speechless for a long time. This prophecy seemed to be related to them. No one would have thought that they would use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to break the Lord Buddha's seal and enter the Hell Realm. Could it be that countless years ago, someone had used a supreme divine technique to divine that they had entered the Hell Realm? F***CK. Who the F***CK left this prophecy? Old Tortoise said angrily. Human, God, demon, Buddha, devil. He was a demon. Although Gu Fei was a demigod, he was still a human. God might be referring to the divine race. Buddha. Could it be referring to the evil little monk and the skinny mummy, old monk who had entered the Hell Realm with them? Impossible. Although the little monk and the mummy old monk were powerful and had great magical powers, how could they be mentioned in the same breath as the Buddha? There was also that demon dragon. Even if the demon dragon had successfully regenerated its flesh and blood and condensed its demon dragon true form, strictly speaking, it was not a devil, but an incomparably terrifying magical beast. No, this prophecy really did not hold water. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. The conditions for this prophecy to hold water were too harsh. It did not seem possible at all. How could the Buddha appear in the world of death? Could it be that the legendary Buddhist Almighty who swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty really existed in this world? As for the devil, it was said that there was a place where the devil was sealed, where the bone of a true devil was sealed. Could it be that this devil who had been dead for countless years and whose corpse had been sealed for countless years could really be resurrected like the ancient demon dragon? Only when human, God, demon, Buddha, and devil appeared at the same time could the prophecy be true. Humans existed, gods existed, and so did Buddha. However, if Buddha and devil did not appear, the prophecy would not hold water. However, if the prophecy did not hold water, then why did the divine race attach so much importance to them? Why did they even cooperate with them on equal footing? Moreover, the heaven and earth mentioned in this rebirth should refer to the Hell Realm. The question was, where would the heaven and earth be reopened? In whose hands would it be reopened? Was it human, god, demon, Buddha, or devil? Gu Fei and the old tortoise were a little uneasy. The memory of this Hei-Tian's soul had not been fully awakened, so what he knew was very limited. There was definitely a great secret that they did not know. Which bastard left this prophecy? Asked the old tortoise angrily. He had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Perhaps something earth-shattering would really happen in this world of death. It seems to be an approval written by a great person for this world. As for who it is, I don't know either. Hei-Tian did not hide anything. It shouldn't be the legendary Tao ancestor, thought the old tortoise. If it was really the prophecy left by the Tao ancestor, then it would be really bad. Who cares? When the car arrives at the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat arrives at the bridgehead, there will be a way. No matter what comes, we will just take it, said Gu Fei, shaking his head in annoyance. Just as they were discussing the prophecy of the divine race in St. Li's palace, two divine rainbow-like escape lights rushed out from the mountainside of the divine mountain and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, in the mountains thousands of miles away, there were powerful energy fluctuations. There were people from the divine race making a move. Swish! 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 Above the divine mountain, several divine rainbows that were not inferior to the previous two escape lights rushed out. They flew towards the direction of the energy fluctuations like shooting stars streaking across the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Rumble! Under the illumination of the endless golden light, a mountain range collapsed. Rubble pierced through the air, and dust surged, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying divine power shook the heavens and shook the earth, intimidating all directions. A figure that was like a golden deity descended from the sky, directly pressing down on a water-blue figure below. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was moving. That golden figure was as destructive as the golden sun, and an extremely powerful pressure descended, pressing down on the ground until it was sinking. Humph, saintly, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. You and I were once from the same sect, and I know exactly how strong you are. Li Zun's voice rang out from below. Endless water elemental power was vast and mighty. Li Zun seemed to be standing in a vast ocean, and the power he emitted was not any weaker than Saint Li at all. Li Zun die. Saint Li was like a golden deity. With a wave of his hand, a golden mountain immediately appeared above Li Zun's head, pressing down on him. Endless killing intent was released from Saint Li's body. One could see that he really wanted to kill Li Zun, and he did not hide it at all. I have also tolerated you for a long time. Today let us fight. Li Zun roared, his white hair dancing wildly, and the water elemental power surged violently. Devour the heavens! With a loud shout, Li Zun's hands danced, and Tao rhymes circulated between his palms and fingers. Endless water elemental power quickly circulated in front of him, forming a huge whirlpool, swallowing the golden mountain that was pressing down. The metal elemental power was extremely hard, extremely fierce, and extremely fierce, while the water elemental power was extremely soft. Li Zun actually wanted to use softness to break the hardness, using water to restrain the metal elemental power. Rumble! The golden mountain pressed down, colliding with the huge whirlpool that was going against the heavens. The whirlpool formed by the endless water elemental power had the power to swallow the heavens. The golden mountain shook continuously, and golden light flashed chaotically. However, the golden mountain was Saint Li's life divine weapon, and it was incomparably powerful, but it still managed to resist the great suction of the whirlpool, and was not swallowed by it. The two terrifying powers collided, and they were wearing each other down. The vast and mighty power shattered the void, and shattered the earth. Even the sun in the sky seemed to be affected, and it became dim. Saint Li, Li Zun, do you want to destroy my clan's sacred ground? Just as Saint Li and Li Zun were in a stalemate, an old voice came from the direction of the sacred mountain. Chapter 568. The aged voice was filled with majesty. When Saint Li and Li Zun heard this voice, they immediately withdrew their hands and retreated. The two vast energies that shook the heavens and the earth quickly calmed down after the two of them stopped fighting. However, Saint Li and Li Zun's bodies still flickered with rays of divine light, as if they could fight again at any time. They were both very fearful of the owner of that voice. Swish! 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 3 rays of divine light flew over from the direction of the Saint Mountain. They were very fast, and as soon as they appeared on the horizon, they flashed for a moment and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The divine light dissipated, and 3 people appeared in the light. The one in the lead was an old man with a ruddy face and white hair. He wore a purple and gold Taoist crown on his head and was dressed in a Taoist robe. As for the 2 experts of the divine race standing behind him, one was a middle-aged man dressed in green with a refined appearance, and the other was a youth dressed in white with a cold expression. Saint Li Zun, you 2 are really daring to fight in the Saint Lands. Don't you know that it's forbidden to fight in the Saint Lands? The old man glanced at Saint Li and Li Zun and said angrily, "Greetings, Elder." Saint Li and Li Zun respectfully bowed to the old man. This old man was definitely an important figure in the divine race. Saint Li and Li Zun didn't dare to slight him and bowed to him. What exactly happened? The old man asked in a low voice. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the 2 of them. Replying to Elder, Saint Li was the one who attacked first. I was just defending myself. Li Zun glanced at Saint Li and said indifferently. He wasn't the one who attacked first. Humph. So what if I was the one who attacked first? Saint Li glared at Li Zun and said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that the elder was present, he would have already attacked Li Zun. Sigh. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? The old man shook his head. The 2 experts behind him also looked at each other helplessly. You 2 are from the same sect. Why must you? Elder, please don't waste your breath on this matter. There's nothing to say between me and Li Zun. Saint Li cut off the elder's words, his attitude resolute. The old man thought about it for a moment, and then he said, No matter what, you shouldn't have fought in the Holy Land. You must be punished. Humph. Li Zun couldn't help but feel somewhat dissatisfied. The one who had attacked first was Saint Li, and from the elder's tone, it seemed that he was going to side with Saint Li. What was so good about Saint Li? Why did everyone want to protect him? The elders are like this, and so is the patriarch. Honorable Li, I punish you by grounding you for 100 days. Go back and reflect on your past. As for Sage Li, since he invited 2 distinguished guests, his merits and demerits offset each other. Quickly go back and entertain the guests. Humph, goodbye. Li Zun cupped his hands towards the elder, then turned and left. The elder's favoritism towards Saint Li made him extremely unhappy. The old man and the other 2 divine race experts couldn't help but shake their heads. They seemed to know about the grudge between Li Shang and Li Zun, and felt somewhat helpless. Only after Li Zun left did the old man say to Saint Li, Saint Li, if you can endure it, endure it. There are some things that if you shed all pretense of cordiality, it will bring extremely terrifying consequences to our race. The gains do not make up for the losses. I will solemnly follow elders' teachings, said Saint Li. You better listen to my words. The old man glanced at Saint Li, then turned and left with the 2 divine race experts behind him. Those 2 divine race experts didn't make a sound from start to finish. Li Zun. After the old man left, Saint Li looked in the direction that Li Zun had left. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes red, and killing intent surged from his body. There seemed to be an unresolvable grudge between him and Li Zun. But if Saint Li really killed Li Zun, it would most likely cause a huge storm. As long as he was in this world, he couldn't fight against Li Zun. Saint Li sighed helplessly, then soared into the air and flew in the direction of the holy mountain. Just as Saint Li was nearing the sacred mountain, a buzzing sound of a sword suddenly came from the palace at the peak of the sacred mountain without warning. What's going on? Saint Li was taken aback. In an instant, an extremely powerful sword chi shot out from the palace at the peak of the mountain, charging straight at him. Under this sword chi, even the heavens and earth lost their color. Saint Li cultivated the way of the immortal sword. After sensing this sword chi, the sword energy in his body immediately trembled, as if it had been summoned. It wanted to rush out of his body and fly towards the peak of the holy mountain. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the courtyard of Saint Li's palace, suddenly froze. Then, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, How is this possible? The palace at the peak of the holy mountain was the Violet Immortal Palace, a forbidden area of the divine race. Even the divine race could not enter the immortal palace without an imperial edict. I sensed the aura of the violet gold divine sword. After a moment of shock, Gu Fei was immediately overjoyed. The violet gold divine sword. That was an extreme divine weapon that everyone coveted. What? The old tortoise was shocked and hurriedly said, "Quickly try and see if you can retrieve the divine sword." Yes. Gu Fei was about to use his Xianxia to retrieve the violet gold divine sword, but at this moment, the trace of connection between him and the sword suddenly disappeared, as if it had been cut off by some power. Oh no! An expert has cut off my connection with the divine sword. Gu Fei's joy was for naught. It's not easy to cut off the connection between an extreme treasure and its owner. It seems that the person who did this is at least a terrifying existence on par with the Almighty. The old tortoise said solemnly. The sword Qi came from the peak of the holy mountain. Gu Fei suddenly stood up. He suddenly realized that the violet gold divine sword had actually fallen into the hands of the divine race. Don't act rashly. The old tortoise transmitted his voice to him. The divine race's foundation was too shocking. The few of them were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. If they really fought, forget about winning, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Gu Fei's thoughts raced, and then he slowly sat down unwillingly. He had to retrieve the violet gold divine sword, but it wouldn't be that easy. The sudden burst of sword Qi from the peak of the holy mountain had alarmed many experts of the divine race. On the holy mountain, many older experts who were cultivating in seclusion also came out. In the distant sky, Li Sheng quickly came back to his senses and then flew towards the holy mountain. What kind of place is the violet immortal palace at the peak of the mountain? In the garden, in a pavilion, Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. He Tian was a member of the divine race when he was alive. Although his soul's memories hadn't been completely awakened, he would more or less know some things about the divine race. I advise you not to have any ideas about the violet immortal palace. He Tian muttered to himself for a while before seriously transmitting his voice to Gu Fei. I've already made up my mind. Just tell me everything you know, said Gu Fei. The violet gold divine sword was his, and it was an extreme sacred weapon. He had to retrieve it no matter what. Alas, that's an ancient palace left behind by a distant ancestor of my race. The only remaining ancestor of my race is in a deep slumber in the violet immortal palace. Although He Tian hadn't successfully reversed life and death, he had already unconsciously regarded himself as a member of the divine race. No! Gu Fei was shocked. The divine race actually still had an ancient ancestor who had survived. It was truly unbelievable. Just how long had that ancestor lived? Could it even be traced back to when the Hell Dao was formed? The era of the divine race's ancestor was probably even earlier than the old tortoise. Why are you so shocked? Once you reach the immortal god realm, your lifespan is practically endless. If there are no accidents, even an ordinary immortal god can live forever, let alone the divine race, said He Tian. That's true. Gu Fei thought that if he could find a secret place to hide, as long as there wasn't any major upheaval, he would probably be able to live until the end of time. How is this possible? Could the person who took my divine sword be that ancestor of the divine race? When Gu Fei thought of that, he couldn't help feeling his body heat up and his throat become a bit dry. If the violet gold divine sword had been taken by that ancestor of the divine race, then it really would be impossible to get it back. That ancient ancestor of the divine race who had lived for countless years had probably long since reached the realm of the Buddhist Lord, martial ancestor, and demon ancestor. Gu Fei was just about to continue asking when a divine rainbow descended from the sky and landed outside the pavilion. When the light faded, Saint Li's figure appeared. With Saint Li's arrival, Gu Fei naturally couldn't continue asking. Brother Gu, please forgive me for my negligence, said Saint Li as he walked into the pavilion. Where's that brat Li Ran? Saint Li couldn't help being a bit displeased that Li Ran wasn't here to accompany the guests. Where had he gone? Brother Li. Gu Fei and the others hastily stood up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone sat back down. Brother Li wants to cooperate with us. What kind of cooperation is it? Gu Fei went straight to the point and asked what he wanted to know. Haha, it's still too early to say, said Saint Li. Although Gu Fei and the old tortoise appeared very calm, they were actually a bit dissatisfied with Saint Li's refusal. At the same time, they felt a trace of unease. Gu Fei and the old tortoise wanted to ask more, but Saint Li cleverly changed the topic several times. Seeing him like this, Gu Fei and the old tortoise couldn't continue asking. However, from his conversation with Saint Li, Gu Fei learned about the current situation of the divine race. The divine race was incomparably powerful, but their population wasn't large. Even after countless years of reproduction, their population hadn't grown very obviously. There were only a few hundred of them. Furthermore, these several hundred divine races were divided into 3 factions, each of them inheriting the inheritance left behind by their ancestors. Chapter 569. Saint Li and Gu Fei chatted for an hour before leaving. Only Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian were left in the courtyard of the palace. Gu Fei and the old turtle felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the sacred land of the god race. From time to time, light would fly out from the sacred mountain and disappear into the horizon. Divine rainbows would also shoot towards the sacred mountain from time to time. Saint Li had left in a hurry. It was likely that the god race would make a big move. There seems to be a lot of contradictions within the god race, said Gu Fei. During the conversation with Saint Li, Gu Fei learned about the situation of the god race. It turned out that the god race had 3 distant ancestors who had passed down 3 great inheritances. The current god race was the descendants of those 3 ancestors. The descendants of those 3 ancestors formed the 3 great bloodlines of the god race. Li Shang and Li Zun were originally from the same sect, but they were not descendants of the same distant ancestor. This kind of bloodline inheritance would become the disciple of an expert of another bloodline inheritance, and learn the divine arts of the other bloodline. This was very common in the divine race. However, this also gave rise to many other problems and contradictions. When one's own bloodline's interests were threatened, the same clan members would also become opponents or even enemies. There was only one god race lord. In order to fight for the position, the 3 great bloodlines of the god race had been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. They all wanted their own people to take the position. The ancestor of Li Zun's bloodline was still alive. Therefore, for a long period of time, Li Zun's bloodline held the absolute upper hand. The position of the god race lord was almost always held by Li Zun's bloodline. The people of the other bloodlines were naturally unhappy and unwilling. Although they were very dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. Who asked Li Zun's distant ancestor to still be alive? Their contradictions have nothing to do with us. What we need to do now is find a way to get out of this world of death, said the old turtle. He no longer held any hope of refining the hell realm. The god race was so powerful, but they were still trapped in the hell realm for countless years. If they could refine the hell realm, would the god race still have to wait until now? How do we get out? Unless the god race's prophecy comes true and heaven and earth reopens, or we refine this world, we'll be trapped here forever, unable to leave, said Gu Fei. Initially, he thought that Old Tortoise had a way to get out of the Naraka realm, which was why he was willing to enter the world of death. If he had known that Old Tortoise had no way to get out of the world of death, he would not have entered this world even if he was beaten to death. The outside world was so good. For the world of death, the outside world was the Holy Land and the heavenly realm. Gu Fei wished he could leave this place immediately and return to the Tanglong continent. The prophecy of the Protoss might come true. Old Tortoise muttered. I don't care if the god race's prophecy comes true or not. What I want to do the most right now is to retrieve my violet gold divine sword, said Gu Fei. The violet gold divine sword was in the violet immortal palace at the peak of the sacred mountain. Obviously, the violet gold divine sword had been obtained by an expert of the Protoss and sealed in the violet immortal palace at the peak of the sacred mountain. They wanted to refine it. The violet gold divine sword was an extreme sacred weapon. Even an extreme expert would be envious of it. If the Protoss could refine the violet gold divine sword, there would be nothing that could threaten them in this world of death. Even if the true demon in the land of sealed demons was reborn and controlled an extreme sacred weapon, the Protoss would not be afraid. However, Gu Fei knew very well that unless an extreme expert took action and used the power of the great Tao to refine it day and night, no one would be able to refine an extreme sacred weapon. That day, if it wasn't for the help of the great Tao brand in his body, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to reassemble the soul of a divine weapon and refine an extreme sacred weapon. He would not be able to control a treasure like the violet gold divine sword. Boss, don't even think about it. There are divine imprints of the immortal Tao there. As long as we get close to the violet immortal palace, we will be discovered immediately. He Tian advised. At this time, the sky above the violet immortal palace at the peak of the sacred mountain suddenly emitted waves of energy. Rays of spiritual light gathered from all directions and interweaved into countless divine imprints of the immortal Tao. It was as if an inescapable net had been laid down, enveloping the entire world. The fluctuations in the sky above the violet immortal palace immediately alarmed all the Protoss cultivators on the sacred mountain, as well as Gu Fei and the old turtle. What's going on? Gu Fei and the old turtle did not know what was going on. They walked out of the pavilion and soared into the sky. They looked at the violet immortal palace at the peak of the mountain that was emitting divine light. Someone has activated the seal of the violet immortal palace. In He Tian's skull, the soul fire was beating violently. At this time, the entire violet immortal palace was blooming with divine light. Multicolored light lingered around it, as if an immortal palace from the heavens had fallen to the mortal world. It was completely the atmosphere of an immortal. Humph, how imposing. The old turtle looked at this scene coldly with a disapproving expression on his face. This guy was experienced and knowledgeable, but he did not put the scene in front of him in his eyes. Gu Fei noticed that there were Protoss cultivators standing in the void above the various palaces on the sacred mountain, looking at the peak of the sacred mountain. Moreover, the closer the Protoss were to the peak of the sacred mountain, the stronger the aura they emitted. Saint Li's palace was only halfway up the mountain, and there were many palaces on the sacred mountain that were closer to the peak than Saint Li's palace. Didn't this mean that there were many people stronger than Saint Li? Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. He counted carefully. There were actually at least dozens of people with auras more terrifying and powerful than Saint Li. Although the Protoss did not have many people, it was clear that this race was too powerful. It was definitely enough to be called the strongest race in the world of death. Something strange happened in the Violet Immortal Palace. Countless immortal Tao divine runes emerged from the Violet Immortal Palace, completely enveloping it. The divine runes were faintly discernible in the void, interweaving into countless mysterious runes. Every divine rune had Tao rhymes circulating above it. The divine runes communicated with heaven and earth, forming a formation diagram that gathered endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth, triggering a great power of heaven and earth, completely sealing off the entire mountain where the Violet Immortal Palace was located. Divine light flickered, illuminating heaven and earth, flowing with brilliant and vibrant colors. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly emerged from the Violet Immortal Palace. Thousands of sword chi shot out from the Violet Immortal Palace like a divine rainbow. The chilling sword chi pierced through the void and tore apart the heavens and earth, causing the temperature of the surroundings to plummet. However, when the sword chi collided with the countless divine inscriptions, it was completely blocked. It's the Violet Gold God's word. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He could sense the existence of the Violet Gold God's word. The Violet Gold God's word was in the Violet Immortal Palace at the peak of the mountain. Someone wanted to forcibly refine the Violet Gold God's word. That person in the Violet Immortal Palace had laid out an inescapable net, afraid that the Violet Gold God's word would fly away. Preposterous. Gu Fei couldn't help cursing inside. If they wanted to steal something from him, then they would have to pay a price. He directly flew down from the sky, once again walking into the pavilion. What's wrong? Boss. The old tortoise and He Tian couldn't help but be startled when they saw Gu Fei suddenly fly down from the sky. Then, without thinking too much, they also flew down from the sky. When the old tortoise and He Tian walked into the pavilion, they saw that Gu Fei was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, his body faintly shrouded in multicolored light. A purple flame mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It emitted a vast amount of inner-world energy that enveloped him. Although they were standing in front of Gu Fei, neither the old tortoise nor He Tian could sense any aura from Gu Fei. Gu Fei's inner-world energy had isolated all of his aura. What is boss doing? He Tian asked the old tortoise in confusion. If my guess is correct, this brat wants to take back the Violet Gold God's word. The old tortoise looked at Gu Fei, a profound smile on his face. There's a show to watch, the old tortoise said and smiled. He then walked out of the pavilion and flew into the sky again, looking towards the peak of the sacred mountain. At this time, many experts of the god race had gathered outside the restriction of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. They looked inside nervously. The old tortoise saw Saint Li and Li Zun among the crowd. Swish! 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 Rays of light constantly flew over from all parts of the god race's sacred land. The unusual movements in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain had alarmed everyone in the god race. Has the patriarch finally made up his mind to refine that sacred weapon? The primordial demon dragon has been reborn. Is the patriarch refining the sacred weapon at this time to deal with the demon dragon? Our god race might have a sacred weapon. Everyone was discussing in a low voice. Some were extremely excited, some looked solemn, and some even showed a trace of worry. But no matter what, everyone's eyes were attracted by the purple mansion Immortal Palace at the peak of the sacred mountain. No one noticed that in St. Li's temporary imperial residence, Gu Fei was circulating his mystic art, wanting to take back the violet gold god's word. In the purple mansion Immortal Palace, there was an old man dressed in white. His hair was sparse, and he was almost bald. A violet gold god's word was floating in front of him, emitting a chilling sword light. The old man's skin was wrinkled, like a dried orange peel sticking to his bones. All his teeth had fallen off. It was unknown how long this old man had lived, but he gave off an ancient and vicissitude aura. He was like an ancient antique that had existed for countless years, a living fossil. The old man sat cross-legged on a yellow praying mat. A pair of withered arms extended forward. 10 rays of violet gold god's word were emitted from his fingers that were like chicken claws, firmly binding the violet gold god's word in front of him. Bas! The violet gold god's word vibrated repeatedly, like a violet gold god's word struggling violently. The sword constantly emitted sharp sword aura, trying to break free from the bindings. However, the divine light emitted from the old man's 10 fingers was like a dragon binding divine rope, firmly binding the god's word. No matter how the violet gold god's word struggled, it was unable to break free from the old man's 10 fingers. It turned into a rainbow and flew back to Gu Fei's side. Chapter 570. The purple gold divine sword was Gu Fei's divine weapon, and there was a mysterious connection between it and Gu Fei's spirit. As long as this connection was not blocked by others, Gu Fei would be able to sense the existence of the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the pavilion and isolated his aura with the power of heaven and earth. He communicated with the purple gold divine sword and wanted to take it back. Bas! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens and lingered in the sky for a long time. Roar! Everyone seemed to hear an angry roar. Afterward, endless purple sword light shot out from the purple Immortal Palace on the peak of the sacred mountain. In the sky above the purple Immortal Palace, there was a faint purple dragon shadow that was spiraling around. Sword Chi Dragon. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The endless sword Chi had actually turned into a faint and illusory purple dragon shadow. This was the phenomenon of the sword Chi Dragon. A supreme saint artifact is indeed extraordinary. After the shock, the divine race did not dare to exclaim again and again. They pointed at the faint purple dragon shadow above the purple Immortal Palace and began to discuss it. This sword has already produced a sword soul. Wanting to refine it is undoubtedly wishful thinking. When the old turtle saw this scene, the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a disdainful smile. Hei Tian stood behind the old turtle, and the soul flame in his skull was constantly flickering. He also seemed to be very nervous. In the purple Immortal Palace, the old man opened his eyes. The divine radiance emitted from his 10 fingers became even more resplendent and almost materialized. It was like 10 divine rainbows that wrapped around the purple gold divine sword. Bas! The purple gold divine sword seemed to be affected by something in the unseen world. It trembled again and again, and the cold sword chi was like a wave that spread out in all directions. Swish, 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 swish. The void where the divine sword was torn apart with unparalleled sharpness. Spatial cracks appeared, and there was a sound like cloth being cut apart. What's going on? Why is this sacred sword having such an intense reaction today? The old man activated the divine power in his body. His 10 fingers seemed to have been deified, becoming crystal clear. His palms seemed to have become transparent, and his bones could be seen under his wrinkled skin. Divine power surged between his palms and fingers. A mysterious aura of the great path surged out from the elder's hands. Purple divine light shone from his fingers and firmly suppressed the trembling purple gold divine sword. Clang! Unparalleled sword chi rushed out from the sword like an unsheathed divine weapon, colliding violently with the light beams emitted from the old man's 10 fingers, and actually emitted the sound of metal colliding. Although the old man had an unfathomable cultivation, it was still difficult for him to completely block the terrifying sword chi that surged out from the purple gold divine sword. The sword light that was like a heavenly sword shot out from time to time, dancing in the purple mansion Immortal Palace. The floor, walls, and even all the artifacts within the Violet Manor Immortal Palace were covered in numerous Immortal Dao divine markings, and they flickered chaotically from the violet gold sword lights that shot out. This old man was too powerful. He actually set up countless Immortal Dao divine markings in the Violet Manor Immortal Palace, protecting everything within the Violet Manor Immortal Palace. "I don't believe that I can't refine you," the old man muttered to himself. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Then, the old man's forehead began to flicker with strong light. The skin and flesh in the middle of his forehead twitched, as if a divine eye that had been closed was about to open. The power of the divine spirit emanated from the old man's forehead, and it spread throughout the Violet Manor Immortal Palace. The old man's entire body surged with divine light, and endless divine power began to gather at his forehead. With a swoosh, a divine eye actually split open on the old man's forehead. The resplendent divine light was like a sun that was fixed on the old man's forehead. An extremely powerful divine spirit surged out from the divine eye that appeared on the old man's forehead, and it enveloped the purple gold divine sword that was floating in front of him. The purple gold divine sword seemed to be somewhat panicked. It shook continuously, and it let out waves of sword cries. On the divine sword, there was actually a trace of frightening soul power. This extreme divine weapon was afraid. Then, under the illumination of the endless divine light, a faint and illusory figure that was surrounded by divine light and emitted a monstrous soul power surged out from the divine eye on the old man's forehead. The illusory figure was only the size of a thumb, and its appearance was no different from the old man's. It was simply another shrunken old man. This small figure was surrounded by divine light, and it was as if a divine king had descended. It emitted a supreme might that looked down on the world. The purple gold divine sword became even more uneasy, but it was unable to break through the restraints of the divine light that was emitted from the old man's 10 fingers. Swoosh! The faint and illusory figure that had rushed out from the divine eye on the old man's forehead immediately pounced onto the purple gold divine sword, and it quickly fused into the body of the purple gold divine sword. In the instant that the figure entered the divine sword, the old man's life and power seemed to be instantly sucked away. His hands drooped down, and the divine light on his 10 fingers instantly dissipated into the void. Bas! The purple gold divine sword suddenly vibrated violently, and 2 soul power surged out from the divine sword. The sword soul had been completely activated, and the power of the sword soul surged out, causing the entire Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to shake. The sword chi rushed straight up, and the purple dragon above the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace became extremely clear at this moment. It roared at the sky, and its voice shook the sky. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Even the grand formation formed from the divine runes of the Immortal Dao could not completely seal the boundless sword chi. The shocking sword chi surged between heaven and earth. All the experts of the Shen clan felt a chill run down their spines, as if a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. All the god race martial artists changed expressions. This old man had used all means of retreat. He wanted to use his own soul power to replace the purple gold divine sword soul, and refine the divine sword into his own sacred sword. In the instant that the old man's divine soul left his body and entered the purple gold divine sword, Gu Fei, who was circulating his mystic arts in St. Li's palace to communicate with the divine sword soul, was shocked. The connection that he had just established with the divine sword soul almost disappeared. Boom! Endless soul power suddenly burst out from the purple gold divine sword. In the divine light, one could vaguely see an old man and a sword shadow moving quickly. The old man's body quickly floated backwards. Above the divine sword, there were many phantom images. The 2 soul power were fighting for eternity. If not for the Immortal Dao divine patterns laid down in advance, the entire Purple Mansion Immortal Palace might have collapsed. The old man's emaciated body seemed to have lost all his vitality. He sat cross-legged in the corner of the wall, and there were no signs of life. It was as if he was already dead. When the divine soul left his body was like a withered tree. When the divine soul left his body, it took away all his vitality essence. If the old man's divine soul could not suppress the sword soul and was destroyed by the sword soul, the old man's soul would scatter, and only his body would be left. Chapter 571. This was definitely a battle of life and death, a battle of souls. The old man's soul was so powerful that it actually suppressed the purple gold sword soul. Buzz, 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 buzz. The purple gold divine sword vibrated continuously. Endless sword chi shot out from the sword like a tide, piercing through the void and splitting the heaven and earth. The entire Purple Mansion Immortal Palace was shaking. Endless divine marks of the Immortal Tao flickered and disappeared. Above every divine mark, there was a mysterious Tao that connected the heaven and earth, forming the power of heaven and earth. This was the power of the divine marks of the Immortal Tao. Even though the purple gold divine sword was a divine weapon, it could not break through the power of the divine marks of the Immortal Tao in a short time. This was borrowing the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. If the purple gold divine sword was in the hands of an expert of the extreme Tao, it would certainly be able to break through the power of heaven and earth and ignore all obstacles. However, the purple gold divine sword was not in the hands of an expert of the extreme Tao. Instead, it was passively defending itself. In order to not be destroyed by the old man's soul, it fought endlessly. Phantoms constantly emerged from the purple gold divine sword in the void. In the world of the soul, the old man displayed his divine might and used supreme divine techniques to suppress the purple gold divine sword soul. It must be said that the old man's soul was too powerful. Even the purple gold divine sword soul could not resist it. The old man was fighting with all his might, and so was the purple gold divine sword soul. In the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, sword chi surged and soul power surged. Even the divine marks of the Immortal Tao showed signs of breaking. Some of the divine marks were completely erased by the surging soul power. Bang! One of the pillars in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace that was shrouded in immortal chi collapsed the moment the immortal rune was erased. It turned into countless fragments and exploded. Then, the fragments were turned into dust by another wave of soul power that swept over and drifted into the void. At this time, the phenomenon in the sky above the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace was also changing. Next to the purple dragon that was formed by the sword chi, a huge figure appeared. The figure's head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. As soon as he appeared, he pressed the purple dragon's head down. Then, he waved his fist and violently bombarded the dragon's head. The purple dragon roared again and struggled violently. All the experts of the celestial race who witnessed this scene were incomparably nervous. The people of Li Zun's bloodline were pleasantly surprised because they knew that their distant ancestor had already suppressed that holy artifact. However, the people from the other two branches of the God clan revealed worried expressions. If the ancestor of the Violet Manor Divine Palace successfully refined the saint weapon, their two branches would be firmly suppressed, and it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. The power of the sword soul is still too weak. The time for the sword soul to reassemble is too short. It hasn't fully recovered yet. If that old fellow faced the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have been devoured by the cauldron soul. Waves of soul power passed through the profound array diagram formed by the interweaving divine marks of the Immortal Tao. The old turtle knew that the divine race expert in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace was currently refining the divine sword with soul power. That person must be the only remaining old ancestor of the divine race. He actually wanted to use the soul refining technique to subdue the sword soul. Was he that confident? Wasn't he afraid of being devoured by the sword soul? Gufei. He's really risking his life. The old turtle thought to himself. Then he couldn't help but glance at the hall below where Gufei was. Good fellow. Gufei, who was sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, could clearly feel all kinds of soul fluctuations coming from the sword soul. The sword soul was afraid, and its soul power was gradually being suppressed. In this battle of souls, the sword soul was at a disadvantage. There was a faint connection between Gufei and the sword soul. He was very clear about the state of the sword soul. His opponent's soul was truly too powerful to be able to suppress the sword soul. Living for so long is also a kind of capital. Gufei sighed in his heart. At this time, if he didn't use a secret art, the violet gold divine sword might really be in danger of being refined. How preposterous! You dare to steal my things? I'll give you a life and death struggle. Martial spirit defies the heavens, myriad incarnations. Gufei closed his eyes and shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a powerful soul and divine sense fluctuation came from between his eyebrows. The purple flame brand between Gufei's eyebrows flickered with a powerful light, as if a divine eye was flashing. An extremely powerful soul power was quickly gathering. Roar! Soul fission! Gufei roared, and the purple flame brand between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a brilliant divine light. Like a purple star, it was fixed in place. A purple divine splendor spread from between Gufei's eyebrows, enveloping his entire body. A vast soul power surged, and a turbulent yuan qi surged. In that instant, Gu Fei felt as if a part of his soul had been separated. Swoosh! A purple figure rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Although the illusory figure was blurry, it was surrounded by a resplendent purple divine light. It was like a god wearing purple armor, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. If not for the power of the heavens and earth isolating all auras, Gu Fei would definitely not have been able to escape the senses of those terrifying experts on the sacred mountain. That purple figure was only the size of a thumb, but it was condensed with powerful soul power. That was a clone that Gu Fei had split from his martial spirit. Compared to the manifestation of divine sense, the external body technique was even more unfathomable. The little person that emitted a purple divine splendor pointed with a finger, shattering the void, and then directly rushed into the void. Following the faint sense, it teleported towards the location of the sword soul. This was the horror of soul fission. Even if it was not an immortal spirit, but with the soul power of the demigod realm, the clone that Gu Fei had split off could use some magical powers that only an immortal spirit could use. Martial artists did not only cultivate the physical body. When cultivating the physical martial body, they were also tempering the soul and condensing the martial spirit. The martial spirit was indestructible and could exist for eternity. Once the martial spirit died, even if it was a martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body, his soul would also scatter, leaving behind an indestructible body without a soul. Longevity, even for the strongest existences in the world like the extreme Dao experts, was not absolute. Extreme Dao experts could also die. Gu Fei's soul fission technique was not like that of the old man in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, in which all the essence qi contained in the body was instantly sucked out, and the body lost its vitality, turning into a lifeless body. Gu Fei's spirit had not completely left his body. He had only separated a part of it. Even so, that part of his spirit had taken away almost all of Gu Fei's strength. The moment the clone rushed out of the Mud Pill Palace, Gu Fei almost collapsed. He felt as if his body had been sucked out in an instant, and his face turned pale. The 5-colored divine light in his dantian and the 5-colored divine light in the void of his 356 acupoints also dimmed instantly. The incomparably exuberant essence, qi, and spirit in Gu Fei's body seemed to have been consumed in an instant. He hurriedly opened his inner world and plucked an immortal divine fruit beside the divine spring of life. He put the immortal divine fruit in his mouth, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it slowly. There seemed to be endless black and white divine light shining in his mouth, and the powerful yin and yang essence qi overflowed, as if there was a divine object in his mouth. After eating the immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei drank a few mouthfuls of the divine spring of life. The yin and yang essence qi and the life essence qi surged in his body, and his lost essence, qi and spirit were almost restored. The dim 5-colored divine light in his dantian and acupoints gradually brightened again. At this time, Gu Fei's divine clone had already teleported into the purple-gold divine sword. The old man immediately sensed something strange, and his soul power condensed into rays of divine light, piercing the void, and piercing the divine clone hidden in the sword soul. Hey, who's coveting my weapon? Gu Fei's divine clone appeared directly from the sword soul, and became one with the sword soul. He waved his hands, sprinkling out endless sword will, directly shattering the terrible penetrating divine light. Then, Gu Fei's eyes burst out with divine light like the edge of a sword, and he glanced at the old man. Although he was only in the state of divine soul, Gu Fei also displayed a disdainful aura of an expert who looked down on the world. You are. The old man was shocked, and he faintly felt uneasy. The master of the divine sword had actually left a soul brand on the divine sword. This was troublesome. The old man thought that he had activated the soul brand hidden in the depths of the divine sword's soul, and quickly retreated. You actually want to refine my weapon. You deserve to die. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He directly strode forward and attacked the old man. With a wave of his hand, a shocking strand of sword qi immediately shot out from his hand and slashed towards the old man. Swish! Everywhere the sword qi passed, the void was annihilated, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. After becoming one with the sword soul, Gu Fei was the sword soul, and the sword soul was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had complete control over the sword soul's power. Humph! The old man sneered. His hands danced, and boundless soul force surged out from them. Divine runes appeared, and they instantly interwove into a profound rune. Boom! Gu Fei's sword qi instantly collided with the rune. The rune crumbled and disappeared in the void, but the sword chi was also blocked by the rune. The old man took advantage of the opportunity to soar into the sky, dodging the sword chi's slash. After that, 10 rays of divine light shot out from his 10 fingers, and they were like 10 divine chains that coiled around Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei raised his head. 2 rays of destructive light shot out from his eyes and directly swept towards the divine light, entangling him. Clang! The 2 rays of destructive divine light collided with the 10 rays of light from the fingers. So what if you're the master of the holy sword? This holy sword is mine. The old man coldly shouted. Soul energy surged from the old man's body, and in the next instant, 3 rays of divine light shot out from the old man's body. Those 3 rays of light transformed into 3 figures that appeared beside the old man. Those 3 figures were faint and illusory, as if they weren't condensed from soul force. It was extremely strange. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. These 3 figures gave Gu Fei a profound feeling. There seemed to be the aura of the Grand Tao curling around them. Gu Fei's heart was shaken, and he almost lost control of his divine light. He hastily retreated, withdrawing the destructive light in his eyes. Sword chi revolved around him to block the old man's attack. Swish! 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 With a flash, the 3 illusory figures surrounded Gu Fei in an instant. They were like 3 undying divine kings, pressing toward Gu Fei step by step. Chapter 572. Gu Fei successfully performed the secret technique of ascension, and his soul power instantly increased 5-fold. With a slash of the sword, he directly broke through the power of the Great Path, destroyed the 3 phantoms, and broke the old man's 3 pure ones technique. At this moment, he felt that he could even destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. This was a battle in the state of the soul. After the shocking sword light destroyed the 3 phantoms, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to slash forward, and the endless immortal Tao divine inscriptions collapsed under the sword light. Swoosh! Under the sword light, half of the purple immortal palace disappeared. The purple immortal palace, which was built with incomparably precious and rare divine materials and had stood on the peak of the sacred mountain for countless years, was cut in half. The sword chi surged out from the purple divine palace and transformed into a huge dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. It directly broke through the great matrix outside the purple divine palace and shot straight up into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void space shattered and turned into nothingness. Even the sun fixed in the sky was impacted and shook violently, as if it was about to fall from the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, and their minds went blank. How is this possible? The Purple Immortal Palace. What the hell happened? The Purple Immortal Palace was the sacred land of the Shen clan. Except for a limited number of people who could enter and exit, others could not enter the Purple Immortal Palace unless they were summoned. It was a sacred and solemn place. According to the records of the Shen clan, the Purple Immortal Palace was one of the palaces of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. But now, half of the Purple Immortal Palace was destroyed. How could the people of the Shen clan not be shocked? How could they not be in disbelief? This is too wasteful. The old turtle and Hei Tian stood in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, the old turtle could not help but feel sorry. The purple tiles were purple divine jade. As for the white pillar, it was refined from Tai pure gold from the west. And those bricks, damn, they were not bricks, but chaos gems that were born in the chaos. What a waste! As the old turtle was grieving over the fact that countless divine materials had been destroyed by Gu Fei, the battle in the Purple Divine Palace had come to an end. Gu Fei held the purple gold divine sword and slashed out a second time. The old man wanted to escape back into his body, but the old tortoise's sword had broken his supreme technique of turning 3 pures into 1 breath into 1 pures. His vitality was injured, and his divine soul had become extremely weak. Without any suspense, Gu Fei split the old man's soul into 2 with a single slash. After that, he opened his mouth and swallowed the old man's dispersed soul into his stomach. Gu Fei's Heaven Ascension secret technique could only last for 3 minutes. It took him less than a minute to execute the Heaven Ascension secret technique to kill the old man's divine soul. 2 minutes was enough for him to refine the old man's soul power that had entered his body. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the Purple Divine Palace. His figure was hazy, and his appearance could not be seen at all. He was not afraid that the Shen clan experts outside would see him through the broken Purple Divine Palace. The purple-gold divine sword floated in front of him. Endless soul power condensed into rays of divine light that lingered around Gu Fei's body. The divine sword trembled gently, and the sword's soul emitted a joyful soul fluctuation, like a child who had seen his parents, overjoyed. On that day, Gu Fei merged his body with the way and temporarily merged with the mark of the great path that was imprinted in his heart. He communicated with the power of the great path, recast the divine sword, and reassembled the sword's soul. The sword soul of the purple-gold divine sword was like a newborn. If the purple-gold divine sword was still the extreme path sacred weapon that had followed the extreme path powerhouses to conquer the three realms and slay demons and gods, even if the old man's divine soul was extremely powerful, he would definitely not be able to suppress the supreme killing weapon that had conquered everywhere. The soul power of the sword soul had been increased by 5 times, and was almost infinitely close to the soul power of an extreme path powerhouse. To refine the old man's soul power, it did not need 2 minutes at all. However, Gu Fei did not simply refine the soul power. Gu Fei also needed to temporarily increase his incomparably powerful soul power to read the old man's soul memory. The soul memory of this super antique that had lived for countless years was simply a priceless treasure trove. This treasure trove, Gu Fei did not intend to take it all. He only chose some important things to absorb into his soul memory, such as various immortal Dao divine techniques, various cultivation experiences, and so on. Sword qi surged in the purple divine palace. All the Shen clan people could vaguely see a faint and illusory figure shrouded in purple divine light. The Shen clan experts that had retreated began to gather in the purple divine palace. The people of Li Zun's bloodline were even more anxious. They really wanted to know the situation inside and whether their old ancestor had refined that sacred item. If the old ancestor had successfully refined that sacred item, their bloodline's position in the Shen clan would no longer be shaken, and they would become the masters of the Shen clan. The powerful soul power was vast and mighty in the purple divine palace. This soul power was so powerful that everyone couldn't help but have the impulse to prostrate themselves in worship of the figure inside the purple divine palace. However, this powerful soul power only lasted for a very short time before it suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what had happened in the purple divine palace. Without the summoning of the distant ancestor, no one dared to easily enter the purple divine palace. As time passed, the sun that was fixed in the sky by the Shen clan's indescribable power brightened and dimmed 3 times, indicating that 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the celestial race that had gone out had also returned to the sacred mountain. All the celestial race members gathered at the peak of the sacred mountain. There were hundreds of them, including white-haired old men and 7- or 8-year-old children. Among the Shen clan, most of them were handsome young men and women. At the level of the Shen clan, maintaining one's appearance, maintaining one's youth, and even regaining one's youth was just a matter of a thought. The old tortoise had been watching from a distance. He found that the Shen clan's foundation was truly terrifying, and could even be described as terrifying. Just think about it. A 7- or 8-year-old child already had the cultivation of an immortal god. From this, one could see how powerful the Shen clan was. Yes, no one in the Shen clan was weak. Perhaps they were too powerful, or perhaps they really were gods, with the bloodline of ancient immortals flowing in their veins. The more he found out about the Shen clan's strength, the more uneasy the old tortoise became. If others were strong and he was weak, then the weak side had no power to speak of. The strong dominated the weak. This was an unchanging law between heaven and earth. During these 3 days, Gu Fei's true body sat motionlessly in a pavilion in the courtyard of St. Li's palace, sealing his breath with the power of the world. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's avatar was constantly reading the memories of the old man's soul. There was a subtle connection between Gu Fei's avatar and his true body. The memories of the soul that the avatar read were also transmitted back to his true body's sea of consciousness. Gu Fei was surprised to find that he had actually killed a grand disciple of the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. After learning this news, he was almost dumbfounded. Chapter 573. 3 blurry figures rushed out from the old man's body. They were like the incarnations of the great Tao. Their Tao rhymes circulated and attracted the power of the great Tao. They sealed the surroundings and sealed Gu Fei's avatar. As long as I erase your imprint, this divine sword will be mine. Ha ha. The old man laughed as he walked forward. The wrinkled skin on his face was like an old tree bark that was being pulled. What kind of magical power is this? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He glanced at the 3 approaching figures and couldn't feel any soul power fluctuation. He couldn't help but be shocked. These three phantoms actually seemed to be slightly similar to the phantom that was formed from the Grand Dao brand that was branded within his heart. Could it be that this old fellow has actually comprehended the Grand Dao and condensed a Grand Dao brand? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart sank. Condensing the Great Dao was a supreme realm that only the legendary Buddhist Lord and Demon Ancestor could reach. This old man's cultivation had actually reached the level of the Buddhist Lord and Demon Ancestor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, these three phantoms. Gu Fei had no confidence in his heart. The pressure that these three phantoms gave him was too great. Humph. I'll let you die knowing. I'm using the supreme divine technique passed down from the supreme Dao ancestor, the three pure ones. The old man was very happy. He had displayed the three pure ones and displayed the supreme Dao rhymes. By borrowing the power of the great Dao, he was already in an invincible position. As long as he erased a trace of the soul imprint on the sword's soul, it would be a piece of cake. He still thought that Gu Fei was a trace of the soul imprint left in the sword by the previous owner of the violet gold divine sword. Three pure ones? I've never heard of it. Gu Fei said coldly. At this time, he didn't accept his fate. Because the old man had the three pure ones supreme divine technique, he also had the Heaven Ascension secret technique. The Heaven Ascension secret technique could be said to be a heaven-defying divine technique. Even in the state of his avatar, he could still use it. This is the supreme divine technique passed down by the Taoist ancestor. Some little cats and dogs don't even have the qualifications to know about it. The old man said complacently, knowing that victory was in his grasp. The three phantoms sealed off an area and stopped when they were about 10 feet away from Gu Fei. A mysterious aura of the Tao circulated around the illusory figures. There were no fluctuations of soul power, and no powerful aura. However, this made it even more terrifying. Gu Fei knew that as long as these three phantoms attacked, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. He needed time to activate the Ascension secret technique. You're too happy. It's still unknown who will eat who. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Then, devastating swordlight suddenly erupted from his right hand. A divine sword materialized in his hand. It was the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei was one with the sword soul. The sword was him and he was the sword. His entire body could condense sword chi. There's no benefit in struggling. I advise you to let me kill you so you don't have to suffer the pain of refining your soul. The old man looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile and let him do whatever he wanted. Humph. You shouldn't have given me time to breathe. As he spoke, Gu Fei held the divine sword in his hand and roared fiercely at the sky. The terrifying sound waves directly shook the heaven and earth. Rumble. The entire purple mansion Immortal Palace was shaking and swaying. Countless smoke and dust drifted down, and the tiles made of purple divine jade at the top of the palace rippled like water. The white jade pillars were shaking violently. The entire purple divine palace seemed like it was about to collapse. Endless divine marks of the immortal path lingered and endless divine light flashed. The divine marks condensed the power of heaven and earth and gathered spiritual chi from all directions to firmly protect the purple divine palace. This immortal palace that had existed for countless years did not collapse. A soul power so strong that it made the world lose its color surged out from the purple mansion Immortal Palace. Several god race experts standing high in the sky, closely watching the purple mansion Immortal Palace, suddenly clutched their heads and screamed, falling from the sky. The terrifying soul power that surged out from the purple mansion Immortal Palace directly affected everyone's divine souls, causing everyone's divine souls to instantly suffer a great impact. What's going on? Has the old ancestor refined the sword soul? It's too scary. Everyone, run. Shouts resounded everywhere. Beams of divine light rushed out of the holy mountain and fled into the distance. The experts of the god race who were standing in the sky also turned around and fled in horror. All the divine race experts gathered at the peak of the sacred mountain retreated in all directions in panic. A few unlucky people who were closest to the purple divine palace were directly shaken down from the sky by the great soul power that surged out of the purple divine palace. Although some people escaped in time, they still suffered from the impact. Traces of blood seeped out of their 7 apertures. They looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Boom! At the peak of the sacred mountain, divine light radiated in all directions. The entire mountain turned into a ball of dazzling divine splendor. It was as if there was a sun fixed there. Divine power surged into the sky and swept in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Roar! The huge purple dragon on the mountain peak looked as if it was going to be reborn. It roared at the sky and sent the huge figure riding on the dragon flying. Then, it spat out a dragon pearl and directly dispersed the figure. It rushed down and the huge dragon's shadow disappeared into the purple divine palace. The strange phenomenon that had appeared on the mountain peak had disappeared. This strange phenomenon was the result of the collision between the violet gold divine sword and the old man in the purple mansion divine palace. Ascend! Gu Fei shouted. His whole body bloomed with endless sword light. In an instant, not only the soul power of his avatar increased by 5 times, but the soul power of his sword soul also increased by 5 times. Gu Fei's avatar and the sword soul became one. Under the effect of the Ascend secret technique, the soul power of the sword soul was increased to an unimaginable level. So what if you have the 3 pure ones in one breath? I will still kill you. Gu Fei was like an extreme powerhouse descending. At this moment, even if it was the Buddha Lord or the demon ancestor, he would still dare to wave his sword at them. This. The old man was shocked. It seemed that he had really made a fatal mistake. The soul power that was emitted from Gu Fei made his heart palpitate. He knew that things were not going well. In the next moment, 3 phantoms rushed at Gu Fei. The power of the Great Path surged out from the phantoms and attacked Gu Fei. The power of the Great Path was unstoppable. The void turned into nothingness under the power of the Great Path. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly waved the purple gold divine sword in his hand. The sword light was like a giant purple dragon. In an instant, it rushed up tens of thousands of feet. The terrifying sword light destroyed everything. Even the Great Path was destroyed. The power of the Great Path was broken. Where the sword light passed, the 3 phantoms that were like the embodiment of the Great Path disappeared in the void. Chapter 574. After reading the old man's memories, Gu Fei learned that the old man was the legendary Supreme Tao Ancestor's grand disciple. The Supreme Tao Ancestor was the ancestor of the Immortal Tao, the one who created the cultivation system of Tao enlightenment. He was an extreme expert of the same generation as the Buddhist Lord and the demon ancestor. Yet, Gu Fei killed his grand disciple. Even Gu Fei himself would never have guessed that the old man named Li Xuandao had such a powerful background. Li Xuandao's divine arts had been cultivated to the peak of perfection, forming the 3 pure ones Taoist form. Unfortunately, he hadn't truly broken through to the supreme realm of extreme experts. The 3 pure ones Taoist form hadn't been cultivated to perfection. Although he could transform the 3 pure ones into one breath, Li Xuandao was forced to use this divine art. Although he borrowed the power of the great Tao, it was very weak. If Li Xuandao had truly cultivated the 3 pure ones into one breath to perfection, even if Gu Fei used the secret art of ascension to increase his soul power by 5 times, he still wouldn't be a match for Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao had 2 other senior and junior brothers who were also the Tao ancestors' grand disciples. However, they had fallen in the great turmoil that occurred in the world of death countless years ago. Countless years ago, a terrifying existence appeared in the world of death. That terrifying existence successfully regenerated flesh and blood, transforming into a perfect state. It was a realm infinitely close to the extreme realm of extreme experts. That expert led countless creatures of death into the depths of the world of death, and Li Xuandao's 2 unlucky senior and junior brothers were killed by that terrifying expert. That great battle was earth-shattering and almost destroyed this side of the world. In the end, although the quasi-extreme powerhouse who charged into the depths of the death world died in the end, it also greatly damaged the vitality of the divine race. Li Xuandao was also gravely injured and had no choice but to sleep. It could be said that Li Xuandao's death was a bit undeserved. His cultivation hadn't recovered to its former peak state, or else Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to so easily break the 3 pure ones into one breath. In these 3 days, Gu Fei read all of Li Xuandao's soul memories and erased some insignificant ones. After sorting out Li Xuandao's soul memories, Gu Fei had also completely refined the soul power that had been devoured into his body. Gu Fei's avatar's soul power had become even stronger. Gu Fei stood up. His entire body was indistinct, and there was a purple divine light enveloping his soul body. No one could recognize his true appearance. This was a soul body, which was different from a physical body. A soul body could transform into anything. Gu Fei sensed that there were many powerful divine wills probing in from outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, carefully sensing everything inside. Gu Fei's soul had refined Li Xuandao's soul energy, and his soul aura had changed quite a bit. No one knew that their ancestor had been killed by Gu Fei, and his soul had dissipated. He looked around and saw that the Immortal Palace, which was built with countless divine materials, was full of cracks. Half of the top of the palace was gone. Sunlight shone through the broken top of the palace. Li Xuandao's body collapsed at the foot of the wall. There was no sign of life. It was a body without a soul. Gu Fei looked at Li Xuandao's body and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, his soul turned into a purple divine light and rushed into the space between Li Xuandao's eyebrows, directly entering the Mud Pill Palace. Just like how the old turtle refined the indestructible martial body into an outer body incarnation in the dead city in the virtual sky world, the split spirit entered the body's Mud Pill Palace and took control of the body. After Gu Fei's spirit entered Li Xuandao's Mud Pill Palace with his own life essence, it immediately released a mighty soul power and life essence, revitalizing the body. A purple divine light flashed in the middle of Li Xuandao's eyebrows. The moment Li Xuandao's body was completely revitalized, Li Xuandao, who had fallen at the foot of the wall, sat up abruptly and opened his eyes. Two terrifying rays of light suddenly tore through the void and shot out like divine lightning. Gu Fei took complete control of the body. He stood up and stretched out his hand. The purple gold divine sword flew into his hand. This body is not bad. Gu Fei sensed the feedback from the body and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Although the body looked old, as if it was on the verge of death, he had to admit that it was a peerless immortal body. The skinny body condensed unimaginable divine power. The immortal body shook slightly, and the void immediately shook. He felt that he could crush everything in his way with his bare hands. This peerless immortal body was absolutely not inferior to the indestructible martial body. It was also extremely powerful. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. A cultivator with such a powerful body was something he could never imagine. After reading and integrating part of Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei had no problem pretending to be Li Xuandao. Whether it was his aura, demeanor, or behavior, they were all impeccable. Absolutely no one would have thought that Li Xuandao's body already had a different soul. Li Xuandao, who was controlled by Gu Fei's spirit, walked out of the Violet Palace with the divine sword in his hand. He stood at the peak of the mountain and glanced around. No one dared to look him in the eye. Congratulations, ancestor. The hundreds of people around the mountain saw Li Xuandao walking out of the Violet Palace with a simple and unadorned purple gold divine sword in his hand. They hurriedly bowed to Li Xuandao. No one could tell that something had happened to the ancestor of the divine race. Not only had his soul dispersed, but his peerless immortal body had also been taken over by someone else, becoming an existence akin to a clone. Everyone, disperse. Li Xuandao's old voice rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain, reaching everyone's ears. Yes. The hundreds of people from the divine race immediately dispersed. Li Xuandao's words carried an unquestionable majesty because he was the only remaining ancestor of the divine race. Li Xuandao had lived for far too long, so long that even he himself did not know how long he had lived. In the divine race, his status was supreme. It was precisely because of his existence that the inheritance of his lineage had completely suppressed the inheritance of the other two lineages, making it difficult for the other two lineages to raise their heads. The people of Li Xuandao's lineage were overjoyed. With the purple gold divine sword, an extreme holy weapon, their lineage's foundation was even more solid. Gu Fei's spirit controlled Li Xuandao's physical body and used immortal arts to store the purple gold divine sword into his body. He then turned around and walked into the Violet Divine Palace. Although half of the palace had been destroyed, the other side was still intact. Gu Fei found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. He wanted to familiarize himself with his physical body as soon as possible, so that his spirit and this body could be completely integrated. He wanted to cultivate this body into his second incarnation. By the time Saintly returned to the palace, Gu Fei's original body had already completely recovered the part of the essence that was taken away by the split avatar. The power of his martial body had also been restored to its peak state. Saintly did not stay in the palace for long. After talking with Gu Fei and the old turtle for a while, he left the palace again. Even his little disciple, Li Ran, was nowhere to be seen. In the pavilion in the courtyard of the palace, Gu Fei and the old turtle were talking. At the same time, the old turtle and Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth to isolate a part of the void. It was as if the void in the pavilion had been separated from the world. Unless one was an extreme powerhouse, No one could sense the existence of Gu Fei and the old turtle. He Tian was chased out of the pavilion by Gu Fei. Gu Fei asked him to stand guard outside the pavilion because what Gu Fei and the old turtle were talking about was too important. If the people of the Shen clan knew about it, they would probably die without a burial place. What did you say? The old thing in the Violet Divine Palace is your avatar? The old turtle's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. He almost jumped up in shock from Gu Fei's words. Why would I lie to you? It doesn't benefit me to lie to you. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said proudly. He could be proud of himself for destroying a terrifying existence that was close to an extreme powerhouse. If not for the fact that Gu Fei was in his soul form, even if he had an extreme holy weapon, Li Xuandao could kill Gu Fei 1,000,000 times with just one finger. This kind of existence that was close to an extreme powerhouse could destroy a large number of immortals and break apart of the world with a raise of a hand. It was almost the embodiment of Tao. How can you say that, kid? Are you going to lie to me because there's something in it for you? The old turtle said unhappily. Hee hee. Gu Fei chuckled and said, if there's something in it for me, I'd be happy to buy an old turtle like you, let alone lie to you. Brat, are you itching for a beating? The old turtle fiercely waved his fist at Gu Fei. All right, let's get down to business. Gu Fei stopped smiling and said with a solemn expression. At this time, they had to think about their next step. From Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei learned that the origin of this world was in the sacred land of the celestial race. Moreover, there were extremely powerful seals and prohibitions there. Even an existence like Li Xuandao, who was close to an extreme powerhouse, would find it difficult to get close, let alone refine the origin of the world. Gu Fei also found the answer to the prophecy of the celestial race in Li Xuandao's soul memory. Human, deity, demon, Buddha, and demon, appearing at the same time and reopening the world. In fact, it meant that the road to the origin of the world must be opened by gathering the 4 extreme holy weapons of human, demon, deity, and Buddha. The supreme Buddhist weapon left by the Buddhist Lord was used to protect the true demon's bone in the Naraka realm to prevent the rebirth of the true demon and chaos in the world. To take away the supreme Buddhist weapon in the sealed land of the demons was a great risk. Moreover, demonic qi gathered there, and terrifying demonic souls wandered from time to time. If the supreme Buddhist weapon was taken away, it was possible that the scattered demonic souls would have a chance to reunite. Once the demonic souls were reunited, the true demon might be resurrected. Therefore, the prophecy of human, deity, demon, Buddha, and demon appearing at the same time in the Naraka realm was not impossible. Moreover, the person who made this prophecy was the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. Chapter 575. In the depths of the world of death, there was an extremely terrifying and strange place. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura at all times. There was a faint demonic aura lingering between the heavens and the earth, but it could cause all the undead creatures that entered the area to be demonized. Over the countless years, this area had become a demonic domain. There was only one type of creature in the demonic domain, and that was the sinister and terrifying demonic creatures. The land of sealed demons was a taboo in the world of death. Apart from demons, no other creatures would be interested in the land of sealed demons. There was only one outcome for undead creatures that mistakenly entered the land of sealed demons, and that was to be demonized into a terrifying demonic creature that only knew how to kill. This was the demonic origin of the world of death. All the demonic creatures in the world of death originated from the land of sealed demons. Many powerful demons had once walked out of the land of sealed demons. This was a paradise for demonic creatures, but it was also hell for all living creatures. In the middle of the land of sealed demons, there was a towering mountain that pierced the ground, reaching the endless darkness of the sky. A peaceful aura dispersed the demonic aura in the vicinity. At this time, 2 figures appeared outside the land of sealed demons. The one in front was a young monk dressed in a white moon robe. He looked like a statue carved from jade. Behind the young monk was a thin old monk with sunken eyes. These 2 bald people were the little monk that walked out of the tomb of the Lord Buddha, and the old monk on the black mountain outside the hell path. One old and one young fella stood outside the land of sealed demons, looking at the mountain in the depths of the land of sealed demons, as if they were observing the towering mountain in the demonic clouds. Mighty Fan Xiao, do you really want to do this? The old monk behind the little monk suddenly said. Even though they were very far away, the old monk could feel the trace of Buddhist aura that originated from the mountain peak. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp has already been snatched by that damned old demon. This is the only way we can do it. Although the little monk Fan Xiao looked young, he was more mature than most adults. Fan Xiao's gaze was incomparably firm, and he directly strode into the land of sealed demons. Sigh. The old monk behind little monk Fan Xiao let out a long sigh helplessly. His face was miserable, as if someone owed him something. He shook his head and followed them. In the central region of the land of sealed demons, there was actually a mountain peak that exuded a peaceful Buddhist aura. It was truly unbelievable. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, this mountain peak was like an incomparably large saber that had been inserted into the earth. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk walked toward the mountain peak of the land of sealed devils one after the other. However, their journey towards the mountain didn't go very smoothly. Not even 10 miles into the land of sealed devils, they encountered a demonic creature. Without any suspense, a battle broke out. The little monk Fan Xiao's body shone with endless Buddhist light. He was like a Buddha descending to the world as he charged toward the demonic creature that was blocking his way. Roar! The demonic creature roared and propped its 4 limbs on the ground. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of black light, stirring up a strong demonic wind as he flew toward little monk Fan Xiao. Buddha is merciful. Little monk Fan Xiao chanted the name of Buddha and threw the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl quickly grew in size and emitted a dazzling Buddhist light. It produced a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the demonic creature into the alms bowl. The purple gold alms bowl vibrated continuously. There was a swastika circling the alms bowl, and the Buddhist light inside it flickered wildly. The shrill cries of the demonic creature could be faintly heard. Soon, the alms bowl regained its calm. The little monk casually destroyed a ferocious and terrifying demonic creature and continued forward. The old monk silently followed behind little monk Fan Xiao. Soon, another incomparably powerful demonic creature jumped out, and the battle began again. Just as little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk entered the land of sealed demons and fought against the demonic creatures, Gu Fei and the old tortoise also slipped out of the divine clan's sacred mountain on a dark and windy night. At this time, all the experts of the divine clan came out. It seemed that they were going to exterminate the primordial demonic dragon that was wreaking havoc outside the divine clan's sacred mountain. The purple mansion Immortal Palace on the sacred mountain had been repaired by the experts of the divine clan. Li Xuandao, whose peerless immortal body was occupied by Gu Fei's avatar, stood aside and watched the experts of the divine clan repair the purple mansion Immortal Palace. He did not help. With Li Xuandao's supreme status in the divine clan, he did not need to do anything at all. There would be others who would take care of things properly. Li Xuandao could not leave the sacred mountain at will, but Gu Fei and the old tortoise could. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had obtained everything they wanted to know from Li Xuandao. Even He Tian was left in St. Li's palace by Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He was not allowed to follow them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had to be careful. This was the divine clan's sacred mountain. Once the divine clan knew of their plot, they would die without a burial place. In the tens of thousands of miles of the divine clan's sacred mountain, there was a strange mountain range. This was the forbidden area of the divine clan, a place that the divine clan had guarded for generations. Even the divine clan did not dare to set foot here. Although it was a place guarded by the divine clan for generations, there were no divine clan experts guarding it. This was because this was a place of great danger. Even the unparalleled divine kings of the divine clan would be in danger of dying if they entered the depths of this mountain range. For countless years, many unparalleled divine kings of the divine clan had entered the depths of this mountain range in order to break a certain seal in the mountain range. In the end, not only could the seal not be broken, but many divine kings had also fallen inside. From Li Xuandao, Gu Fei learned of a secret of the world of death. In the past, the dead creature that was reborn from flesh and blood was lured into this mountain range by the divine clan and never came out again. Taking advantage of the night, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise converged their light and silently appeared outside the mountain range. They stood high in the sky. Although it was dark, the endless mountain range in front of them was presented in front of them. My goodness, it's actually the terrain of 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. After seeing the mountain range in front of them, Old Tortoise could not help but exclaim. On the land in front of them, there were 9 huge mountain ranges winding out from the middle of the mountain. It was like 9 dragons lying on the ground with the dragon's head on the inside and the dragon's tail on the outside. The heads of the 9 giant dragons, formed a huge circle around the city. It was a place that was sunk deep into the ground, like a bottomless devil's cave. 9 dragons fighting for a pearl? When Gu Fei saw the 9 mountain ranges in front of him, he could not help but frown. The terrain in front of him really looked like 9 dragons fighting for a dragon pearl. I didn't expect to see the legendary terrain. Old Tortoise muttered to himself as if he was really shocked by the terrain in front of him. He had a look of disbelief. What's so special about this terrain? Is it a terrain created by the heavens? Gu Fei asked. He could not help but ask when he saw that Old Tortoise was actually very afraid of the so-called 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. Chapter 576. The divine race's holy land was very vast, spanning thousands of miles. The area where the falling Saint Mountain was located was only a part of the Holy Land. The origin of the Hell Dao was located in an extremely ominous place. When Gu Fei and the old turtle arrived outside that ominous place, they were immediately stunned by the terrain. The old turtle recognized that this terrain was actually the legendary peerless ominous place, the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. Even almighties would have a headache in such an ominous place. The 9 dragons competing for a pearl was the origin of the world, the realm pearl. It was a sphere, like a primal chaos embryo magnified countless times. It was the foundation of the world's existence. Controlling the realm pearl meant controlling a world. But in the area where the realm pearl was located, there was an ominous place like the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. The 9 dragons were 9 earth dragon veins. The essence energy of the entire death world came from these 9 earth dragon veins. They were the earth ancestral roots nurtured by the world. This ominous place was almost indestructible. It was no wonder that the divine race had been unable to refine the realm pearl for millions of years and completely control this death world. What should we do? Gu Fei was dumbfounded after learning the origin of the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. If the divine race couldn't break this ominous place, how could the 2 of them? The old turtle rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "Let's go in and take a look, but don't go too deep. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting us, we shouldn't be completely defenseless." "Are you sure? Are we really going in?" Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a bit scared. This 9 dragons competing for a pearl terrain was so powerful. If they jumped in, they wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Gu Fei didn't want to take the risk of entering such an ominous place. "With the mountain and river cauldron, what are you afraid of?" The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said disapprovingly, "Let me tell you, the mountain and river cauldron is the nemesis of this 9 dragons competing for a pearl terrain. Otherwise, do you think I'm tired of living?" The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos energy that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. It was the nemesis of the earth dragon veins. Gu Fei's expression changed several times. Finally, he glanced at the old turtle and sighed. "In that case, let's go in." "Hee, I won't hurt you." Old turtle patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. No matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed to be up to no good. Gu Fei looked at the evil smile on Old Tortoise's face and felt a chill in his heart. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise landed on the ground. "Why don't you just fly in?" Gu Fei asked. This was the first time he had heard of a terrain like the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. He knew nothing about it. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said expressionlessly, "If you want to die faster, you can fly in directly." "What?" Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly looked towards the sky above the 9 dragons vying for the pearl terrain. There were no energy fluctuations, no dangerous aura. The clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. Sometimes what the eyes see isn't reality. Old Tortoise saw Gu Fei's bewildered expression and then explained to Gu Fei. With that, Old Tortoise grabbed a boulder and threw it into the sky above the 9 dragons competing for the pearl terrain. The moment the boulder entered the sky above the terrain, it disappeared without a sound, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The rock seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What was going on? What had happened in that instant? There were no energy fluctuations. That was what shocked Gu Fei the most. This kind of attack was unpredictable and sudden. It was impossible to guard against it. That's an invisible killing light condensed from a peerless danger zone. You absolutely can't fly into a killing situation like the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died, said Old Tortoise. The 9 dragons vying for the pearl was a killing ground in both the sky and the ground. The sky above seemed calm without the slightest murderous aura, but it was actually the most dangerous. That was because of the invisible killing light. Gu Fei's experience had been broadened. The invisible killing light was invisible and traceless. It was enough to make anyone who rashly entered suffer a grievance. This peerless danger zone was actually so dangerous. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling anxious. If the mountain and river cauldron couldn't suppress these 9 dragons, wouldn't that be terrible? Under Old Tortoise's guidance, the mountain and river cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and floated above the two of them. Strands of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and Old Tortoise below. Then Gu Fei and Old Tortoise carefully walked into this peerless danger zone. It had to be said that the divine race truly did have the ability to change the world. During the day, the sun fixed in the sky had now turned into a moon, sprinkling down hazy moonlight. The moonlight was like water, and the land was empty and quiet. This kind of silence was extremely oppressive, because apart from silence, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could no longer sense anything strange. The black and red soil under their feet seemed to be soaked in blood. There were plants in some places, and bare stones in other places. The entire danger zone was covered by the thin, smoke-like moonlight. The shadows of the trees in the distance danced, as if there were evil spirits hiding in the dark, peeping at them. Walking on the black and red sand, although they were protected by the primordial chaos chi of the mountain and river cauldron, they still did not dare to let their guard down. Very soon, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. How could this be? Old Tortoise suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. What's wrong? Gu Fei was startled by Old Tortoise. He was already very nervous, and almost jumped up from the ground. His heart contracted. We seem to be walking in place. Old Tortoise looked ahead, and then turned to look behind him. His expression became very ugly. Gu Fei was shocked. He hurriedly used his divine vision to look around. Sure enough, they were less than 30 miles away from the entrance of the 9 dragons fighting for pearls to reign, and the black and red sand was also under their feet. Gu Fei was completely dumbfounded. With their leg strength, even if they were walking on the ground, they could cross dozens of miles in an instant, but they seemed to really be trapped. This result made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. At this time, they realized that they were actually standing on a huge pattern of a skull. Although the black and red sand seemed to be scattered messily on the ground, if one looked down from the sky, they would form a huge pattern of a skull. How unlucky. It's obvious that a great figure has fallen here. His power hasn't completely dissipated, and he's trapped us here. Old Tortoise carefully observed the surrounding terrain before saying such words. Let's try again and see if we can get out of this damn place, said Gu Fei. Okay. Old Tortoise nodded, and then took large strides with Gu Fei, running forward as if they were flying. After running for an estimated 100 miles, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stopped. However, as soon as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stopped, the scenery around them changed in an instant. They found that they had returned to the pattern of the skull, and they still hadn't walked out. This is incredible. Gu Fei was stunned. When they ran, he realized that they were moving away from the pattern of the skull formed by the black and red sand, but once they stopped, they found that they were actually walking in place. This time, even the knowledgeable Old Tortoise was a little disappointed. Chapter 577. Quick, think of something. Gu Fei was anxious. What had just happened was too strange. The power of a terrifying figure that had died countless years ago hadn't dissipated. It had formed an unfathomable force field that distorted space and interfered with the void, trapping them in an area no more than a few hundred meters wide. This caused Gu Fei's hair to stand on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. I'll try to see if I can break the force here. Even if I can't, I can disturb the force here, said the Old Tortoise after carefully observing the huge skull pattern beneath his feet. The Old Tortoise still had the ability to disturb the force of a part of the world. This kind of force, formed after the death of an almighty, wasn't unbreakable. Although the people trapped inside weren't in danger for the time being, they were trapped inside and couldn't get out no matter how hard they tried. If they could never get out, then they would be trapped for the rest of their lives. This kind of situation was the most terrifying. Demigods and immortals, to a certain extent, could be said to have immortal bodies. But to be imprisoned alive in a place was probably the most terrifying punishment in the world. The reason for the formation of this force wasn't deliberate. Instead, it was formed naturally after the death of an almighty. It was almost equivalent to changing the natural laws of this world, turning this area into a place where one could only enter and not leave. They had just entered the 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl layout, but they had already encountered such a predicament. Both Gu Fei and the old tortoise were shocked. This 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl layout was truly a peerless killing layout. It was hard to imagine just how dangerous the place where the 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl was. Even the God race, with their incomparably deep foundation, couldn't do anything about this peerless danger zone. At this time, the old tortoise and Gu Fei didn't want to continue exploring. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. They knew that if they went too deep into this danger zone, even with the protection of the sacred items, their lives would still be in danger. They would never set foot in this place again until they gathered the 4 ancient treasures of the human, god, demon, and Buddha realms. Old Turtle began to carve ancient demonic patterns on the ground. Purple demonic patterns were imprinted on the ground. Each demonic pattern had Tao rhymes circulating, displaying Tao rhymes and condensing power. The great Tao was the same as the divine marks of the immortal Tao. They were both a form of manifestation of the Tao, a manifestation of the great Tao. The great Tao was formless, but it could be manifested through divine marks and demonic marks. It could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of the great Tao. Soon, an array diagram intertwined with ancient demonic markings appeared on the ground. When the old tortoise carved the last ancient demonic markings, the entire array diagram suddenly emitted a bright divine light. There was a flow of Tao power, and the ancient demonic markings seemed to be alive, swimming on the ground. Gu Fei sensed that the surroundings had begun to change. Old Tortoise's array diagram emitted a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation directly affected the nearby aura, causing the nearby spiritual energy to become chaotic. Old Tortoise's array had finally triggered an anomaly. The earth trembled slightly, as if something had been startled and was about to rush out of the ground. The array was gathering spiritual chi from all directions, affecting the momentum of heaven and earth nearby. Rumble! The huge skull pattern on the ground emitted a black-red evil light. Like dirty blood, it swept back from all directions to the center. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. This kind of filth could make spiritual treasures lose their spiritual energy and turn divine weapons into scrap metal. It could pollute everything. If one were to be pounced on by this bloody light, one's spiritual soul and physical body would probably be devoured. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's bodies bloomed with divine light, blocking all the evil blood-red light that surged over from all directions. Dark blood began to seep out from the ground. The evil and terrifying skull pattern on the ground seemed to come to life and began to emit waves of faintly discernible soul fluctuations. How is this possible? That terrible existence that has fallen for countless years has not completely perished. The old tortoise was shocked, and then grabbed Gu Fei with one hand and quickly retreated. Boom! There was a loud noise and blood shot into the sky. A part of the ground instantly collapsed. If the old tortoise had not reacted in time, the two would have fallen into the blood-red cave below. The momentum of heaven and earth was broken by the old tortoise's array. Endless blood rushed out of the ground, and the array that the old tortoise had carved was tainted by the bloody light. The ancient demon patterns were forcibly erased and disappeared into the void. The old tortoise's array broke the momentum of heaven and earth, but at the same time, it was also tainted by the blood and collapsed. The ancient demon patterns with the Tao flow dissipated into the void. Go! The old tortoise shouted and directly rushed out with Gu Fei. Then, the two rushed out of the 9 dragons competing for pearls without looking back. At this time, behind them had become a sea of blood. Bloody mist steamed and waves of blood surged. It was hard to imagine that in just an instant, the world had become a bloody purgatory. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei and the old tortoise sent down strands of primordial chaos chi to protect the two of them, protecting them from the evil bloodlight. Gu Fei was still shaken. He sat on the ground in shock, gasping for breath. As for the old tortoise, his expression had also become very unsightly. It had been a bad start. 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Is this deadly trap really unbreakable? The old tortoise muttered to himself, his expression changing several times. They had just entered the 9 dragons competing for pearls area, but they had almost been trapped to death. Let's go back first, said the old tortoise. He called out to Gu Fei and left the mountain range. He didn't want to stay here for long. This danger zone made him feel a great deal of pressure. They had just entered the 9 dragons competing for pearls area, but they had already encountered danger. This made Gu Fei and the old tortoise realize just how terrifying this danger zone was. By the time Gu Fei and the old tortoise returned to the god race's sacred mountain, the land of sealed devils had long since descended into chaos. The stone peak that was like an incomparably large divine blade stabbed into the ground was violently shaking. To be more accurate, the entire land of sealed devils was shaking. Dust billowed, demonic chi surged, and countless devils howled. The entire land of sealed devils was like a horde of devils dancing. The stone blade that was tens of thousands of meters tall was constantly cracking apart. Large chunks of stone fell off, revealing an incomparably resplendent light. A peaceful aura filled the world, making the land of sealed devils seem a bit more peaceful and tranquil. These were two diametrically opposed auras. The violent demonic nature and the peaceful Buddhist nature were clashing. The true blade was revealed. The sharp and peerless Buddhist weapon was like a green divine jade. Rays of green Buddhist light flowed on it. This was its true appearance. The green jade ring blade that was tens of thousands of meters tall finally shattered the earth and the void. It soared into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, shattered the void, and disappeared from the land of sealed devils. After the green jade ring blade disappeared from the land of sealed devils, the land of sealed devils seemed to have lost its suppression. The weak demonic nature began to gradually strengthen. On this day, the remnant devil souls wandering in the world of sealed devils converged toward the land of sealed devils. Many of the undead creatures felt that a major change was about to take place in the hell realm. In the void hundreds of miles away from the land of sealed devils, there was an inner world that was shrouded in Buddhist light, just like the Western paradise. This inner world was shrouded in Buddhist light, and it was full of vitality. The Buddhist land and immortal flowers were competing with each other in beauty. They were bright purple and red, sparkling and translucent, flowing with all kinds of brilliance. The fragrance of the jade grass was lush and green. In the central region of the inner world, a little monk in a white monk robe was sitting cross-legged in the air, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. At the moment when the green jade ring blade disappeared, the little monk opened his eyes and stretched out his right hand, shattering the void. He directly grabbed a green divine light from the shattered void. The green jade ring blade condensed in the little monk Fan Xiu's right hand. The Buddha knife that was tens of thousands of meters long became the size of an ordinary sword. The green jade ring blade flowed on the surface of the little monk Fan Xiu's blade, and a holy and pure Buddhist nature was emitted from the blade. It vibrated in the little monk's hand, as if it wanted to fly out of his hand. However, no matter how it vibrated, even if thousands of Buddha lights burst out from the blade, it could not hurt the little monk Fan Xiu's little hand. It was firmly held by the little monk's pink hand. The green jade ring blade that was guarding the land of sealed devils was taken back by the little monk Fan Xiu. Finally, he grabbed the green jade ring blade fiercely, and thousands of Buddha lights rushed into the blade. The green jade ring blade no longer struggled, and slowly calmed down. Congratulations, Venerable Fan Xiu, for obtaining the Buddha Lord's sacred weapon. A skinny old monk respectfully put his palms together and bowed to the little monk Fan Xiu. Although the little monk Fan Xiu was young, his wisdom was definitely at the level of an old monster. He nodded silently, and then gently flicked the green jade ring blade. The blade immediately emitted a crisp and sweet sound, like the roar of a dragon from the 9 heavens, reverberating in this Buddhist land. Then, the green jade ring blade turned into a divine light, and sank into his body. At the same time, the little monk Fan Xiu's eyes became incomparably deep. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into the sky, and he was like a supreme Buddha looking down on the world. "It's time," the little monk Fan Xiu said calmly. "Is it the last moment?" asked the old monk. The old monk's face, which was as calm as an ancient well, also showed a hint of excitement. The little monk Fan Xiu nodded, and then directly opened up his inner world, and walked out with the old monk. 3 days later, the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk arrived in front of an inconspicuous ancient temple in the depths of the hell realm. When the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk chanted Buddhist incantations, faint chanting sounds came from the ancient temple, echoing with them. In the ancient temple, there seemed to be a senior monk chanting. A wave of divine Buddhist power rippled gently between heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and fog in this area. In this dim world of death, the divine Buddhist power was very obvious and special. This Buddhist power seemed to be guided by the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk. Many of the undead creatures in the vicinity were immediately affected by this Buddhist power, and the evil souls were immediately purified and dispersed. In the end, the dilapidated ancient temple emitted a brilliant golden light, and the whole body of the Buddhist light flowed, becoming bright, as if daytime had descended into hell. This ancient temple had existed for countless years, and some places had decayed. However, as the chanting continued, the ancient temple began to become extraordinary. The walls, tiles, and even the ground were all flowing with the brilliant Buddhist light like the morning glow, causing the ancient temple to be enveloped in a layer of golden divine splendor. Endless Buddhist power was rippling out from the ancient temple. The little monk Fan Xiu was like a Buddha that had descended, and his little face was filled with peace and serenity. Surrounded by the Buddhist light, his small body was incomparably divine, making it inviolable. He continued chanting Buddhist incantations, and it was as if there was a heavenly voice of the great Tao reverberating between heaven and earth. The little monk seemed to have become the incarnation of Buddha, and he slowly walked forward, walking into the ancient temple. The old monk put his palms together, and followed behind the little monk Fan Xiu, walking into the ancient temple. When the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk entered the ancient temple, the chanting from the ancient temple instantly became louder. The entire ancient temple began to have swastikas appearing, and a vast Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the dim world, and the undead creatures that were illuminated by the golden Buddhist light were all disintegrated. The Buddhist light was originally the nemesis of the undead creatures. The ancient temple was empty, and there were no furnishings at all. Maybe there were some in the past, but now, there was nothing left, and everything had decayed. The floor of the ancient temple was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there was a Buddha statue that was 10 feet tall at the entrance. This was the only Buddha statue left in the entire ancient temple. However, at this moment, this Buddha statue was emitting boundless Buddhist light, and the chanting of 100,000 Buddhas was coming from the Buddha statue. Everything was destroyed in the passage of time, leaving nothing behind. In the entire ancient temple, there was only a Buddha statue left. This Buddha statue emitted a powerful Buddha nature, like a Buddha Lord descending to the world, preaching the Tao and preaching the scriptures. The reason why this ancient temple didn't collapse was probably because of the existence of this Buddha statue. Even though everything inside had decayed, the Buddha statue and the ancient temple were still standing tall in the world of death. Fan Xiu and the old monk came to the front of the Buddha statue, and sat down cross-legged. They chanted Buddhist incantations, resonating with the Buddha statue in front of them. Pali, Pali, Pali. In the end, when the Buddha's divine Buddha nature that surged out from the Buddha statue reached its peak, the Buddha statue actually cracked. With a bang, the cracked Buddha statue instantly turned into a cloud of dust. From the dust, 3 balls of golden sun-like brilliance rushed out. 2 of them entered the little monk Fan Xiu's body, and the last one entered the old monk's body. Immediately, a vast Buddhist power surged from the bodies of Fan Xiu and the old monk. An illusory figure appeared from their bodies, holding a flower and smiling, and flowing with endless Buddhist nature. The illusory image that appeared from the bodies of Fan Xiu and the old monk was actually a Buddha. Could it be that the relics that Fan Xiu and the old monk obtained were actually the relics left behind by the Buddha? Chapter 578. In the Buddha statue of the ancient temple, there were 3 divine Buddha relics left behind by the fallen Buddhist Almighty. After obtaining the divine Buddha relics, the entire ancient temple lost the power that it relied on to exist. The Buddhist light instantly dimmed and turned into dust. Amidst the flying dust, 2 masses of Buddha light flickered like golden suns. Auspicious Buddha nature rippled between heaven and earth. The dead land actually showed signs of rejuvenation. Endless Buddha power surged from the bodies of little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk. It was as if Buddhas had descended to the mortal world, blocking the dust that was drifting in the sky. Roar! At this moment, a demonic roar came from afar. The rolling demonic sound dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. A demonic shadow brought with it a monstrous demonic aura and rushed over from afar. In an instant, it came close and a terrifying demonic aura spread between heaven and earth. The demonic nature and the Buddha nature were colliding. Then, a pitch-black demonic hand that was as big as a mountain stretched out from the demonic clouds and directly grabbed little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk. Rumble. It was as if an ancient demonic mountain was descending. That huge demonic hand emitted endless terrifying demonic power. The void was collapsing and heaven and earth were being torn apart. The little monk Fan Xiu stood up from the ground. His body shone with the light of Buddha and a golden Buddha shadow appeared on his body. With a smile on his face, He dispelled the overwhelming demonic aura. Then he pressed his palm upwards. The Buddha phantom that appeared on little monk Fan Xiu's body followed little monk Fan Xiu's action and also waved his palm. Boom! The entire heaven and earth shook violently. Endless golden Buddha light surged out from little monk Fan Xiu's palm. In an instant, it condensed into a huge golden hand that emitted endless Buddha power and went up to the demonic hand that was bombarding down. It was a golden Buddha hand. In the middle of the Buddha palm, there was a golden swastika spinning, emitting endless auspicious and holy aura. Rumble! The golden Buddha palm collided with the black demonic hand. It was as if two ancient divine mountains were violently colliding. The vast and mighty power shook the entire world. The golden Buddha's light illuminated the dark earth. Many undead creatures were instantly killed by the Buddha's light. The power of Buddhism had always been the nemesis of evil. Once the Buddhist light appeared, all evil would bow down to it. This was a head-on confrontation between demonic power and Buddhist power. The two extremely powerful forces seemed to be equally matched, and neither could suppress the other. The golden Buddha palm and the black demonic hand dissipated in the sky at the same time. Heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed, as if a hole had been punched out. The mighty aftershock caused the earth to undulate violently like waves. Several hills nearby collapsed, and the bones buried under the ground were also overturned. The world of death was the graveyard of all living beings. Dried bones could be seen everywhere. Who knew how many bones were buried under the ground? Even the true bones of immortals and the great devil bone physique could be seen sometimes. Swoosh! The little monk Fan Xiu held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of Buddha's light broke through the layers of demonic aura and rushed into the depths of the demonic clouds. At this time, the old monk also stood up from the ground. There was also a Buddha's shadow looming on his body. However, compared to the Buddha's shadow on the little monk Fan Xiu's body, the shadow on the old monk's body was much dimmer. He raised his head and looked up. His face was calm and serene. It seemed that he didn't intend to attack the demonic shadow but was just watching. The demonic soul has been reunited so quickly? The old monk looked up at the sky, at the demonic shadow that was fighting endlessly with the little monk Fan Xiu and muttered to himself. After taking away the green jade ring blade that was suppressing the true devil's bone, there is indeed a possibility for the true devil to be resurrected. The old monk said. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow that was fighting with the little monk Fan Xiu in the sky seemed to be a powerful demonic soul that came from the land of sealed demons. The little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk entered the land of sealed demons and took away the green jade ring blade, allowing a part of the demonic soul to be reunited. The prophecy of the god race seemed to be coming true. However, the demonic soul hadn't recovered to its peak state. It was just an incomplete demonic soul. There was still the remnant soul of the true devil wandering in this world of death. However, it didn't seem to be far from reassembling the demonic soul. The little monk Fan Xiu wanted to kill the demonic soul while it was still weak. Otherwise, if the remnant soul of the true devil was successfully reassembled, the ancient true devil would once again descend on this land. This was something that no one wanted to see happen. Swoosh! A dark green saber light flashed in the sky. In an instant, the dark world was split into two. The void was split in an instant, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The saber light that contained auspicious Buddha's power also split the demonic soul in half at the same time. The little monk Fan Xiu used the green jade ring blade. It was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the Buddha Lord. It was incomparably powerful. If he could unleash its full power, it would be comparable to the descent of the ancient Buddha Lord and could destroy 3,000 worlds. With just one slash, the demonic soul was severely injured. The demonic soul that was split in half by the green jade ring blade turned into a cloud of black gas and dissipated in the void. However, it was difficult to kill such a demonic soul in one go. The little monk Fan Xiu didn't think that he could kill the demonic soul with just one slash. He held the purple gold alms bowl in his left hand and the green jade ring blade in his right. His divine eyes pierced through the void and swept in all directions. Sure enough, a faint black shadow reappeared 10 miles away. Although the demonic soul had reassembled, it was dim and lifeless. It was as if it could dissipate at any time. The demonic soul that came out from the land of sealed demons felt the threat of the green jade ring blade. It roared and rode the monstrous demonic aura, turned around and fled into the distance. The green jade ring blade was stabbed by the Buddha Lord into the corpse of the true demon. It sealed the bones of the true demon, causing the immortal demonic soul to wander in this world of death. The power of heaven and earth wore down the power of the demonic soul day and night. He wanted to use this to destroy the immortal demonic soul. This little monk Fan Xiao was a Buddhist venerable who walked out of the tomb of the Buddha Lord. He actually knew the way to break the seal set by the Buddha Lord and took away the green jade ring blade that was used to seal the bones of the true demon. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk had expected such an outcome. However, they didn't expect that the remnant soul of the true demon, which had wandered in the world of death for countless years, would reassemble a part of it so quickly. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the ancient true demon returned to this world. With the green jade ring blade in hand, the little monk Fan Xiao turned into a golden rainbow light and chased after the demonic soul. Upon seeing this, the old monk also rushed into the sky and chased after the little monk Fan Xiao. They had no choice but to stop the reassembly of the devil soul. After all, the green jade ring blade that had sealed the true devil's skeleton for countless years was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was obvious that the true devil from ancient times had been killed and sealed in the world of death by the Buddhist Lord. If the true demon was reborn, the first people that the true demon would look for were the Buddhist venerables like the little monk Fan Xiao. The demonic soul had begun to reassemble. The prophecy that humans, deities, demons, Buddhas, and demons would appear together in the continent of death was gradually becoming a reality. In the sacred mountain of the divine clan, Gu Fei and the old turtle had been living in St. Li's palace ever since they returned from the 9 dragons competing for pearls. They didn't want to act rashly for the time being to avoid arousing the suspicion of the divine clan. Li Xuandao's physical body, which was controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, was still sitting in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Even when the descendants of Li Xuandao's lineage came to see him, he was too lazy to respond. After a few days, Gu Fei learned that the divine clan seemed to have suffered a great loss in the battle against the demonic dragon. Some people had already thought of asking Li Xuandao to go out and fight the demonic dragon. Moreover, the divine clan actually suffered casualties in the battle against the demonic dragon. How could this be? The entire divine clan only had a few hundred people. It could be said that the death of one person was one less. Therefore, the number of people asking the ancestor to fight gradually increased. In the end, the big figures of the divine clan gathered at the peak of the holy mountain and asked the ancestor to fight. F***ck, these bastards. Gu Fei's avatar could not help but curse these guys who were trying hard to get him to fight. He was not the real Li Xuandao. He was just using Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body. If he really fought against the demonic dragon, even if he could use the peerless immortal body to fight against the demonic dragon, he was afraid that there would be a risk of being seen through. However, under such circumstances, it was not Gu Fei's choice. The demonic dragon led countless demonic creatures to besiege the divine clan's holy land and constantly attacked the seal. However, the seal was too strong and difficult to break. Otherwise, the divine clan's holy land would have been flooded by countless demonic creatures. However, the demonic dragon attracted the true devil's blood from somewhere. It wanted to use the power of the true devil contained in the true devil's blood to defile the 9 divine pillars, break the seal, and enter the divine clan's holy land. The divine clan was originally safe and sound hiding in the seal. However, the bloodline of the innate gods and devils born between heaven and earth was too strong. The true devil's blood seemed to be able to defile the divine pillars and even corrode the power of the great Tao. In this way, the divine clan had no choice but to fight. With the golden divine sword in hand and Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, Gu Fei was confident that he could compete with the primordial demonic dragon that was reborn from flesh and blood. If that's the case, then let's go play with the primordial demonic dragon. Gu Fei walked out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace and saw a group of divine clan disciples kneeling in front of the gate of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Ancestor, please make a move. Ancestor, please make a move. Ancestor, please make a move. The kneeling divine clan disciples immediately shouted when they saw Li Xuandao, who was controlled by Gu Fei, walking out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Good. I'll go meet the demonic dragon. In fact, it's not bad to be a dragon slayer, Gu Fei said, then directly rushed into the sky and disappeared into the void. For the past few days, Gu Fei had been digesting the soul memory of Li Xuandao. Controlling Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was like controlling a divine body with unparalleled combat power. This was because Gu Fei found that this peerless immortal body could still use the divine techniques of the immortal path. The divine techniques of the immortal path were really broad and profound. Moreover, there seemed to be no obstacles when he used the divine techniques of the immortal path. In other words, the divine techniques of the immortal path that Li Xuandao could use, so could Gu Fei. Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was not crippled just because he changed his soul. With a teleportation, Gu Fei's avatar appeared hundreds of miles away. After teleporting a few times in a row, Gu Fei heard the fierce sounds of fighting. Outside the seal, the demonic aura was monstrous. A huge black dragon the size of a mountain was fighting against 3 divine clan cultivators. Gu Fei did not recognize any of the 3 divine clan cultivators. However, the aura exuding from the 3 divine clan cultivators was more powerful and terrifying than Li Xiang. These 3 people were definitely the super cultivators of the divine clan, who dared to compete with the demonic dragon. However, Gu Fei found that the 3 super cultivators of the divine clan were completely suppressed by the primordial demonic dragon that had been reborn. Although it was 1 against 3, the primordial demonic dragon still had the upper hand and was incomparably fierce. This book. Chapter 579. The ancestor is here. Gu Fei's arrival delighted the 3 divine race super experts. They did not notice anything amiss, nor did they notice anything strange about Li Xuandao. No one could tell that Li Xuandao was no longer the Li Xuandao of the past. It was no wonder. Li Xuandao was gravely injured in the battle back then and needed to hibernate for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was rare for outsiders to see him. Moreover, Li Xuandao had a supreme status in the divine race. Everyone in the race was his junior. Everyone was cautious and respectful in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. Who would pay attention to his words, actions, and other minor details? Therefore, Gu Fei did not have to exert too much effort to impersonate Li Xuandao. Gu Fei did not say a word. He directly conjured a divine incantation of the immortal path. Strands of divine power surged between his hands, and a door immediately appeared on the seal in front of him. Endless divine runes curled around the door, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. Gu Fei, with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique, emitted a divine aura of the immortal path. With one step, he walked through the door on top of the seal and arrived outside the seal. An extremely fierce murderous aura immediately assaulted his face. The aura of death filled the air, and dark clouds floated in the distant sky. Gu Fei felt as if he had gone from a world full of vitality to a world of death. It was like heaven and hell at the same time. Roar! A demonic howl came from the demonic aura in front of him. Then, a skinny figure walked out from the surging demonic aura, pressing towards Gu Fei. It was a demonic corpse shrouded in thick demonic aura. Its blood-red eyes swept over Gu Fei, and its violent aura made one's heart palpitate. Old ancestor, be careful! One of the 3 Protoss super experts who besieged Mo Long hurriedly shouted at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Were these demonic creatures really not afraid of being killed? How dare this kind of weakling make a move on him? Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body contained boundless divine power of the immortal Tao. How could this little demonic corpse resist it? The power of Gu Fei's soul emerged from Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace and spread throughout his immortal body. Then, he casually pointed a finger. Chi! With a soft sound, a beam of divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. It directly shattered the void and instantly pierced through the head of the demonic corpse. The evil corpse that was rushing towards Gu Fei silently fell down from the evil cloud. This terrifying evil corpse was directly killed by the power of Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique. Back off! Gu Fei said coldly. The 3 God Race super experts surrounding the demonic dragon immediately dispersed. In their opinion, only this demonic dragon was qualified to be their ancestor's opponent. Roar! The demonic dragon roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. An endless amount of demonic energy surged out from its mountainous body. Its eyes instantly shot out 2 destructive beams that pierced towards Gu Fei. This demonic dragon took the initiative to attack. Gu Fei sneered. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed the destructive demonic light, and then pointed out with his finger. Chi! A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced the dragon's head. Damn it, the Tao ancestor successor, you underestimate me too much. The demonic dragon's voice reverberated between the heaven and earth. It saw the scene of Gu Fei killing the demonic corpse. Now that it saw Gu Fei using the same method to kill the demonic corpse to deal with it, it couldn't help but feel annoyed. It felt that it was being underestimated by Gu Fei. Rumble. The gigantic demonic dragon moved quickly in the sky. It directly stretched out a dragon claw and crushed the piercing beams of divine light. Then, it opened its mouth and a demonic flame, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, rushed towards Gu Fei. The demonic flame burned the sky and the void trembled. In an instant, it shrouded this part of the world and blocked all of Gu Fei's escape routes, forcing him to confront the demonic dragon head-on. Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was nourished day and night by the divine power of the immortal path. After countless years, even a mortal body would eventually become a divine body. Gu Fei gently shook his body, and a gust of immortal force immediately surged out from his body, blocking the demonic sky-scorching fire that swept towards him from all directions. The divine power of the immortal Tao surged violently inside the peerless immortal's body. Gu Fei's hands emitted a dazzling divine light. As he waved his hands, crescent-shaped blades of light spun and flew out like hazy moonlight, directly slashing into the raging demonic fire around him. The hazy moonlight blade, although inconspicuous, had great power. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and a large area of the black demonic flame was extinguished. This is... The demonic dragon was shocked. This method was too terrifying. To use the divine light condensed from the divine power of the immortal path to extinguish the sky-burning demonic flame. Perhaps only the Tao ancestor back in the day had this ability. The demonic dragon felt a little uneasy. This descendant of the Tao ancestor was very powerful and had exceeded his imagination. Although he had successfully regenerated his flesh and blood, he had not yet recovered to his previous peak state. The hazy light blade directly broke through the sky-burning demonic flame and slashed out. The void was destroyed. The demonic dragon knew how powerful it was and quickly retreated. The Cleave of Moon Deities. I didn't expect the ancestor to have cultivated this divine technique. The three super experts of the Shen clan who were watching the battle from afar were inexplicably shocked when they saw Gu Fei display this supreme divine technique. In the Shen clan, there was a saying that if the moon deity's slash was cultivated to the highest level, it could even destroy the three corpses of greed, anger, and infatuation in the body to prove the supreme Tao. This is a supreme secret technique among the divine techniques of the immortal path. I didn't expect someone to actually cultivate this secret technique. A super expert of the Shen clan said excitedly. 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. The demonic dragon shouted loudly. His body emitted endless demonic light and terrifying demonic power. Then within the demonic light, 9 dragon shadows appeared out of thin air. The 9 dragon shadows were all changing rapidly. When the light dissipated, 9 terrifying figures appeared in the void. To be precise, they were 9 monsters with monstrous demonic aura. These 9 monsters were all tyrannical and incomparably ferocious. Some had dragon heads and human bodies, some had fleshy wings on their backs, some had horns on their heads, some were 2-headed beasts covered in scales, and some were demonic people with 3 pairs of arms on their backs. These were simply 9 ferocious and terrifying demons. Humph! Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations? In my eyes, you are just a small loach. No matter how you transform, you will not be my opponent. Gu Fei strolled in the void and said coldly. Roar! The 9 demons roared angrily and instantly turned into 9 demonic shadows, instantly surrounding Gu Fei. You will regret looking down on me. The voice of the demonic dragon sounded in the void. Is that so? Even though Gu Fei was surrounded by the 9 demons created by the demonic dragon, his expression was still calm without the slightest trace of nervousness. The Tao rhymes on his supreme immortal body flowed calmly without a trace of murderous intent. It was as if a supreme immortal king had descended to the mortal world and was not engaged in a battle of life and death. This supreme immortal body was Li Xuandao's body, so it naturally exuded Li Xuandao's aura, completely overshadowing Gu Fei's aura. 9 heavens 10 earths, God extermination and immortal execution. The demonic dragon roared. Then, the bodies of the 9 demons suddenly emitted a dazzling demonic light. At this time, Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. The positions of the 9 demons. Gu Fei's heart shivered as he silently cursed. However, it seemed that it was a bit too late. The bodies of the 9 demons instantly exploded and turned into 9 demonic runes that emitted endless demonic lights. The 9 demonic runes connected with the heaven and earth and gathered an endless amount of worldly power, completely sealing the space where Gu Fei was at. Gu Fei only felt that the space around him had suddenly solidified, and his body was imprisoned. A terrifying power surged as the 9 demonic runes attracted a great force, seemingly wanting to strip this space away from the Tao of Hell. Ancient absolute kill demon formation, I was too careless. Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Li Xuandao's soul had memories of this demon formation. To use this type of absolute killing formation, one had to pay a great price. This demonic dragon was risking his life. The so-called Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations was only a pretense. This absolute killing formation was the true killing technique of the demonic dragon. Such a cunning guy. Gu Fei was enraged. Haha. I have to say that you are stronger than me, but so what? The one who will die now will be you. The demonic dragon laughed heartily. Laughing heartily. The 3 super experts of the god race who were watching the battle from a distance suddenly changed their expressions. Their old ancestor had actually fallen into the opponent's killing formation. What should they do? Hee hee. Do you think you have one? Gu Fei's face revealed a strange evil smile as he stared coldly at the demonic dragon that walked out of the void. At this time, the demonic dragon transformed into a black-haired middle-aged man whose eyes were like 2 bottomless black holes. He had just used a secret technique to escape into the void, and even Gu Fei did not notice him. At this time, you should accept your fate. The middle-aged man that the demonic dragon transformed into said coldly. The 9 demonic patterns drew in the power of Tao, and formed beams of demonic light that shrouded the surroundings. As long as he willed it, these terrifying killing lights could cut Gu Fei into millions of pieces. His divine soul would also be shattered by the condensed power of the Great Path, and his soul would scatter. You are the one who should accept your fate. Gu Fei suddenly shouted. Swoosh. With a swoosh, a purple divine light rushed out from his hand and broke the demonic formation as easily as crushing dry weeds. It destroyed the demonic patterns and split the middle-aged man that the demonic dragon transformed into outside the formation in half. Gu Fei had been accumulating power for a long time. He suddenly attacked at an extremely fast speed without any warning. The purple gold divine sword destroyed everything in its way. Not only did it break the demonic formation, but it also severely injured the demonic dragon. Pang! The demonic dragon's body exploded, and endless demonic aura instantly enveloped the world. This part of the world suddenly fell into absolute darkness. Swoosh! The purple divine light was as vigorous as the divine dragon. It turned in the void and flew back to Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the purple gold divine sword in his hand. I said, you are no match for me. Gu Fei stared coldly at the surging demonic aura somewhere. In the demonic aura, the shadow of a dragon appeared. This book. Chapter 580. This level of attack did not directly kill the demonic dragon. At this level of existence, it was difficult to completely destroy it with simple attacks. Special methods were needed. Form destruction. Gu Fei immediately unleashed Li Xuandao's divine technique of the Immortal Tao. A dazzling divine light rushed out from his Naiwen palace, slashing towards the dragon that was materializing in front of him. It was an offensive divine technique of the Immortal Tao. Wherever the divine light passed, the void would be annihilated. Terrifying immortal god force condensed into a destructive light that pierced through the layers of demonic aura and landed on the dragon. Immediately, demonic blood splattered everywhere and scales scattered. Amidst a miserable roar, the demonic body that coiled like a mountain ridge exploded, leaving behind a mangled skeleton. A rain of blood poured down from the sky, and the demonic flesh and blood of the mystic dragon sprinkled down from the sky. The soil that was stained with the demonic blood made a sizzling sound, and black smoke immediately rose from it. The demonic dragon's skull emitted a horrified spiritual fluctuation. Gu Fei's attack had shaved off its flesh, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Gu Fei's attack had directly destroyed the demonic dragon. Boom! Sensing the threat of death, the demonic dragon directly broke through the void, wanting to escape. At this time, the demonic dragon had long since lost the ferocity it had when it fought against the 3 divine race experts. It had used a secret art, sacrificing its own cultivation as the price to activate the absolute devil formation. The demonic dragon's vitality had been greatly damaged, and now it had been struck by Gu Fei's violet gold divine sword. The demonic dragon knew it couldn't contend against Gu Fei, so it decisively retreated. However, Gu Fei didn't want to let it go. You want to leave? Not a chance. With a light shout, Gu Fei pressed his left palm forward, and a wave of divine light rippled out in all directions. Universe stabilizing. Boundless divine light shrouded the entire world in an instant. The void was sealed by the unfathomable power of the immortal Tao. The demonic dragon had already burrowed into the shattered void, but it was fixed high up in the sky, motionless. The shattering void was frozen. Gu Fei's left hand surged with immeasurable divine power of the immortal Tao, freezing this part of the world. Everything that was enveloped by the divine light was frozen. In this absolutely still world, even the wind was frozen. Only Gu Fei could still move. To be precise, only Li Xuandao could still move. Gu Fei's soul and Li Xuandao's physical body. This combination was still able to display unparalleled battle prowess. This was because Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique was too powerful. Gu Fei froze in the void and walked slowly in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of the demonic dragon. Then, he raised his sword and slashed down, directly chopping off the mountain-like dragon head. Soul-severing. Sealed by the great power of stabilizing heaven and earth, the heavily injured mystic dragon had no power to fight back. The soul fire in its skull was directly crushed by the soul force that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. The soul shattered and the divine sense extinguished, leaving only the rippling soul force. This was the purest form of power. Whether it was an immortal god or a great devil, soul power was the foundation of their existence. Even if their divine soul was shattered, their soul power would not disappear so quickly. Before the soul power dissipated, if a cultivator could devour this soul power, their soul would also become stronger. No wonder this demonic dragon wasn't as terrifying as those legendary creatures that could regenerate their flesh and blood. So it was just a simple rebirth. Gu Fei thought. The soul in the skull was still in the form of a soul flame. This wasn't a true rebirth of flesh and blood, nor was it a perfect transformation. It was just regrowing flesh and blood. But even so, this demonic dragon's strength was enough to run amok in this world of death. Unfortunately, it encountered Gu Fei, so it was destined to be a tragedy. The demonic dragon's skull emitted a bit of soul force. This was a great supplement, so Gu Fei couldn't let it go. He quickly circulated his Xianxia and absorbed the scattered soul force into his body. Then it gathered in his Naiwen palace. The avatar he separated from his main body was still too weak. He could use the demonic dragon's soul force to increase his soul force in order to better control this peerless immortal physique. Gu Fei withdrew the power of universe stabilizing. Rumble. Under the effect of the power of heaven and earth, the shattered void quickly reformed and repaired itself. The huge headless dragon skeleton fell from the sky, and with a boom, it smashed onto the ground, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. The moment the demonic dragon was killed, the countless demonic creatures that had gathered outside the seal to attack the divine race's holy land seemed to have lost control and began to disperse. Several powerful demonic creatures directly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Swoosh! 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 The three divine race experts immediately rode on their escape lights and chased after the powerful demonic creatures. They didn't put the countless fleeing demonic creatures in their eyes at all. After Gu Fei withdrew the great divine art of universe stabilizing, he stopped the dragon's head in front of him and kept the purple-gold divine sword into his body. Then, Gu Fei directly sat in front of the dragon's head and began to absorb the demonic dragon's soul force. The soul force that seeped out from the demonic dragon's skull constantly gathered in between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The demonic dragon's soul force was extremely powerful. As it was constantly refined, Gu Fei gradually felt that his soul was expanding, and his soul force became stronger. However, it seemed that someone wasn't willing to let Gu Fei quietly devour the demonic dragon's soul force. The three divine race experts who went to kill the powerful demonic creatures quickly rushed back from afar. Everyone's faces were filled with inexplicable shock. They were panic-stricken, as if they had encountered something terrible and were fleeing back. Just as the three divine race experts returned, a terrifying demonic howl came from afar. The surging demonic sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the sound waves. Hearing this demonic howl, the expressions of the three divine race experts immediately changed. Who is it who killed my demonic pet? A powerful soul wave pierced through the void, ignoring the barriers of distance and space-time, and directly sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. A ruthless character had arrived. The voice was still lingering in his heart when an illusory figure shrouded in black gas appeared on the distant horizon. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my magical pet. All of you will die. Powerful spiritual fluctuations rang out once more. Then, the figure that appeared on the horizon took a single step forward, directly crossing the endless void and appearing nearby. That person was shrouded in black gas, and it was impossible to see his appearance. It was also unknown whether he existed as a soul, or a terrifying expert with flesh and blood. Die to accompany my devil pet in death. That person suddenly appeared in front of a god race expert. He reached out and grabbed that expert's neck. It was too fast. That mysterious person's movements were so fast that no one could react at all before he was caught. Then, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flesh and blood of that god race-level powerhouse rapidly withered away. His essence, energy, and soul were quickly stripped away. In an instant, he became a dried corpse that was only skin and bones. Hiss! The other two god race experts couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. They subconsciously retreated towards where Gu Fei was. Such an existence was no longer something they could contend against. A superpowerhouse actually didn't even have the power to fight back and was sucked dry by the other party. The difference was too great. If this mysterious person wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Little fellow who has taken over the nest of a magpie, hurry up and devour my demonic pet soul. That way, your soul will become even more delicious. Kakik. A chilling soul wave came from the mysterious person's body. He didn't directly attack Gu Fei. He was waiting for Gu Fei to refine and devour the demon dragon's soul before devouring Gu Fei's soul. It was as if Gu Fei was already a dead thing. But what truly shocked Gu Fei was that the mysterious figure shrouded in black gas seemed to have seen through him and Li Xuandao's secret. However, the two divine race experts didn't understand the mysterious person's words. Roar! I'll fight you to the death. The two divine race experts made up their minds. Immortal divine power erupted from their bodies like a volcano. Rays of divine light rushed out of their bodies and illuminated the entire dusky world. Then, the two divine race experts roared and pounced towards the mysterious figure. Chaotic and powerful forces shook the entire world. The sky seemed to be collapsing. The two divine race experts knew that they were no match for the mysterious person and that they couldn't escape. They decisively used a forbidden technique to perish together with the enemy. They burst out all the immortal divine power in their bodies, wanting to destroy the enemy together with them. Endless divine light rushed out of their bodies. Their 7 orifices were spewing out divine splendor like divine fire. The aura of destruction rippled between heaven and earth. Hee hee. You want to self-destruct? That's a pity. Don't self-destruct. The mysterious person seemed to reach out his hand and pressed forward twice. The two god race powerhouses who had been madly rushing over were immediately frozen in the void as if someone had cast a body-fixing spell on them. The chaotic energy that had erupted from their bodies was forcibly suppressed by an unfathomable force. The 3 divine race experts immediately turned pale with fright. The mysterious person was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could control their life and death at will. The forces that burst out of their bodies were suppressed and sealed inside. In front of this mysterious person, even if they wanted to self-destruct, they couldn't do it. Who are you? One of the divine race experts asked in despair. Who am I? The mysterious figure shrouded in black chi slowly walked towards the 2 divine race experts who were imprisoned in the void. Yes, it's been too long. I can't even remember who I am. But who I am isn't important. What's important is that I know who my enemy is. The mysterious man came to the side of the 2 god race experts, then stretched out his faint palm and pressed it on the head of one of the god race experts. Roar! The god race expert screamed in fright. An unfathomable power shrouded him, and a cold aura seeped into his body from the demonic hand that was pressing on his head. Then, the immortal Tao divine force and even the essence of his flesh and blood gathered towards his head. They were all devoured by the demonic hand on his head. This was an expert's essence, chi, and soul being forcibly stripped away. The divine race expert's flesh and blood were visibly shriveling up. His eyes were sunken and his gaze gradually became lifeless. His life force was rapidly draining away. Very soon, the divine race expert's body was completely drained of all life essence. His vitality was severed. In the end, even the soul nourished in his mud pill palace was devoured. The divine race expert met a tragic end. His soul scattered. The other divine race expert was not spared either. His life essence was stripped away by the mysterious person. His soul was devoured, and he was turned into a dried corpse. From then on, Gu Fei didn't make a sound. He coldly watched everything unfold. He knew that after the mysterious person dealt with the 3 divine race experts, it would be his turn. This demon dragon was actually the mysterious person's familiar. Could it be that this mysterious person was an ancient true demon that had fallen in the world of death countless years ago? After the mysterious person devoured the life essence and soul of the 3 divine race experts, his figure shrouded in black gas had actually become much more corporeal. Kid, you have a good eye. This body is very powerful. Once I devour you, this body will be mine. I was just worrying about not having a proper body, said the mysterious person shrouded in black gas. He seemed to be a soul without a body of flesh and blood. He could only converse with Gu Fei in the form of spiritual fluctuations. Gu Fei didn't say anything. When he finished refining the last strand of the demon dragon's spiritual strength, he calmly stood up from the void. Seeing Gu Fei so calm, the mysterious person was a little surprised. This kid was so calm. Could it be that he still had something to rely on? I'm very curious. How did you see through me? Gu Fei said indifferently. In truth, he was already extremely nervous in his heart. However, he knew that if he revealed the slightest trace of panic or nervousness, the other party would mercilessly attack him. Li Xuandao was only a soul split from Gu Fei's main body. Even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't hurt the main body that was still in the holy mountain. However, if Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was lost, it would make Gu Fei's heart ache. After all, this peerless immortal body was a powerful existence comparable to the indestructible martial body. Humph, what's so difficult about it? My consciousness can sense your soul fluctuations. No matter how deep your soul is hidden, it won't be able to hide in front of me. Chapter 581. The sudden appearance of the mysterious man, who was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate, killed 3 divine race experts with a wave of his hand. This made Gu Fei feel a great threat. You are still so calm in the face of death. I really want to know, are you not afraid of death, or do you really have something to rely on? The mysterious man slowly approached Gu Fei. Something to rely on, I do have it. I want to give you a sudden fatal blow when you get close. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He still maintained a calm appearance, but he was secretly channeling the ascending secret art. If Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique were to use the ascending secret art, Gu Fei was looking forward to how many times this divine body could increase his strength. Hearing this, the mysterious man stopped in his tracks, then said with a smile, You're quite interesting, kid. I originally wanted to let you live, but who told you to kill my magic pet, so I can only kill you? The mysterious man did not seem to believe that Gu Fei had anything to rely on. Gu Fei found that this mysterious man was really mysterious. Even in front of him, with Gu Fei's eyesight, it was still difficult to see this person's face clearly. However, it was not that Gu Fei did not notice that this mysterious man shrouded in black energy was not actually flesh and blood, but an incomparably powerful divine soul. The mysterious man stretched out the terrifying demon hand that had already taken the life force of the 3 divine race experts and slowly grabbed towards Gu Fei. He seemed to want Gu Fei to suffer before death. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man in front of him and suddenly smiled. The mysterious man was obviously stunned. At this time, this kid could still smile? Was he scared silly? This was too abnormal. However, the mysterious man did not retract his hand and continued to grab towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was still smiling. Then, at the moment when the terrifying demon hand was about to touch Gu Fei's clothes, there seemed to be a ray of light flashing in front of Gu Fei's body. The mysterious man's hand stopped. Time seemed to have stopped. Gu Fei and the mysterious man seemed to have turned into stone statues. No one moved. Silence, a silence that made people panic. Then, the first half of the mysterious man's outstretched arm gradually dissipated in the void. What just happened? No one knew, because there were only the 2 of them high up in the sky. Between the 2 of them, there seemed to be a flash of light. However, it was really too fast, and it was almost impossible to catch it. It was also unknown whether it was a flash of light. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved, disappearing from his original location. After that, the mysterious man also moved. Roar! A shrill roar shook the entire world of death. Boundless black chi surged out from his body, enveloping the entire world. Mysterious man dominates the world in the endless darkness. An incomparably dazzling light burst out. Even the hell Tao that was refined by the Buddhist Lord couldn't withstand it. The void around the mysterious man collapsed in an instant. Under the rage of that mysterious person, endless soul force burst out, shattering the void within a radius of 10 miles. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, violently surging. Even the seal of the holy land of the Shen clan in the distance was impacted. The divine pillar that reached into the sky shook violently. Endless divine patterns lingered above the divine pillar, flowing with the aura of the great path. The seal that separated the holy land of the god race from the world of death was incomparably powerful. Even if that mysterious person had great magical power that could destroy the world, it was still difficult for him to break it. I said I had something to rely on, but you didn't believe me. Gu Fei's voice resounded through the void. Although the spatial shattering energy was incomparably powerful, it couldn't destroy a peerless immortal physique. Moreover, Gu Fei had already used the Heaven Ascension secret art. Disliking Li Xuandao's decrepit appearance, he used his Immortal Dao's power to alter the immortal physique's appearance. The peerless immortal physique that had changed its appearance was now 9 feet tall. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. The clothes on his upper body were in tatters, and the upper half of his body was almost completely exposed. His bronze skin flickered with a brilliant light, giving others a sense of his power and terror. His long black hair draped over his chest and back. His resolute cheeks looked as if they had been carved by a knife. His deep and cold eyes were currently blooming with a cold light that could frighten the soul. With the peerless immortal physique as the center, there was a nearly primal world. The destructive power of the shattered void couldn't harm him in the slightest. Damn it, you dare to plot against me? The mysterious person was enraged. 2 terrifying black rays shot out from his head as he coldly stared at Gu Fei. I told you, I have something to rely on. I will take advantage of your approach to deal a fatal blow to you. How is this a sneak attack? Have you ever seen such an open and above-board sneak attack? Gu Fei said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Go to hell. The mysterious person had suffered a great loss. In his rage, he directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. His outstretched hand instantly became as large as a mountain, covering the heaven and earth. He wanted nothing more than to crush Gu Fei to death. Buzz! A clear sword chime resounded as a violet divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The violet gold divine sword appeared. Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand and directly slashed at the incoming hand. There was no energy fluctuation, no radiant sword light. There was only a violet sword light, the radiance of the violet gold divine sword. That sword light directly split open the mysterious person's hand. Afterward, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly crossed several thousand meters. In an instant, he appeared above the mysterious person's head. His sword aura didn't change as he slashed down on the mysterious person's head. This is... The mysterious person seemed to be very surprised. He didn't receive this sword and instantly shifted several miles away, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position. I didn't expect to see this divine sword again. Very good, very good. The mysterious person seemed to recognize the origin of the violet gold divine sword. His body emitted an endless murderous aura, causing the temperature of the heaven and earth to drop rapidly. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword and rushed towards the mysterious person. He didn't have much time. Only 3 minutes. If he couldn't defeat the mysterious person within 3 minutes, then he would be the one to die. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed. Boundless resplendent light illuminated the heavens and the earth. A terrifying sword light shot out from the violet gold divine sword and slashed towards the mysterious man. Humph humph humph. The mysterious man sneered. True devil world. The mysterious man shouted loudly as a strange fluctuation surged out from his body. Then, the thousands of resplendent sword beams that were slashing towards the mysterious man suddenly disappeared into the void, as if they had slashed into another void. Seeing that, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but thump. He was incomparably shocked. Could it be that this mysterious person had actually refined his inner world? If that was the case, then this mysterious person was already in an invincible position, using strength to break all laws. Gu Fei directly waved the violet gold divine sword with his supreme divine power, breaking through the true devil world and charging towards the mysterious man. This. The mysterious man was shocked. How did this brat become so powerful? He had actually used his supreme divine power to break through the true devil world and kill his way in front of him. That was not all. When he rushed to the front of the mysterious man, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, as if 2 stars were fixed there. Ah! The mysterious person roared, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out of his eyes. His appearance was frighteningly malevolent. He was shocked to discover that his divine soul was being attacked by spiritual strength. Gu Fei's eyes shone with the power of his divine soul. That was his own divine soul and the sword soul of the violet gold divine sword. Despicable ant! You've infuriated me! Roared the mysterious person. He was a soul body, and the sudden spiritual strength attack had greatly impacted his soul. Swish! In an instant, the mysterious man's body transformed into a myriad of demonic shadows that appeared around Gu Fei, surrounding Gu Fei tightly. Countless attacks blasted towards Gu Fei from all directions. Every demonic shadow was real. Gu Fei brandished the violet gold divine sword and continuously fought against the demonic shadows. However, there were just too many of them. When they swarmed over, the entire sky was filled with demonic shadows. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone countless hands. Bang! Gu Fei's back was struck by a fist. This fist's power was unfathomable, and it directly sent Gu Fei flying dozens of miles away, almost splitting him into 2. Even his peerless immortal physique was injured, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious man naturally wouldn't let Gu Fei go. Countless demonic shadows chased after Gu Fei. Their murderous aura shook the heaven and earth, and the vast and terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the void. Preposterous! Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and directly sat down in the void. Then, his hands formed an immortal Dao divine art, and immortal Dao divine runes surged out from his hands. Countless immortal Dao divine runes split into 2. One flew into the sky, and the other entered the earth, disappearing without a trace. Heavenly thunder! Gu Fei pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and disappeared into the heavens. Then, a terrifying force descended from the heavens. Rumble! Thunder roared from the 9 heavens. Bolts of lightning slithered through the sky like silver snakes, giving off deafening rumbles. Gu Fei had attracted the power of lightning in the world. Boom! 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 In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the countless demonic shadows that were charging over. The power of the lightning shook the heavens and the earth, causing the demonic shadows to disperse. Gu Fei used the power of his immortal Dao inscriptions to connect with the heavens and earth, gathering the might of the heavens and earth, drawing in the power of lightning and thunder. This was no longer a martial art, but a divine art of the immortal Dao. Gu Fei had read Li Xuandao's soul memories and gained control of Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique. Naturally, he had also inherited Li Xuandao's immortal energy and cultivation method. He was using Li Xuandao's skills to attack the mysterious man. Earth fire! Gu Fei shouted again and pressed his palm towards the ground. A divine firebrand appeared on his palm, and then countless divine runes that radiated divine fire appeared on the ground. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a monstrous fire burst out from the ground. It went against the sky, and like fire dragons, it pounced towards the countless demonic shadows. Gu Fei had connected with the heaven and earth, summoning heavenly lightning and earth fire to disperse the demonic energy. The demonic shadows disappeared under the interweaving of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Rumble! Chapter 582. Humph! A cold laugh came from within the formation of heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Then, those demonic shadows that hadn't been dispersed by the heavenly lightning and burned into black smoke by the earthly fire quickly rushed towards a hazy figure and disappeared into that figure. The figure ignored the threat of the lightning and fire and stood inside the formation. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky, beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously seeping from his forehead. He only had 3 minutes, but judging from the current situation, it was absolutely impossible to eliminate this fellow within 3 minutes. When Gu Fei thought of this, the thought of retreating rose in his heart. He might be able to fight against this mysterious powerhouse for 3 minutes. But what about after 3 minutes? The Heaven Ascension secret law couldn't allow Gu Fei to maintain his peak condition indefinitely. This peerless immortal physique was truly powerful. Using the Heaven Ascension's secret law with his immortal physique actually increased his power by 10 times. One could imagine just how powerful this mysterious expert was. Only with a 10-fold increase in strength could Gu Fei contend against him. Of course, this supreme immortal physique strength was far more than this. However, with Gu Fei's avatar, he could only activate a portion of the immortal divine force contained within the immortal physique. Since he couldn't win, he could only retreat. Gu Fei immediately formed divine incantations and unleashed waves of divine runes towards the heavenly lightning earth fire grand formation. Countless divine runes interweaved with each other outside the formation, creating all sorts of abstruse patterns. They channeled the power of the heaven and earth and gathered the energy of the world from all directions to lay down a heaven-sealing formation. The mysterious expert seemed to have noticed something was amiss. The formation laid down by Gu Fei wasn't a powerful offensive formation. Instead, it was an attempt to gather the power of the heaven and earth to trap him. The mysterious expert was not stupid and immediately realized that Gu Fei was about to run away. How preposterous! Break for me! The mysterious figure roared, and a boundless amount of soul energy surged out of him. That soul energy condensed into countless demonic runes that wove together to form numerous demonic diagrams. An unfathomable power surged out of him, disrupting the momentum of heaven and earth. The immortal Tao runes that laid down the heavenly lightning earthly fire formation trembled again and again. After that, those runes actually collapsed and dissipated. With the collapse of the runes, the heavenly lightning earthly fire formation collapsed on its own. The lightning energy that gathered in the sky scattered in all directions. The divine flame that surged out of the ground also disappeared into the ground. The worldly phenomena vanished completely. This guy was truly monstrous. Just a demonic soul alone was already this powerful. If he was at his peak, wouldn't he be able to compete against the legendary Buddhist lord and demonic forefather? Gu Fei then recalled the divine race's prophecy. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and demons will appear at the Death Continent at the same time. Could the demon in the prophecy be this guy? Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly lightning earth fire grand formation had already been broken by the mysterious expert. He was currently attacking the grand formation laid down by Gu Fei. I should retreat first. Gu Fei knew that 3 minutes were about to pass. He hastily used his Tao runes to carve out a great void teleportation formation around him. Then, he activated the formation. With a whoosh, a light flashed, and Gu Fei disappeared into the void. Then, the divine inscriptions used to set up the formation also disappeared into the void. Boom! Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the void, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire world shook violently. The mysterious person had broken through Gu Fei's sealing heaven and earth entrapment formation and rushed to where Gu Fei had disappeared in an instant. Roar! The mysterious expert roared at the sky. In just a short moment, Gu Fei had already been teleported to an unknown place. The mysterious expert roared unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. Brat, consider yourself lucky. If we meet again, I'll definitely tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll suppress it in purgatory so that you'll never be reborn. The mysterious expert only calmed down after a while. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and looked towards the depths of the Death Continent. Truly, vengeful souls won't disperse. Wait until I successfully reform my devil soul and reverse life and death. The first people I kill will be you two little baldies. The mysterious expert then disappeared into the void. He had directly teleported away. Not long after the mysterious expert left, 2 rays of golden light appeared in the dusky sky of the Death Continent. The golden light came very quickly. It had only just appeared when it arrived in the vicinity in the next moment. 2 figures were wrapped in the golden light. The one in the lead was a young monk who was holding a purple gold alms bowl. He had not completely shed his childishness yet. The person behind the young monk was a skinny old monk. This fair-skinned little monk was the little monk Xianxia who had entered the land of sealed demons and taken the green jade ring blade from the true demon skeleton. The old monk was naturally the mighty Buddhist who was guarding the hell path outside the hell path. The little monk Xianxia and the old monk stopped in the air above the battlefield where Gu Fei and the mysterious expert were fighting. As the light faded away, the 2 Buddhist almighties were like Buddhas descending to the world. A peaceful aura immediately filled the world. I can sense its aura. Fan Xiao stood in the void, his body flowing with auspicious Buddhist light. His pair of Buddhist eyes scanned the surroundings. There's also the aura of the god race here. The old monk put his palms together and stood behind Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao and the old monk were almighty Buddhist. Buddhism was the inheritance passed down by the ancient Buddha. They naturally knew many secrets about the hell path. It's obvious that the demon and the god race had a great battle here. Fan Xiao said in a low voice when he saw the broken ground and felt the energy fluctuations that had not completely calmed down. The demon is getting stronger and stronger. The old monk's tone revealed a rare trace of worry. Fan Xiao thought for a while and said, as long as the demon has not truly gathered the broken devil soul that was scattered by the Buddha in the past, we still have a chance to seal it or even kill it. This was something he had caused. If he had not set his eyes on the supreme Buddhist weapon that suppressed the true demon's bone in the land of sealed demons, this would not have happened. He could only try his best to deal with the aftermath. The old monk nodded and did not speak again. Soon, Fan Xiao sensed something strange with his enlightened Buddha heart. Then, he and the old monk chased in the direction that the mysterious person had left. The countless demonic creatures that besieged the god race's holy land dispersed because of the death of the demon dragon. The outside of the god race's holy land was restored to peace. The 9 heavenly pillars stood outside the god race's holy land, completely isolating it from the outside world. People who were not part of the god race could not enter or leave the god race's holy land. Gu Fei's clone with the peerless immortal body set up a great void teleportation formation and teleported himself out. Gu Fei did this because the teleportation formation could erase all auras and get rid of the mysterious person's pursuit. If he used the teleportation technique to escape, the mysterious person might be able to lock onto Gu Fei's aura and similarly break the void to chase after Gu Fei. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the sky above the world of death. The void rippled like water. Then with a swoosh, a figure fell out of the void. Then the void regained its calm. The guy who fell out of the void was looking around with a blank expression. Where is this? The person murmured to himself, trying hard to search his mind. This guy was Gu Fei, who had gotten rid of the mysterious person but didn't know where he was teleported to. Yes, it should be Gu Fei's clone. This Gu Fei was different from Gu Fei's original body. This Gu Fei was 9 feet tall. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine iron. He gave off an incomparably powerful feeling, much more imposing and domineering than the original body. This Gu Fei was a clone of the original body, so he could be called Gu Er. The original body was Gu de Gu De was currently at the god race's holy mountain, leisurely and carefree. As for Gu Er, he had just experienced an incomparably exciting killing tribulation. Gu Er stood in the sky. Although the sky was dark and the nether mist was surging, he could still see everything within a radius of several hundred miles with his eyesight. Gu Er looked around and saw a few towering mountains in the distance. After a quick count, there were actually 9 mountains, vaguely forming some sort of formation. Gu Er was confused. Then, he seemed to suddenly think of something and his expression changed with a whoosh. Fuck, why am I so unlucky to actually come to this damned place? Gu Er muttered with a long face. As it turned out, this place was also a place of danger. Furthermore, this place of danger was second only to the 9 dragons vying for the pearl where the origin of the Hell Realm was located. From the information that Li Xuandao had found in his soul memories, these 9 mountains seemed to be a formation laid down by a certain vicious person. It seemed to be used to suppress something. Gu Er calmed down very quickly. There was no need for him to be afraid of this place of danger, because the most dangerous place was the region surrounded by the 9 mountains. Although the region surrounded by the 9 mountains was also dangerous, it was relatively safer than the region within the 9 mountains. Just what is being suppressed there? Li Xuandao's soul memories did not indicate what the vicious person was suppressing in that place of danger. Chapter 583. When Gu Er was advancing towards the fearsome grounds, a hazy figure shrouded in black gas walked into the nether blood sea that was thousands of miles away from the 9 mountain fearsome grounds. Then, not long after that mysterious person entered the nether blood sea, the entire nether blood sea gradually boiled, as if the smelly seawater formed from fresh blood was quickly evaporating, forming a monstrous fog that shrouded the entire nether blood sea. The unusual movement in the nether blood sea was immediately known by the other forces. Then, many forces sent out experts into the blood sea, but those experts never returned, disappearing into the blood fog. The undead clan's white skeleton that was on good terms with Hei Tian also appeared outside the Nether Blood Sea. It paced around outside for a long time, but in the end, didn't enter the Blood Sea, but chose to retreat. The Nether Blood Sea made the true experts stop. No one knew what happened in the Nether Blood Sea. The sky full of blood fog finally soared high into the sky, surging and rolling, as if the Blood Sea's seawater was evaporated. This situation didn't last long, because in the blood fog, 13 huge blood-colored vortexes appeared, spinning crazily. The endless blood fog was quickly swallowed by the 13 huge blood holes. In the end, the blood fog above the Nether Blood Sea disappeared. The 13 huge blood holes actually swallowed all the blood fog. The Nether Blood Sea's seawater also disappeared, revealing the dry seabed. The Nether Blood Sea that had never dried up for countless years, no longer had a drop of blood. On the seabed, there was a thick layer of withered bones. High up in the sky, a shadow shrouded in black gas was roaring at the sky. 13 blood holes were distributed around his body. In the end, the evil blood holes disappeared, turning into 13 bright and almost evil drops of blood. The entire Nether Blood Sea's seawater actually only turned into 13 drops of blood. It was really unbelievable. The 13 drops of blood fused into the hazy soul shadow, and then, the human shadow actually gradually solidified, no longer giving people a faint and unreal feeling. In the end, the figure emitted a dazzling light. The bloody light illuminated the world, and the world was filled with bloody light. However, in just a moment, the blood-red light disappeared into the figure. The 13 drops of blood made the figure glow with infinite vitality, and there were faint signs of flesh and blood rebirth. I've retrieved the 13 drops of true demon blood. It's time to take back that thing. The black chi on the mysterious man had dissipated at this time, and a black-haired youth with a cold face appeared. That young man then charged into the sky, surging with a vast and tyrannical baleful aura, shattering the void, instantly traveling 1,000 miles, flying towards the depths of the dried-up netherworld Blood Sea. Very soon, the young man arrived at the lair of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, above Azura Island. The members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan immediately charged out of Azura Island and stared in terror at the terrifying godlike figure in the sky. The members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan were naturally aware of the strange movements of the netherworld Blood Sea. However, the moment the bloody fog rose, they were trapped on Azura Island. All the Blood Fiend Azuras who dared to leave Azura Island and enter the Blood Sea that was shrouded in the bloody fog had all disappeared. Not a single one had returned. Among those Blood Fiend Azuras that had disappeared, there was an Emperor Realm expert among them. Today, the bloody fog had finally dispersed. The Blood Fiend Azuras on the island thought that everything was fine, but suddenly, a mysterious expert had descended on Azura Island. This caused all the members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan to be extremely nervous. The black-haired youth stood in the void and looked down. He was like a high and mighty god, looking down at the world and the common people. My blood actually gave birth to such a lowly creature? A trace of disgust appeared on the black-haired youth's face. He then extended his right hand, and a ball of bloody light appeared in his palm. With a soft pop, the ball of bloody light in the youth's hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless rays of light that shot downwards. Miserable screams rang out everywhere. The bloody threads that descended from the sky danced among the Blood Fiend Azuras, reaping their lives. Very soon, all the Blood Fiend Azuras on Azura Island were slaughtered by the countless bloody threads. The Blood Fiend Azura clan had been annihilated. After the bloody threads had killed all the Blood Fiend Azuras, they all shot up into the sky from the island and gathered toward the black-haired youth in the sky, entering his body. Then, the black-haired youth rushed down from the sky and flew into the depths of Azura Island. Very soon, a loud sound rang out from the depths of Azura Island. The entire Azura Island began to shake. Hideous cracks spread out from the depths of Azura Island. The entire Azura Island was cracking open. An hour later, the black-haired youth rushed out from the depths of Azura Island. In an instant, he disappeared from the dusky world. After the black-haired youth left, 2 rays of golden light appeared in the distant sky, arriving above Azura Island. The golden light dissipated, revealing the figures of little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk. "We're a step too late again," the old monk said helplessly. The sky above Azura Island was filled with the stench of blood. The corpses of the Blood Fiend Azuras lay on the island. When little monk Fan Xiao saw this, his little face tensed up. "Damn it!" little monk Fan Xiao said in a low voice. "That demon's strength has increased again." The old monk looked down at Azura Island and said in an incomparably heavy voice. The stronger the demon was, the more difficult it would be to reseal or kill that demon. If that demon was reborn, then the one being hunted wouldn't be the demon, but them. Continue chasing. I don't believe we can't catch that cunning fellow. Little monk Fan Xiao said. He once again used the illuminated Buddha heart to sense the world. Very quickly, he once again sensed the black-haired youth's aura. Little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk quickly chased in the direction that the black-haired youth had disappeared. Just as the black-haired youth and little monk Fan Xiao were playing hide-and-seek, Old Gu had already reached the top of the 9 mountains. Along the way, he actually didn't encounter any danger. Could it be that my luck has changed? Old Gu thought to himself. However, the true danger zone referred to the inner region of the 9 mountains, not the outer region. Therefore, it seemed reasonable that he didn't encounter any danger. When Old Gu sneakily reached the peak of one of the mountains and looked inside, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of him. The inner region of the 9 mountains was a huge lake, and in the middle of the lake stood 9 stone men who were as tall as 10,000 feet. Each of the 9 stone men was holding a large, pitch-black iron chain, and at the end of the 9 chains was a half-broken black saber. That half-broken black saber wasn't connected to the hilt, but to the tip of the saber. The half-broken black saber was actually 1,000 feet long, and it was tightly wrapped by the 9 black iron chains, suspended in the air above the lake. No. How could this be? Old Gu's second muttered to himself as if he was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. The layout of the lake seemed familiar. Peerless saber. Old Gu's voice trembled. The scenes he experienced in the virtual sky world appeared in his mind. Back then, when he was training in the virtual sky world, Gu Fei mistakenly entered an absolute formation and met the old tortoise who had been sealed by the absolute formation for 10,000 years. Later, they found a broken black saber in the center of the absolute formation. That black saber was a peerless saber. Although it was only half, it was used by the old tortoise's sworn enemy as a sacred object to suppress the absolute formation's eye. When the absolute formation was broken that day, that half-broken saber turned into a dragon and flew away. However, Old Gu's second thought he would actually see the other half of the saber in the Hell Realm. Although Old Gu's second thought was only Gu Fei's clone, the memories he carried were no different from Gu Fei's. If there was a difference, it would be that Gu Fei was the main body, while Old Gu's second was a clone. Originally, Old Gu's second thought of entering the area surrounded by the 9 mountains to take a risk, but when he saw the half-broken black saber in the air above the lake, which was wrapped by the 9 stone men holding black iron chains, he gave up on this idea. That ruthless person had probably laid down this killing formation in order to suppress this half of the fierce saber. If it wasn't for the sake of suppressing this half-broken saber, but other ferocious objects, Old Gu's second would not have dared to enter this place. Old Gu's second left the 9 mountains decisively. Although he was very curious and wanted to know what was being suppressed in this place that was second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, this did not mean that he was willing to risk his life for it. After leaving the vicinity of the 9 mountains and determining the direction of the God Clan's sacred land, Old Gu's second teleportation technique was used to travel thousands of kilometers in an instant, heading towards the sacred land of the God Clan. Not long after Old Gu's second left, a black-haired young man also arrived at the 9 mountains and ascended to the peak of one of the mountains. He stood on the peak and looked in. The black-haired young man stood on the peak for a long time. He did not enter the area surrounded by the 9 mountains and eventually retreated as well. The 9 mountains' ferocious grounds was second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl among all the great ferocious grounds in the world of death. Even supreme almighties would have a headache if they came to such a place. The 9 mountains' ferocious grounds were not like the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. There were many man-made places in the ferocious grounds. An extreme powerhouse must have used the terrain here to set up the 9 mountains' ferocious formation, turning the 9 mountains into a forbidden land. Not long after the black-haired young man left, 2 rays of golden light flew over from the horizon. An auspicious aura spread between heaven and earth. It was as if Buddha had descended to the world, turning the ferocious grounds of death into a peaceful place. They were none other than little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who had been chasing after the black-haired young man. They had followed the demon they mentioned to the 9 mountains. When they saw the layout of the 9 mountains, even little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk could not help but be moved. They descended from a distance and did not dare to fly directly to the 9 mountains. Instead, they obediently ascended one of the mountains one step at a time. The mountain that little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk ascended was the mountain that the black-haired young man had just stayed on. When they arrived at the peak and saw the layout of the 9 mountains, little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were shocked. They thought to themselves at the same time, "What's the demon doing here? Is he here to retrieve the item that's sealed here?" Chapter 584. The origins of the 9 mountains were mysterious. Even Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine clan, only knew that the 9 mountains was a death trap set up by an extreme expert in the past. It seemed that the 9 mountains had already stood on the continent of death when the Naraka realm existed. For countless years, this peerless death trap, second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, had buried countless powerful creatures of the dead. Even a divine king of the divine clan had fallen inside. Although the death trap set up by an extreme expert had gone through the baptism of countless years, it still existed. Not only would its power not weaken with the passage of time, but it would also become more powerful and terrifying as time went by. The death trap gathered the power of the world and was difficult to destroy. It would only become stronger, fiercer, and more dangerous. Unless an extreme expert came personally, almost no one could break it. The 9 mountains was a taboo in the world of death. Even the super experts of the divine clan dared not set foot in it. Gu Fei's avatar, Li Xuandao, found half of the peerless blade in the 9 mountains. After leaving the 9 mountains, he directly returned to the divine clan's sacred mountain. At this time, the divine clan's sacred mountain was gloomy. Of the 5 most powerful experts of the divine clan, 3 had fallen in one day. The celestial race was shaken. The branches of the 3 celestial race superpower houses were even more miserable. Without the existence of a supreme celestial king, their strength was greatly reduced. Among the 3 supreme divine kings that had fallen was an ultimate god from Saint Li's branch. The other 2 branches also lost 1 ultimate god each. Saint Li's branch only had 1 ultimate god, and the other branch only had 1 ultimate god. Li Zun's branch, however, had 3 ultimate gods. In this way, Li Zun's branch still had 2 ultimate gods. Within the divine clan, Li Zun's branch was unshakable. Without the deterrence of the ultimate gods, the other 2 branches of the divine clan could not compete with Li Zun's branch. They had almost lost their right to speak in the divine clan. When Gu Fei's avatar Li Xuandao returned to the divine race's sacred mountain, the patriarch of the divine race, Li Xianxia, was in the Violet Divine Palace, gathering all the experts of the divine king realm and above to discuss the divine race's current predicament. Only when the god race faced a great calamity, only the god race patriarch had the authority to summon the god king level and above powerhouses of the god race into the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to discuss how to resolve the great calamity they were facing. When they saw Li Xuandao barge in, everyone in the Violet Manor Immortal Palace stood up and looked at Li Xuandao in shock. Li Xuandao saw that everyone's eyes were on him, and he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that there would be 7 or 8 divine race experts gathered in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. "Why are you all looking at me?" Gu Fei's second clone hurriedly puffed out his chest and said calmly. That arrogant posture, that transcendent aura, it was as though a supreme being had descended. However, Gu Fei's second clone immediately noticed that something was amiss. He had already changed Li Xuandao's supreme physique, so it was no wonder why these people were surprised. However, Gu Fei's second clone wasn't worried about giving himself away because he knew that changing one's appearance was a piece of cake for the god race's experts. A person's appearance could be changed, and even their body could take on a myriad of forms. However, it didn't matter how they changed because a person's aura wouldn't be easily changed. Sure enough, Li Xianxia's group didn't sense anything different about their distant ancestor, nor were they able to see through his secret. Sensing the sudden change in Li Xuandao's aura, Li Xianxia's group couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Not good. We saw the ancestor's panicked expression just now. Li Xianxia's group thought that they saw the ancestor losing his composure, so they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After hearing Li Xuandao's words, Li Xianxia quickly led the group of divine race experts to salute ancestor. Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, pretended to be an otherworldly expert and nodded arrogantly before asking, "Why are you all gathered here?" "Ancestor, the 3 ultimate gods we sent to encircle the demonic dragon have fallen. We are discussing how to get through the current crisis," Li Xianxia said respectfully. The only surviving distant ancestor of the god race, Li Xuandao, was the ancestor of Li Xianxia's bloodline. Although Li Xianxia was the god race clan leader, He dared not neglect the ancestor. 3 ultimate gods? Gu Fei's second clone immediately thought of the 3 unlucky god race experts who were sucked dry by the mysterious expert. Ancestor, did you not see our 3 ultimate gods? Li Jingxia asked in surprise when he saw Li Xuandao's strange expression. I saw them, sigh. This is a great loss to our clan. Gu Fei's second avatar put on a pained expression and let out a long sigh. May I ask, ancestor, how did our 3 ultimate gods fall? A burly black-haired middle-aged man walked out from behind Li Jingxia and asked Gu Fei's second clone. Yes. Even the demonic dragon who was reborn from flesh and blood may not be able to kill our 3 ultimate gods in one go. What happened at that time? Could there be some hidden story behind this? The other god race experts in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace were discussing in low voices. They were the most powerful Divine King realm experts in the god race. Some of them even secretly pointed the spearhead at Li Jingxia's bloodline. Gu Fei's second clone saw everyone's expression and could not help but feel a little surprised. He did not expect the god race to be so disunited. Shut up, all of you. Gu Fei's second clone suddenly shouted coldly as 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept across those people like a sword. A great wave of coercion emanated from Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao. Everyone in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace suddenly felt their bodies sink as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. The ancestors' anger was no small matter. Those people were suddenly shocked as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and dared not make a sound. I've killed the demonic dragon. Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, said indifferently. His second clone had killed the demonic dragon and devoured its soul power, making his second clone a lot stronger. However, Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, was not happy because he had killed the demonic dragon and provoked a terrifying and powerful existence. It's all your bastard's fault. Gu Fei's second clone cursed in his heart. If these guys had not forced Li Xuandao to attack, he would not have offended the demonic dragon lord. Provoking that damned pervert was going to be troublesome. Gu Fei's second clone groaned inwardly. The mysterious man was just too powerful. He had to use the Ascension secret technique to contend with that guy. The secret technique of Ascension had a time limit of 3 minutes. After that, it could not be used again within the next 48 hours. Forcibly using it would cost one's life force. The demonic dragon was killed by the ancestor? Li Jingxia and the others were shocked at first and then overjoyed. As soon as the demonic dragon was killed, the situation of countless demons besieging the god race's sacred ground was resolved. What's there to be happy about? How do you think the 3 ultimate gods of my clan died? Gu Fei's second clone said angrily. How did they die? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They then looked at Gu Fei's second clone nervously. They wanted to know how the 3 ultimate gods died. The demonic dragon had a master. 3 ultimate gods died in the hands of the demonic dragon lord. Gu Fei's second clone glanced at everyone and said solemnly. The demonic dragon lord? Everyone was shocked. Even Li Jingxia's expression changed. If the demonic dragon was so powerful, wouldn't its master have a terrifying strength that defied the natural order? Could it be that the true demon has returned? An old man beside Li Jingxia muttered. Everyone present was a god-king realm expert. Although the old man's voice was soft, everyone clearly heard what he said. True demon has returned? Everyone's expression changed. These god race experts all knew that there was a place called the Land of Sealed Demons in the world of death where the skeleton of a true demon was sealed. Legend had it that the master of the primordial demonic dragon was a true demon born from heaven and earth. This kind of innate divine demon was extremely powerful and was comparable to a divine being. The true demon rode on the demonic dragon and killed his way into the Naraka realm. He collected countless souls and refined the true demon's indestructible demon body. In the end, the Buddhist lord took action and fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights before finally killing him. The indestructible demon body was sealed in the Land of Sealed Demons by the Buddhist lord with a supreme Buddhist weapon. The true demon's demon soul was scattered by the Buddhist lord and turned into countless remnant souls that drifted in the world of death. Is the prophecy coming true? The group of god race experts couldn't help but look at each other in shock. The prophecy of the god race had been passed down for countless years. No one had thought that the prophecy would come true one day. How could I not think of it? That mysterious person said that the demonic dragon is his demon pet. Doesn't that mean that he is the true demon that has fallen for countless years and was sealed by the Buddhist Lord? Gu Fei's second avatar's expression changed. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and demons. The 5 major races appearing in the world of death at the same time wasn't impossible. A miracle was likely to happen because the human race, divine race, demon race, and demon's race had all appeared. Only the Buddha was left. If the Buddha also appeared, would he really be able to revive this world of death and restart the flow of time? All right, all of you get lost. Go do what you need to do. Gu Fei's second avatar waved his sleeve, ordering Xianxia and the others to leave. The Violet Immortal Palace was Li Xuandao's place of seclusion and slumber. This place had already become his temporary residence. In fact, he was already the master of this place. Xianxia and the others hastily excused themselves from the Violet Immortal Palace. Seeing Xianxia and the others obediently leave, Gu Fei's second avatar wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and sighed in relief. This Li Xuandao was too difficult to impersonate. His frivolous nature was definitely a challenge for Gu Fei's second avatar. Chapter 585. After Gu Fei's second avatar returned to the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, he slipped out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace that night. With Li Xuandao's cultivation base, no one could find out that he had left the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Inside St. Li's palace, St. Li was not there. The people from St. Li's branch had been summoned by the divine king-level experts in the clan. Their branch's ultimate gods had fallen. It was a huge matter. The huge palace was deserted. The divine pearls that were dotted all over the palace bloomed with a soft brilliance, giving the entire palace an illusory feeling. Spiritual energy lingered and rays of light flickered. At night, all the palaces on the Holy Mountain were lit up like a paradise on earth. The dreamy sacred mountain at this time, Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and Hei Tian were gathered in a guest room in the palace, whispering to each other. The ceiling of the room was also inlaid with a divine pearl, illuminating the entire room as if it was daytime. The room was not big, but the furnishings were simple. Everything was made of jade. There were jade chairs, jade tables, and a few futons woven from divine grass. Everything in the room, including the floor, was covered with a layer of spiritual jade that was as smooth as sheep-fat white jade. It could reflect a person's appearance. If it was in the Tanglong continent, everything in this room would be rare treasures. They were extremely precious materials, and some could even be called divine materials that could be used to refine legendary fairy weapons. However, here, these divine materials seemed so ordinary and were used by the people of the Shen clan to build the palace. The entire room was covered with ancient demon markings by Old Tortoise, isolating all the aura in the room. They were not worried that someone was spying on them. In addition to engraving the ancient demon markings, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had released the inner world energy to cover a part of the void. Unless it was a mighty figure, no one could spy on them. The other half of the peerless blade is sealed in the Naraka realm? How is this possible? Old Tortoise suddenly exclaimed, extremely excited. There was a mysterious connection between Gu Fei and his second avatar. Gu Fei was able to know everything that his second avatar experienced at the first moment. It could be said that the connection between the clone and the main body was not broken because of the distance. In other words, whatever the clone experienced, it could immediately appear in Gu Fei's heart. This feeling was extremely mysterious, and even Gu Fei could not understand why it was like this. The divine soul fission martial arts technique did not seem to be a simple splitting of the soul consciousness. It was an incarnation of Gu Fei, as if Gu Fei was there in person. It was too miraculous. If Gu Fei's martial soul was strong enough, he could really have thousands of incarnations and form a terrifying army made up of his divine clones. Gu Fei's second clone saw half of the peerless ominous blade being sealed by the 9 great stone men in the 9 mountain savage land. Gu Fei also sensed it and knew everything. Why is it impossible? Do you know the origin of the peerless ominous blade? Gu Fei asked. The peerless ominous saber was incomparably ferocious. Although he only saw half of the blade connected to the hilt in the virtual sky world, that half of the ominous saber was already the holy weapon with the heaviest murderous aura among all the holy weapons of extreme Tao Gu Fei had ever seen. It was really hard to imagine how powerful this ominous blade was when it was intact. However, what Gu Fei could be sure of was that the complete peerless ominous blade was definitely the #1 ominous weapon in the 3 realms and 6 realms. This. Old Tortoise suddenly became a little hesitant. Do you really know the origin of the peerless ominous blade? Gu Fei did not want to let Old Tortoise go and continued to ask. This Old Tortoise definitely knew something. Hei Tian also looked at Old Tortoise. Two beams of spiritual light shot out from his eye sockets and swept towards Old Tortoise. The fire of the soul in his skull was beating. In the past few days, whenever he had time, Hei Tian would ask Gu Fei to let him enter the inner world and cleanse his yin and yang bone with the water of the divine spring of life. After absorbing the endless life essence, some changes actually happened to Hei Tian's yin and yang divine bone. Inside the bone, there were traces of red lines that looked like blood vessels. The changes that happened to Hei Tian's body shocked Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. This Hei Tian seemed to really be able to regenerate flesh and blood. This guy definitely mastered some kind of secret technique that could regenerate flesh and blood. It was not impossible to reverse life and death and be reborn from death. The mysterious Almighty who walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was a good example. Both Gu Fei and Old Tortoise wanted the secret technique very much because mastering the secret technique meant that even if they died, they would have a chance to be reborn. No one wanted to die and turn into a pile of yellow soil. However, even those extreme experts who had already comprehended the Tao in ancient times had the possibility of dying. Mastering the secret technique of regenerating flesh and blood and reversing life and death, one day, they could return to the earth again. However, no matter how Gu Fei and Old Tortoise threatened or tempted, Hei Tian refused to tell them about the heaven-defying secret technique that could reverse life and death. Moreover, this guy insisted that he did not have any heaven-defying secret technique that could regenerate flesh and bones. The reason for this phenomenon in his bone body was only a sign that his bone body was undergoing a transformation. Of course, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not believe the ruffian skeleton's words. Old Tortoise wanted to directly detain Hei Tian's soul fire and directly read Hei Tian's memory. However, Old Tortoise did not do so in the end. However, ever since he learned that Hei Tian could regenerate flesh and blood, Old Tortoise looked at Hei Tian with blazing eyes. It was as if a 1,000-year-old hungry ghost had seen a sumptuous meal and could not wait to swallow Hei Tian. Old Tortoise stammered and his words were evasive. In the end, this guy did not directly answer Gu Fei's words, however. Seeing Old Tortoise's appearance and expression, Gu Fei was sure that this guy definitely knew some secrets about the peerless ominous saber. Was there any connection between the virtual sky world and the Naraka Tao? Gu Fei made a bold guess, but no one could answer him. This involved a great secret of heaven and earth. Only the great figures of ancient times might be able to guess some clues. Old Tortoise seemed to know too, but he was unwilling to say it. Gu Fei would never let Old Tortoise deal with it like this. He was about to continue asking, wanting to dig out what he wanted to know from Old Tortoise's mouth. However, at this moment, a figure appeared silently outside. Gu Fei had a subtle feeling in his heart and said to Old Tortoise, "Open the restriction. Li Xuandao is here." "That's your second clone?" Hei Tian was surprised. He was a strong cultivator of the Shen clan when he was alive, so he naturally knew who Li Xuandao was. However, he was not dissatisfied with Gu Fei because of this. That was because Hei Tian had nothing to do with the Shen clan. Even if the Shen clan was exterminated, he would not care so much. After experiencing life and death, Hei Tian was indifferent to everything. The person he cared about the most was himself. "Hee hee boy, you're even more ruthless than me." Old Tortoise laughed. He had merely refined an indestructible body into a clone, which was a dead thing without a soul. Chapter 586. The room where Gu Fei and the others were in was sealed by the Old Tortoise's ancient demonic runes. Even someone as strong as Li Xuandao could not break through the power condensed by the demonic runes and enter the room. The Old Tortoise opened the seal of the demonic runes and let Li Xuandao in. A silhouette silently appeared in the room, as if it had walked out of the void. The silhouette was faint and illusory, but it quickly solidified. A 9-foot-tall, black-haired middle-aged man with a mighty appearance appeared in the room. This person was Li Xuandao, who had changed his figure and appearance. The peerless immortal body appeared in front of Gu Fei and the others. Although they were mentally prepared, the Old Tortoise and Hei Tian were still extremely shocked. Only Gu Fei's expression did not change. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied with this peerless immortal body. It was a killing machine with unparalleled combat power. Although the peerless immortal body in front of them, controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, did not emit any energy fluctuations or powerful aura, it still made the Old Tortoise and Hei Tian feel great pressure. The natural Tao rhyme of this peerless immortal body made them feel suffocated. It was as if they were facing an unreachable ancient divine mountain. It was evident how terrifying this ancestor of the Shen clan was. Even if it was a physical body left behind, it was still enough to intimidate the old tortoise and He Tian. The old tortoise condensed the demonic runes again with his demonic power and sealed the room. Kid, this physical body doesn't seem to be any worse than the indestructible body. The old tortoise's eyes flashed as he glanced at Li Xuandao from head to toe. Swoosh! Without warning, the peerless immortal body controlled by Gu Fei's avatar suddenly attacked. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like iron hooks as they grabbed at the old tortoise's chest. Above the 5 fingers, there was a hazy brilliance flowing, sparkling like divine jade. The void was shrouded by the seemingly divine 5 fingers and collapsed. Brat, what are you doing? The old turtle was startled. He didn't expect Gu Fei to suddenly take action. Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique suddenly attacked him. Old Tortoise was indeed a creature that had dominated the world since ancient times. He reacted quickly and flipped his right hand. A stone tortoise shell appeared in his hand, and he used it to block the incoming wind. Bam! The 5 fingers of the supreme immortal physique collided with the stone tortoise shell, causing a muffled explosion. The 5 fingers flashed with a divine light, but they couldn't penetrate the stone tortoise shell. 2 powerful forces surged out. A layer of demonic runes appeared around the room, on the floor, and on the ceiling, blocking the surging energy waves and preventing them from spreading. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique waved his left hand and unleashed a light barrier that protected Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble! It was as if thunder was rumbling inside the room. The old turtle staggered back 5 steps as his back almost hit the wall with demonic runes. Meanwhile, the supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar was as unmoving as a mountain. Its black hair fluttered in the wind while its eyes were like the stars, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The old turtle's mind was shaken. He couldn't help but be astonished. This supreme immortal physique was too powerful. Its immortal power was boundless, and it actually forced him back. The terrifying energy waves surged in the room but didn't leak out. After a while, it finally calmed down. The demonic runes that appeared also disappeared into the room. If it were not for the old tortoise's demonic divine runes, the residual power of the two's attack would have destroyed St. Li's entire palace. Brat, what is the meaning of this? The old turtle was very annoyed and angrily shouted at Gu Fei, who was standing behind the supreme immortal physique. Earlier he suffered a small loss, so the old turtle was very angry. Haha. Nothing much, I just wanted to test the strength of this immortal physique. Gu Fei touched his nose and smilingly said. Under the protection of the supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't receive any impact. $. Humph. You want to teach me a lesson, don't you? The old turtle's anger did not subside. This brat was too much of a bastard to actually sneak attack him. Okay. Boss and senior, please speak less. Now is not the time for us to quarrel. Erebus hastily advised upon seeing the situation. Old turtle, I was only joking with you. It's not like you can't handle it, right? Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle with a smirk. Humph. I won't lower myself to your level. The old turtle walked over and then sat down on a futon on the ground. However, the anger on his face had not completely dissipated. Earlier, when the old turtle and the supreme immortal physique collided, the terrifying power released directly shattered all the furnishings in the room and turned them into dust. Only a few futons woven from divine grass were not destroyed. There was still a faint spiritual light circulating above the futons. They were not ordinary items. The supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar had already retreated to the side. With Gu Fei's main body present, there was no place for the avatar to speak. He Tian stared at the peerless immortal physique and suddenly said, Boss, your avatar inside this immortal physique is too weak. I'm afraid it won't be able to unleash even 1/10 of this immortal physique's power, or even 1/100th. The avatar is too weak? What is going on? Tell me in detail. Gu Fei's eyes lit up after hearing this. This peerless immortal physique was actually this powerful? Yes. He Tian pondered for a moment and then said, Let me put it this way. The current state of Boss's immortal physique is like a child wielding a giant hammer. Not only can it not exert the hammer's power, but it might even hurt itself if it's not careful. Smelly brat, In short, your avatar is too weak. If I were to refine this body into an outer body avatar, then destroying the god race would be as easy as turning my hand. The old turtle stared at the supreme immortal physique and said such words. Gu Fei couldn't help but curse in his mind. This old turtle was too greedy to actually want this supreme immortal physique. Gu Fei then said, Old turtle, you have already refined an indestructible physique, so you should be satisfied. Humph. This body falling into your hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. The old turtle retorted. How can you say such things? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? With the supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei indeed had the power to challenge the old turtle. I am speaking the truth. The old turtle said. Humph. Do you really think that I don't know the weakness of this supreme immortal physique? Gu Fei sneered. Today, I will let you open your eyes. Having said that, Gu Fei directly sat in a meditative pose on the praying mat. Then, the supreme immortal physique immediately moved. It walked in front of Gu Fei and also sat in a meditative pose. Gu Fei closed his eyes. Then, a purple flame seal appeared on his forehead, and a powerful soul force surged out from this seal. When the old turtle and Hei Tian saw this, they quickly retreated and looked at this scene in surprise. They didn't know what Gu Fei wanted to do, so they were a bit nervous. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar sitting in front of Gu Fei also released a powerful soul force. The soul force contained in the avatar came out from the supreme immortal physique's Naiwen Palace. A similar purple flame-shaped soul seal appeared on the supreme immortal physique's forehead. Gu Fei's martial spirit and the avatar resonated with each other, and the mighty soul force fluctuations became more and more powerful. In the entire room, the soul force surged violently, forming rays of divine light that lingered around Gu Fei and the supreme immortal physique. The purple flame seal on the supreme immortal physique's forehead emitted a bright purple divine light, like a ball of divine flame burning. What a powerful soul force! Hei Tian sensed the mighty soul force fluctuations from the supreme immortal physique and couldn't help but be moved. The soul flame in his skull was fiercely pulsing. Powerful my ass, this daddy can disperse this soul force with just one finger. The old turtle scolded. He seemed to be still angry. Martial spirit against the heavens, myriad incarnations, soul return. Gu Fei shouted in a low voice. The divine soul light on the supreme immortal physique's forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was as if a sun had rushed out from the supreme immortal physique's forehead. A powerful soul power directly shook the void, and the demonic Dao divine runes that were hidden in the surroundings of the room emerged from the void under the impact of the soul power. The terrifying soul force from the soul divine light forced Hei Tian to retreat again and again. Only the old turtle remained calm without any expression. That ball of soul divine light, which looked like a purple sun, wrapped around a purple figure. That figure looked exactly like Gu Fei, except that it was a miniature version of him. Swoosh! The small figure broke through the void and directly rushed into the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and instantly fused with his martial spirit. Then, a vast soul force gushed out from Gu Fei's body. The soul force fluctuations from the purple flame seal on Gu Fei's forehead suddenly increased several times. After the martial spirit fused with the divine avatar, its soul force increased greatly. It was several times stronger than before it split into a second soul. Although Gu Fei was mentally prepared, he was still startled. His soul force had increased by at least 3 times. Even he couldn't believe it. He didn't think that splitting the soul and then fusing it again would increase his soul force so quickly. This was simply a heaven-defying soul-refining technique. The immortal Dao cultivates the Dao core, Dao nascent soul, and finally, they shed their mortal body to become a true immortal. However, martial artists directly cultivate the soul to reach the supreme realm of an immortal body and eternal soul.